Chapter 1. The transfer circle was cold against Shun Murong's palm, and he had been told 3 times that the formation might not survive the volume, and he was placing his hand on it anyway. Behind him, 12,000 people were dying. Not quickly, not yet. The Hollow Mountain Sect's foundation formation had been cracking for 3 months, the fractures spreading through the dimensional substrate in the specific way of breakdowns that had been coming for longer than anyone admitted. Shin Murong had arrived 4 days ago at Elder Tan Haoei's request and spent 4 days with his void perception extended into the damage, reading what wasn't there. The answer, when he finished reading it, was simple in the way that catastrophic things were simple. The formation had been failing since its 3rd generation of inhabitation, and it would complete its failure in 11 days. And 11 days was not enough time to relocate 12,000 people through standard dimensional transit procedures. The transfer circle was another option. It had never been used for a full dimensional transfer. It was built for asset exchange, moving quantities of spiritual resources from one registered dimensional space to another. But Shin Murong's 40-year-old pocket dimension had spatial architecture that could accept the full structural load of a failing dimension if the transfer was performed at the tier level it required. The tier level it required was his. Elder Tan Haoei stood at the circle's outer edge, his robes gray with stone dust from 3 days of failed repair attempts. He was 71 years old and had been carrying the sect's safety on his back for most of those years, and his expression was the specific expression of a man who had asked for something he couldn't repay. He said, "We can try the eastern evacuation routes." "You calculated the eastern routes," Shin Murong said. He had not looked up from the transfer stone. "You told me the timeline. 11 days, for possible exits, maximum throughput of 300 people per day per exit at emergency capacity." He pressed his left hand against the stone's secondary activation point. "That's 4,800 people. You have 12,000. Tan Haoei was quiet. "The transfer will move the sect's structural formation into my dimension's framework," Shin Murong said. "My dimension will become the Hollow Mountain Sect's new home. Your people will be inside before the old formation completes its failure." He looked at his hand on the stone. "My dimension's spatial cultivation frequency will integrate with the transferred structure over approximately 6 months. During that period, the interior will feel different from what your people know. After 6 months, it will be stable." "What about you?" Shin Murong considered the question. 40 years of building, the first territory he'd laid at 26, the water system he'd spent 3 years getting right, the forest that had been growing in the eastern quadrant since before most of the sect's current residents were born. He would feel all of it leave, because the connection between a dimensional cultivator and their space was not passive. It was continuous. He would feel it the way a person felt their heartbeat stopping, if the person could survive what followed. He said, "I'll have my perception. That doesn't transfer. The rest is replaceable, given time. 40 years rebuilt isn't the same as 40 years lost. That's the difference." He activated the circle. The sensation was not what he'd expected. He had expected loss to feel like removal. Instead, it felt like release, the specific quality of something letting go that had been held too long, the pressure behind it suddenly gone. His dimension moved through the transfer stone in a wave of spatial information that he could feel at every point simultaneously. The forests and the water systems and the settlement zones and the 40 years of accumulated ecology moving from his perception into the formation that would house 12,000 survivors. When it was done, his hand was shaking on a cold stone in an empty mountain field, and the sky was very large. He stood in it for a moment. He thought, that's what 40 years feels like when it leaves. Then he took his hand off the stone and looked at the clear space where the dimension's entrance had been, and he thought about what the absence was shaped like, and he began, already, to understand what he could make of it. Chapter 2. What remains they came through over 3 days. 12,000 people, carrying what they could, bedding, tools, seed stock, the irreplaceable things that every household had its own private list of. They came through the transfer circle with the specific quality of people who had not fully processed what had happened, and they emerged into a dimension that felt like their home in the same way that a new arrangement of familiar furniture felt like their home, recognizably itself, subtly wrong. Shin Murong stood to the side of the flow on the first day, monitoring the transfer formation stability and answering the questions that the formation engineers brought to him. On the second day, he took 3 hours to walk the perimeter of the mountain field where the old entrance had been, pressing his void perception into the absence. On the third day, he sat in the field and watched the last families come through and felt the transfer circle go cold as the connection closed. Tan Haoei found him in the field on the evening of the third day, after the final count was confirmed. 12,047 people. No casualties. The formation had held. The elder sat down beside him, which was not something elders usually did in mountain fields, and he looked at the closed circle and said, "Why?" It was not the question he'd asked before. That question had been about logistics. This one was about Shun Morong himself, which was a different kind of question. "I was passing through the province," Shun Morong said. "I heard about the formation failure from a contact in the district's cultivation registry. I did the calculation before I arrived. If the transfer could be performed at the correct tier, the loss would be mine and the survivors would be 12,000. If I didn't act, the loss would be distributed across 12,000 people and the result would still be a loss." He paused. The void where 12,000 people die is harder to fill than the void where 12,000 people live in a wrong place. That's the difference. Tan Haowei sat with this. "You lost 40 years of work," he said. "I didn't lose it. I moved it." Shun Morong looked at the field. "Your people are living inside it. That's not loss. That's relocation of purpose. The loss is mine." He was quiet for a moment, not performing equanimity, actually sitting with the weight of it. "The loss is real. I'm not pretending it isn't. I built that space and I know what it was, and I can feel the absence where it was." "That's true," Tan Haowei said. "What do you need?" It was a good question. Tan Haowei was, Shun Morong had concluded over 4 days, a man who asked good questions and then listened to the answers and then acted on what he'd heard. This was rarer than it should have been. "Time," Shun Morong said. "Not resources, not backing time. 2 years, maybe 3. I need the sect to not pressure me for direct support during that period. I can manage my own recovery. What I can't manage is institutional demands on my attention while I'm rebuilding my cultivation base." He looked at Tan Haowei. "I want one agreement. That whatever I build next, you will let me build it without claiming prior right to it on the basis of what I gave. The transfer was a gift. The next thing isn't." Tan Haowei said, "Done." He stood up and offered Shun Morong his hand. Shun Morong looked at it for a moment, the formal gesture of an elder acknowledging an equal, and shook it. 2 years, Tan Haowei said. "If you need longer, tell me." He walked back toward the transfer circle site where the formation engineers were beginning the first surveys of their new home. Shun Morong stayed in the field until the evening light was gone and the mountains were dark shapes against a sky full of outer world stars. He thought, 40 years built one thing. The thing I build next will be built by someone who knows the cost. He thought, that's not nothing. Chapter 3. The residue 3 days after the transfer, Shun Morong noticed it. He was in the mountain field at dawn, working through the void perception exercises that were the foundation of his cultivation, the specific practice of reaching into empty space and feeling what was absent. His perception had been damaged by the transfer, as he'd expected. Where it had operated at the tier of a dimension keeper for 20 years, it now produced a weak, diffuse red, like trying to see detail through fogged glass. He would need months of daily practice to restore clarity to his strongest range. But the basic perception was there. He reached out, and he felt the field's absences, and one of them was wrong. He stopped the exercise and reached for it again, carefully. There was something in his void perception that shouldn't be there. Not his own cultivation residue. He knew what that felt like, the familiar quality of his own spatial frequency. This was different. It was a signature he recognized in the same way you recognized a piece of music you'd heard for 40 years but couldn't name. Intimate and external at once. Not his, but not foreign. It was the dimension's memory. Not the dimension itself. The dimension had transferred completely. He'd verified that. But something had been left behind. Not structure, not formation architecture, not any physical quality. The specific signature of what the dimension had been after 40 years of habitation. The impression left by 12,000 people living in a space long enough that their lives had shaped the space's character. This couldn't transfer. It wasn't the dimension. It was what the dimension had become because of who lived inside it. He held the impression in his void perception for a long time, turning it over the way you turned over an object you'd found and weren't sure what to do with. The dimension was gone. The memory of the dimension, the accumulated echo of 4 decades of habitation, of children born inside and elders dying inside, and seasons cycling through built territory that had attached to him during the transfer. It had nowhere else to go. The dimension was now the Hollow Mountain sect's home, and the Hollow Mountain sect's current residents had not built 40 years of memory into it yet. The memory of the first 40 years had come with the builder. He was carrying something he didn't know the full shape of. He noted it in the mental catalog he kept for things that required further study. He would need weeks to understand it properly. For now, it was present, it was not harmful, and it was, in its way, the specific proof that the transfer had been real. You couldn't give away 40 years of a world without carrying some of what those 40 years had made. He continued the void perception exercises until the morning fog had burned off the mountain field and the district below was audible with its own ordinary sounds. He thought, I don't know what this is yet. He thought, I've started working with less. Chapter 4. The Grand Elder Yao Tianji arrived at the mountain field on the 5th day. Shen Morong knew him by reputation, the Hollow Mountain sect's patriarch, the man who'd built the institution's current power structure over 30 years of careful alliance management. He arrived with 4 disciples as escort and the specific bearing of someone who had never, in 3 decades, arrived anywhere second. He looked at the closed transfer circle, the empty mountain field, the absence where a significant dimension had existed 4 days ago, and he said nothing for approximately a minute. Then he said, Shen Morong, Grand Elder. Yao was 64 years old, which showed in his hands and not in his posture. His cultivation level was in the realm binder range, Shen Morong's own pre-transfer tier, and his spiritual pressure was the kind that filled a space without being deployed, the passive weight of someone who had been powerful for a long time. He looked at Shen Morong, and his expression was measuring, and what he was measuring was not politely hidden. I want to formally accept the transfer of dimensional sovereignty, Yao said. He produced a documentation scroll and the formal dimensional registry key, a physical object, a pressed metal disc that would now recognize the new governance holder's cultivation frequency. He performed the ceremony with the efficiency of someone who had reviewed it in advance and knew every step. The registry key registered his frequency when he pressed his thumb to it. The ceremony took 4 minutes. It had taken Shen Morong 3 weeks to register the dimension 40 years ago. The transfer is formally acknowledged, Yao said. The sect's gratitude is sincere. If there is anything within the sect's capacity to provide during your recovery period, Elder Tan and I have an agreement, Shen Morong said. Yao paused. Not a visible pause. A cultivator of his tier could still a reaction before it reached his face. But Shen Morong's void perception read the shift in the space around the conversation. The space between what Yao had been planning to offer and what he'd just heard. Shen Morong looked at him and thought about the ceremony's efficiency. The documentation scroll, prepared in advance. The practice steps. The specific unhurriedness of a man who had been waiting for this moment to arrive and had arranged the conditions for its arrival. He thought about the formation failure. 3 months of progressive damage, documented and assessed. He thought about the Hollow Mountain sect's location, 400 miles from the nearest cultivation authority. He thought about the specific timing of when Elder Tan Haowei had contacted him, 4 days before the formation's projected failure point, which was exactly enough time to perform the transfer and not enough time for any other option to be viable. He thought, there are 2 ways a formation fails. The first way was organic deterioration, substrate fracture, energy depletion, the slow accumulation of damage that every dimensional formation eventually faced. The second way was managed deterioration, the application of specific pressures to specific points over a long period, producing failure conditions that looked like organic deterioration. Managed deterioration required a cultivator with realm binder-level spatial knowledge. It required access to the formation's maintenance records, which would have provided the specific pressure points needed. It required a long-term plan and the patience to execute it. It produced, if executed correctly, a formation failure that left one viable option, the transfer of the dimension structure to a more capable cultivator. The more capable cultivator would provide the transfer in exchange for their own cultivation resources. The governance holder would receive a new, more powerful dimension at essentially no cost except the old formation's infrastructure, which was going to fail anyway. Yao Tianji stood in the mountain field with a registry key pressed to his thumb and looked at Shen Morong with the expression of a man who had just had his calculation read back to him. Shen Morong said nothing. After a moment, Yao said, the sect is grateful for your contribution. He tucked the registry key into his inner robe. I hope your recovery is swift. He left. His 4 disciples filed after him. Shen Morong stood in the field and thought, knowing doesn't help the people who needed to be saved. 12,000 people are in a functional space because I gave it to them. That's still true, he thought. But now I know what kind of man is governing their home. He filed the observation where he filed things that required long-term attention, alongside the residue and the void perception's damaged state and everything else he was rebuilding from. He walked back to the small outer world rented room he'd taken at the mountain district's only guest house, and he thought about what he was going to build next. Chapter 5. Void at the base. He spent the first week testing what remained. The void perception exercises were foundation work, not impressive, not powerful, exactly as taxing as lifting small weights after a long illness. He did them for 4 hours each morning in the mountain field, sitting with his back against the cold rock of the northern face, reading the field's absences with the fraction of his perception that still functioned. The field had its own voids. Every space did. Not the dramatic, intentional absences of dimensional construction, but the ordinary gaps of natural space. Places where the ecology had thinned, where rock formations interrupted the soil's continuity, where something had once grown and stopped. These voids were small and unremarkable and exactly what he needed to be reading right now, because small and unremarkable was what his current perception could handle without risk of distortion. He was at Void Perceiver Tier. He had been at Void Perceiver Tier at 16 years old. He had spent 12 years advancing through the lower tiers to Domain Cedar, and then another 28 years building through the upper tiers to Dimension Keeper, and now the transfer had stripped him back to the bottom of the ladder, and he was sitting in a mountain field reading small rocks. He was not angry about this. He was aware that anger was available as a response. He was also aware that anger was, in this context, an absence of a different kind, the void where acceptance should be. If he filled that void with anger, he would be spending cultivation energy on something that produced nothing useful. He did not fill it with anger. He filled it with the specific quality of someone who had made a choice and was living in its consequences and was interested in what the consequences would become. On the 7th day of the exercises, his void perception produced a result that surprised him. He was reading the northern rock face, the specific absence in the substrate where the formation gap occurred, a geological irregularity he'd noted on arrival, and the void spoke back. Not in language. Voids didn't use language. But void perception, at a sufficiently developed foundational level, could distinguish between different kinds of absence, and the absence in the northern rock face was not a geological irregularity. It was a historical void. Something had been here once, and the removal had been deliberate, and the deliberateness had left a quality in the absence that natural erosion didn't produce. He sat forward. He reached for it again, carefully, the way you reached for something fragile. The historical void's signature was specific. A long time ago, by someone who understood spatial formation work, this place had been cleared. Not excavated, cleared, as in the kind of clearing that removed evidence rather than just presence. Spatial records, if they were known to anyone, had been destroyed. The place itself had been made to look as if nothing significant had ever been here. The effort required to do that kind of clearing was significant. The reason you went to that kind of effort was if what had been here was important enough that you didn't want anyone to find it. He pressed his perception deeper into the historical void, ignoring the protest from his still damaged perception, and he felt the void's shape. It was large, not dimension scale, nothing as vast as what he'd given away, but large in the way of a substantial space that had been inhabited for a significant period by someone who worked the way he worked. Another void cultivator had built something here, and someone had erased all evidence of it. He pulled his perception back and sat with the cold morning air and the rock face's unremarkable exterior and the specific feeling of a void that had been waiting, in the dark, to be noticed. He thought, this isn't a coincidence. He thought, the right void finds the right builder, or the right builder finds the right void. That's the difference. And in this case, I'm not sure which is true. He looked at the rock face for a long time. Then he went back to his rented room and began planning how to survey it properly. Chapter 6. An agreement about time. Elder Tan Haowei came to Shun Murong's rented room on the 10th day, which was 2 days after Shin Murong had found the historical void in the rock face, and 1 day after he'd found a second, smaller historical void 20 yards to its east. He knocked before entering, which told Shin Murong something about the kind of man he was. The formation is stable, Tan Haowei said, without preamble. The interior integration is ahead of the projected 6-month timeline. Whatever spatial architecture you built into that dimension, it's absorbing our people's presence faster than we expected. He sat down at the room's second chair without being invited, which told Shin Murong something else about the kind of man he was. How are you? Rebuilding, Shin Murong said. The perception is at functional baseline. Manifestation capacity is minimal. I can fill small gaps, nothing significant. I'd estimate 8 months before I can work at intermediate level. What are you building? I found a site. He described the valley, the location, the geological gap, the 2 historical voids he'd identified. He did not mention the second void cultivator's erasure. He said, the substrate is appropriate for a new foundation. I need approximately 2 more weeks of survey work before I can confirm the site. Tan Haowei listened with the quality he brought to everything. Full attention, no visible reaction, processing. He said, what kind of backing would help? I said I didn't need backing. I heard you. What kind would help? Shin Murong looked at him. Tan Haowei was doing the thing that capable people did when they'd been given an answer and understood the answer, but believed the question was worth asking again differently. It was, in its way, an act of respect, the assumption that Shin Murong's original answer had been strategically cautious rather than complete. It was accurate. There's a cultivation authority formation specialist in the provincial district, Shunmurong said. Her name is Bai Suqin. She's been assigned to this region for 3 years, and she has a reputation for thorough documentation and institutional flexibility. If the sect could facilitate an introduction, not an endorsement, just an introduction, that would provide the survey work with appropriate official standing. He paused. I don't want sect backing. I want the record to show that the new formation work is independent. An introduction from Elder Tan Haowei to Magistrate Bai Suqin is not backing. It's two respected parties acknowledging each other. That's the difference. Tan Haowei thought about this for approximately 4 seconds. I can do that. And the time agreement still stands. Good. Shunmurong folded his hands. I'll be in the valley. If the sect needs consultation on the formation interior during the integration period, I'll respond to written requests. I won't be available for personal appearances. The first formation is yours. I don't govern it anymore. Consultation is available because 12,000 people live inside, not because I have an ongoing interest. Tan Haowei looked at him with the expression of someone who had been expecting something different and had adjusted. He said, You really did just give it away. Yes. Why is that strange to people? Shunmurong said, A void is a void. The right response to a void is to fill it correctly. That's the difference between having a cultivation practice and having a useful one. Tan Haowei stood. I'll contact Bai Suqin this week. He moved toward the door, then stopped. One thing. Yao Tianji will be watching your new work. I know. Do you want me to manage that? Shunmurong considered Tan Haowei's offer. The elder was, he understood, offering a specific thing, the use of sect institutional weight to buffer Yao's observation. It was a genuine offer, and it would be genuinely useful. It would also create an obligation that Shunmurong did not want. No, he said. Managing Yao directly changes the shape of the problem. Let him observe. What I build won't be the kind of thing that benefits him. That's eventually going to be obvious, and obvious is better than managed in this case. Tan Haowei nodded and left. Shunmurong returned to his survey notes and thought about what kind of thing would not benefit Yao Tianji. The answer, when he examined it, was something that grew from what Yao had forced him to lose, a dimension built on the void of the transfer, shaped by the specific absence of everything he'd given away. Yao had arranged to receive a powerful dimension by engineering conditions where giving it away was the only moral option. What Yao couldn't arrange was what Shunmurong would build in its absence. That was outside Yao's planning horizon. Loss-built spaces developed in directions that comfort-built spaces couldn't predict. He picked up his survey notes. He thought, the right void finds the right builder. He thought, I found mine. Chapter 7. What history erased the valley was 3 days' walk from the sect compound, which in the outer world mountain range translated to terrain that varied from negotiable to hostile, depending on the weather. Shunmurong arrived on the second week of his survey work, having spent 4 days preparing his void perception exercises for higher range reading, and stood at the valley's entrance for approximately 20 minutes before going in. The entrance was unremarkable, a narrow break in the eastern ridge, the kind of geological feature that was common enough in mountain ranges that it invited no particular attention. The path through it was overgrown in the specific way of paths that had been deliberately overgrown. Not the gradual natural reclamation of an unused track, but the specific pattern of someone who had planted thorny vegetation at regular intervals to discourage travel. The plantation was old. The person who had done it was gone. The thorns remained. He went through, carefully, taking 3 cuts on his right forearm before he found the rhythm of where to place his feet. Inside, the valley was larger than it appeared from the entrance. Not dramatically larger. It wasn't a dimensional fold or a formation trick, just the natural way that enclosed valleys compressed distance until you were standing in them. The floor was perhaps 400 yards across at its widest point, running north to south along the ridge line. The slope gentle enough for farming and steep enough at the edges to discourage casual exploration. The historical voids were everywhere, not just the 2 he'd found from the outside. Once he was inside the valley and could extend his perception without the rock face's interference, the reading was clear. The entire valley floor had been occupied. Not recently. The erasure was old, possibly 2 centuries, possibly more. But the specific quality of the absence said occupation rather than transit. People had lived here. Buildings had stood here. Something of cultivation significance had been practiced here. And someone had removed every trace. Not perfectly. Void cultivation never perfectly erased. It created absence, but absence had its own signature if you knew how to read it. The person who had done this erasure had known how to create absence, but they hadn't known how to make the absence unreadable. Or they hadn't cared. Or they had assumed that no one with the right perception to read it would ever find this valley. Shunmurong stood in the center of the valley floor and read. The foundation void was in the center. Not large, perhaps the area of a courtyard, but deep. The kind of depth that accumulated over decades of void cultivation work being practiced in the same location. Someone had used this valley as a base for extended void work, and the work had pressed into the substrate, and the substrate had remembered it, and the erasure had removed the structure but not the depth. He sat down in the center. He reached into the foundation void and felt what it was shaped like. The shape said, this person understood void cultivation at a higher level than he currently operated at. The shape said, this person had manifested significant spatial territory in or connected to this valley, and had done so over a long period, and had then either chosen to or been forced to remove what they'd built. The shape said, the erasure was not done in grief. It was done in the specific, careful quality of someone removing something they loved before someone else could take it. He sat with this for a long time. He thought about the Hollow Mountain sect and Yao Tianji and the engineered failure and the transfer, and he thought, someone else, a long time ago, made a different choice. They removed what they'd built before anyone could claim it. They left the void behind them. He thought, they left the right void. He thought, I wonder what it felt like to build on a historical void versus building on open ground. I'll find out. That's the difference between a theory and a method. He began the detailed site survey, reading the valley's absences from the center outward, making notes in the small leather-bound catalog he'd kept since his first years as a cultivator. Chapter 8. The girl who felt wrong ground. On the third day of the valley survey, Shinmorong found a shadow on the eastern ridge. He was working through the void perception exercises he'd adapted for the valley's specific substrate, broader range, shallower depth, cataloging the historical foundation's extent, when he became aware of observation. Not surveillance in the cultivator's sense, not spiritual perception reaching toward him. Just a 15-year-old girl sitting cross-legged on a rock formation 30 feet above the valley floor, watching him with the patient attention of someone who had been there for a while. He waited to see if she would leave. She did not leave. He said, without looking up from his work, how long? Since morning, she said. Her voice had the quality of someone who had been caught, and was not embarrassed about it because she didn't think she was doing anything wrong. I followed the cultivation energy trace from the outer district. It stops at this valley. She paused. Most cultivation traces don't stop. They disperse, or they concentrate. This one stops. He looked up. She was wearing the Hollow Mountain sect's outer disciple uniform, the gray undyed fabric of the lowest rank. She was sitting with her legs folded and her back straight, and a small notebook in her lap. You're from the transferred sect, he said. Yes. She did not say his name, which meant she didn't know who he was, which was interesting. You're the one doing the work that makes the trace stop. Correct, she said. Why does the ground feel wrong where you're standing? He stopped. He looked at her with the specific attention he gave to observations that were more accurate than they should be. She had asked the question with the matter-of-fact quality of someone identifying a plain fact, not asking a theoretical question. The ground feeling wrong was not wrong. It was the foundation void's depth pressing upward against the valley floor, a phenomenon that required at minimum void shaper perception to detect consciously. He was at void perceiver tier. She was, as far as her uniform indicated, an outer disciple with standard cultivation assessment. He said, describe what you mean by wrong. She looked at the valley floor where he was standing, not at him. She said, like something is about to happen that hasn't been decided yet. She paused. It's stronger where you're standing than at the entrance. It gets stronger the further into the valley you go. I noticed it 3 days ago when Elderton sent our class here for terrain survey practice, but no one else seemed to feel it. She looked at him now. Is it dangerous? No, he said. He reached for his void perception and extended it toward her, carefully, the kind of gentle reach you use to read a delicate object without touching it. What he found stopped him. She had a void root. Not a minor sensitivity, not unusual spatial perception. A genuine void root. The specific spiritual structure that made void cultivation possible. It was undeveloped, unrecognized, sitting in her spiritual framework like a room in a house that no one had opened the door to. Her teachers had assessed her repeatedly and found an absence of applicable talent because they were looking for the standard spiritual structures that standard cultivation required. What they'd found instead was an absence that was itself the talent. No one had told her. He said, what's your name? Rue Linen. Who assessed your cultivation route? 3 different teachers. They said I have unusual spiritual sensitivity and no applicable structure. I can perceive things other disciples can't perceive, and I can't do any of the standard techniques. She said this without frustration, which was its own kind of telling. She had, apparently, been living with the assessment long enough that she'd organized herself around it. So, I take the observation assignments. No one minds if I'm in places other disciples don't want to be. he said. You have void resonance and no one in your sect has ever told you that. That's the difference between an accurate assessment and a useful one. She went very still. He said, the ground feels wrong because there's a historical void in this valley's foundation. A void is an absence that has a shape, the specific emptiness left when something significant existed somewhere and was then removed. You're feeling the shape of the absence. Most cultivators can't do that without years of training. You're doing it naturally because your spiritual root is configured to perceive absence rather than presence. He paused. That's a valid cultivation structure. It has a name. It has a methodology. Your teachers don't know about it because the tradition has been largely absent from standard cultivation education for approximately 200 years. She said, that's the difference. He looked at her. She had used his phrase. She said, sorry. You end explanations that way. She stopped. Is void cultivation what you practice? Yes. She came down from the rock formation with the careful agility of someone who spent a lot of time in terrain that didn't want to be navigated. She stood at the edge of the area where the foundation void's depth was strongest and looked at the ground under his feet. She said, can I learn it? He considered her. He thought, the right builder finds the right void. But sometimes the right void finds the right builder, and sometimes they arrive together. He said, come back tomorrow. Bring your notebook. Chapter 9. What was deliberately removed the sixth day of the full survey produced the finding he'd been building toward. He was working the valley's northern end, where the historical void signature was most complex, layered, which meant multiple periods of occupation rather than one sustained period. When his perception caught the specific quality of intentional removal, not erasure, he'd identified the erasure in the first 3 days. This was something left behind after the erasure. The ghost of something the eraser had not known existed or had not been able to reach. He pressed into it carefully. The void had depth in 2 directions. The first direction was downward. The foundation void he'd been mapping, the dimensional cultivation practice of whoever had been here. He'd been reading this for 6 days and had a complete picture. A void cultivator had used this valley as the anchor point for a substantial dimensional space, probably over a period of 20 to 30 years, and had then removed the space and erased the site. The second direction was structural. There were formation lines in the substrate, not active, not charged, but present. The kind of formation lines that remained after a cultivation framework was dissolved rather than destroyed. Dissolution left echoes. Destruction left nothing. The void cultivator before him had dissolved their work, which meant they had dissolved it carefully, which meant they had cared about how it came apart. He sat with the second direction for a long time. The formation lines were the framework of a dimensional foundation, not the same design as his own work. The lines had a different orientation, a different underlying logic. He could read it the way he could read any formation, by understanding what the builder was trying to achieve. The previous cultivator had been trying to achieve something that was not in any standard dimensional construction methodology he knew. They had been trying to build a dimension that couldn't be claimed. Not hidden. He understood hidden dimensions. He'd built one. This was different. The formation logic wasn't about concealment. It was about ownership, the specific architectural choices that made a dimension non-transferable, non-registrable, impossible to assign governance to anyone other than the builder. A dimension that existed outside the sect charter system, outside the cultivation authority's registration framework. A dimension that was, legally and institutionally, not a thing that could be owned or claimed by anyone except the person who built it. And it had worked. And someone had made them take it apart anyway. He sat in the northern end of the valley and felt the dissolved formation lines in the substrate and thought about what it meant that he was sitting in the ruins of a void cultivator's attempt to build something unclaimed. He thought about xianxia, who had engineered the transfer of his own dimension through manufactured necessity. He thought about 200 years. He thought, whoever you were, someone found a way to force you to give it up. The fact that you dissolved rather than destroyed it means you thought someone might rebuild here someday. He thought, that's the difference between erasure and dissolution. He pressed his palm against the valley floor. He said, quietly, to the void in the substrate, I'm going to understand what you were building before I build anything. That's the difference between respect and assumption. The void was present in the way old places were present. It did not answer, but it did not resist. He began the work. Chapter 10. Void seed. 2 weeks after arriving in the valley, Shinmurong planted the seed. Not immediately. He spent 5 more days after the structural discovery mapping the dissolved formation lines, understanding the previous cultivator's design logic, reading the direction the original work had been pointing. The previous builder had developed a methodology for non-claimable dimensional space that was architecturally sophisticated in a way that standard dimensional theory hadn't reached yet. He was learning it by reading the ruins of its dissolution, which was like learning to play an instrument by reading a detailed account of someone taking one apart. He learned what he could. He noted where the methodology exceeded what he currently understood, which was most of it. He filed those areas for later study. On the 14th day, he identified the correct point. It was not the center of the foundation void. That would have been the obvious choice, and the obvious choice was not always correct. The correct point was offset, slightly, toward the valley's eastern edge, where the substrate's natural formation gap aligned with the dissolved framework's primary anchoring node. The two absences, historical and geological, converged at that point in a way that made it the right place to begin. He stood at the point and breathed. He reached into his cultivation reserves, minimal, damaged, rebuilding. He had not performed any significant manifestation since the transfer. His reserve level was approximately what he'd had at 20 years old, before his first major dimensional work. He was, in the specific way that mattered, starting from the beginning. But he was starting from the beginning with 40 years of understanding what he was beginning. He reached into the convergence point and felt both absences, the geological gap and the historical foundation void, and he held what he understood them to be. He held the geological gap's specific shape, the formation fault running through the mountain substrate. He held the historical void's character, the dissolved architecture of someone's careful non-claimable framework. He held the residue from his first dimension that he'd been carrying since the transfer, the accumulated memory of 40 years of 12,000 people's lives. He asked, "What does this place need to become?" The void answered the way voids answered, not in words, not in directed impression, but in the specific quality of absence that had a shape. The shape said, something that knows it came from loss, something that doesn't pretend to be what it was before. He pressed his cultivation reserves into the convergence point and manifested the seed. A void seed was not visible. It did not pulse or glow or produce spiritual light. What it produced was subtler, a deepening. The ground under his palm became, in the moment of the seed's manifestation, slightly more present, slightly more itself, the specific quality of a space that has received the intention of what it should become. He felt it take root. He also felt the cost. His already minimal reserves dropped to a level that made his hands cold and his vision narrow at the edges for approximately 30 seconds. He sat down where he was, on the valley floor at the convergence point, and breathed through the depletion until his perception restabilized. When he looked up, Rue Linen was standing 20 feet away, notebook open, watching. She had come back every day for 2 weeks. He had given her the basic void perception exercises, the same foundation work he was doing himself, adapted for an untrained student, and she had been doing them in her observation space while he worked. He had not watched her closely enough to realize how quickly she was progressing. She was watching the seed's location with the specific quality of someone whose void perception was reading something real. He said, "What do you feel?" She said, "The ground changed." Not physically. It changed in the way that something that was about to happen decided what it was going to be. She looked at him. "Did you do that?" "I planted a void seed," he said. "It's the first stage of dimensional construction. From this point, the space will begin developing. Not the way a standard dimension develops, through deliberate construction, but through the void's own process. I'll guide it, but the underlying direction is the void's own. The result will be shaped by what the absence was before I arrived." She looked at the location where the seed was. She said, "It's darker than I expected." He said, "Yes." He thought about the previous builder who had dissolved rather than destroyed. He thought about the specific quality of a space built from loss. He thought about what darker meant when a void perceiver said it about a dimensional foundation. He thought, darker isn't worse. Darker means it knows what it came from. He said, "Come back tomorrow. We'll begin the next exercise." She wrote something in her notebook, not about the seed, he thought, but about the darker quality, the quality she'd noticed and named before he had. He filed that observation. He thought, the right void finds the right observer. He thought, she's going to be faster at this than I was. If you've made it this far, you already know this story is different. Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so you don't miss what happens when the new dimension starts taking its own shape. Like the video if you're curious about the darker space. We're just getting started. Chapter 11. The Magistrate by Suchin arrived in the mountain district on a Tuesday in a plain gray traveling robe, with a survey kit strapped to her back and the expression of someone who had been given a name and a location and had arranged the rest of the meeting herself. She found Shinmurong in the valley on his 3rd week of work. "Elder Tan Haowei sent a letter," she said, without introduction. She was in her mid-40s, with the specific physicality of someone who spent significant time in outdoor survey conditions, practical, weathered, moving through the valley's terrain with the automatic ease of someone who did this regularly. He described your work in terms that were accurate about the location and careful about the specifics. Careful usually means the specifics are significant. They are, Shinmurong said. Walk me through it. He gave her the full survey, not edited for institutional palatability. She was the cultivation authority's representative, and she was going to read the site herself anyway. And the difference between briefing someone accurately and managing their reaction was the difference between creating a useful ally and creating an administrator who had been given incomplete information and would eventually find out. She listened. She surveyed. She took measurements with the specific instruments that the cultivation authority issued for formation assessment, standardized tools that created official records. When she was done, she sat on the same rock formation where Rue Linen had been sitting on the first day and looked at the valley. She said, "This formation type was documented 200 years ago by a theorist who said it was the correct way to build a dimension and who was ignored by every cultivation institution of her time." Shinmurong looked at her. Her name was Su Chenlon. I said, "I've read her archive. It's classified, not publicly accessible, but not destroyed. The cultivation authority classifies things it disagrees with before destroying them. When I was assigned to this district 3 years ago, I requested access to the Dimensional Formation Archive and found it. Su Chenlon's documentation includes a methodology for void cultivation that matches the substrate formation signature I'm reading in this valley." She looked at him. "Where did you find the methodology?" He considered the question. He said, "I didn't. I've been practicing void cultivation since I was young. I learned it from the space itself, from reading what was absent and understanding what should be there. I've never seen the archive you're describing." I looked at him for a long moment. "You developed Su Chenlon's methodology independently." "If her methodology is what I've been practicing for 40 years, yes." She was quiet. He said, "Why was she classified rather than discredited?" "Because discrediting requires engaging with the work," I said. "Classification requires only filing it under a category that restricts access." Her documentation was classified as theoretically interesting but practically unvalidated, and the category for that is administrative archive rather than published literature. She paused. She submitted the dimensional residence rights doctrine alongside her cultivation methodology, and the doctrine was the part that the authority specifically did not want published. The methodology was classified to remove it from context. Shinmurong sat with this. He said, "You'll need to see what I've planted to make a full assessment." "I know." She picked up her survey kit. "I'll return in a week. Bring me documentation of the void seeds development." She started for the valley's entrance, then stopped. "I'm going to file my initial assessment as natural formation activity and provide observational licensing coverage for the construction. This gives you institutional standing without endorsement." She paused. "I'm doing this because Su Chenlon's work should have been validated 200 years ago and wasn't, and you're working in a methodology that has been systematically excluded from the institutional record. That's a void I'm in a position to address." She looked at him. "I wanted you to know the reason." He said, "Thank you for saying it directly." She left. He turned back to the valley and thought about Su Chenlon, who had been classified rather than discredited, and about 200 years of void cultivation developing in isolation because the institution that should have documented it had filed it out of existence. He thought about what a void cultivator would make of that, the specific void of a practice that should have been known and wasn't. He thought, "That's the second void I've found in this valley." He picked up his survey notes and returned to work. Chapter 12. 2 Watchers. The formation specialist from Grand Elder Yao's inner circle arrived 3 days after Bai Suqin departed. He did not come from the sect compound. He came from the eastern road, the direction that implied he had been stationed somewhere in the district rather than recently dispatched, which meant Yao had people in the area already, which meant Yao had been anticipating the site survey work rather than responding to news of it. Shinmurong noted this and continued the void perception exercises. The formation specialist was perhaps 30 years old, with the specific cultivation quality of someone trained by an institution that valued breadth over depth. He could read multiple formation types competently without being exceptional at any of them. He introduced himself as sect scholar Rinboyo, conducting regional formation research, which was technically not a lie in the same way that most institutional cover wasn't technically a lie. He produced documentation. The documentation was official. "I'm surveying geological formation activity in the mountain district," Rinboyo said. He was standing at the valley's entrance. He had not come in, which either meant courtesy or meant he was reading the site from outside. "This location has been generating an anomalous spiritual signature. Magistrate Bai Suqin's assessment classified it as natural formation activity," Shinmurong said. "You'll find her report in the Cultivation Authority Registry." "I've read the magistrate's report." Rinboyo looked at the valley. His perception was extended toward it. Shun Murong could feel the reach, the specific texture of someone performing a spatial read. It describes natural formation condensation. The signature I'm reading suggests something different. What are you reading? Rinboyo paused. He was, Shin Murong recognized, doing something that trained formation specialists did when confronted with a void signature, trying to match it to a known formation type and failing. The void's character, the absence quality that made void cultivation distinct, didn't match standard dimensional construction signatures. It also didn't match natural geological formations. It matched nothing in standard classification because the tradition that would have classified it had been in an administrative archive for 200 years. He said, I'm reading a formation type I don't have a classification for. That's consistent with the magistrate's assessment, Shin Murong said. Natural formation activity in this substrate produces anomalous signatures. The geological gap in the rock face concentrates the formation energy in ways that don't match standard survey tools. Magistrate documented the specific mechanism. He paused. If you have questions about her methodology, she's the correct resource. Rinboyo looked at him for a moment. The look was reading, not hostile. He was, underneath the institutional assignment, a genuinely curious formation scholar, and he was encountering something that didn't fit his framework, and his instinct was to understand it. Shin Murong recognized this instinct because it was his own instinct. He felt a specific sympathy for the scholar, which he noted and set aside. I'll review the magistrate's documentation, Rinboyo said. Thank you for your time. He left. Shin Murong watched him go and thought, Yao sent someone to understand, not to disrupt. That was interesting. Yao was a man who preferred to know a thing before he moved on it, and he was currently in a position where he knew a void cultivator was building something in his district, and he did not know the methodology or the trajectory. His formation specialist had just confirmed that the signature was unclassifiable. That would make Yao more interested, not less. He thought, the response to being watched is to make the watching unproductive, not to stop the work. That's the difference between managing surveillance and being managed by it. He returned to the valley and continued the seed's development assessment. Chapter 13. What the sect can use. Rue Linen brought a problem to the valley on the 14th day of her observations. She arrived with her notebook and the void perception exercises she'd been practicing, but her attention was wrong. Not distracted, precisely, but divided. She went through the first exercise with the specific quality of someone doing two things simultaneously, and on the third exercise she stopped and looked at the valley floor for a moment. Then she said, I'm going to be reassigned. He looked up. The sect has a new cultivation survey project in the Eastern Territories. They want outer disciples with spatial sensitivity for terrain assessment. She was matter-of-fact, the way she was matter-of-fact about most things. The assignment is for 3 months. Elderton authorized it yesterday. She paused. I thought you should know. He considered this. The reassignment was not accidental. Outer disciples were assigned to survey projects regularly. It was standard sect training. But the timing, 3 weeks after Rue Linen had started appearing in the valley, after Yao's formation specialist had surveyed the site, suggested either coincidence or Yao's network had identified the girl who was spending her free time observing an independent void cultivator's work and decided she would be more useful in the Eastern Territories. He said, when does it start? 3 weeks. He thought about 3 weeks. He thought about Rue Linen's void route, undeveloped and unrecognized, and the rate at which she had been progressing through the foundation exercises. He thought about what 3 months of standard terrain survey work would do to a natural void perceiver who had no framework for her sensitivity. He said, before you go, I want to complete the foundation sequence with you. It will take 2 weeks of daily work. He paused. The foundation sequence will give you a conceptual structure for what you're perceiving. You'll still be reassigned. I can't change that. But when you come back, you'll understand what you've been feeling. She looked at him. You're giving me the methodology. I'm giving you the part of the methodology that will prevent you from losing what you've been developing. He picked up his survey notes. The Eastern Territory survey won't hurt you unless your perception is running without a framework. With the foundation sequence, you'll be able to manage what you feel without it disrupting your other work. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, is there something wrong with the timing of the reassignment? You made a face. He had not made a face. Or he had made a face, and she had been observing him long enough to notice it. He said, I believe the timing is not accidental. I believe the sect's network identified your work in this valley and concluded you were more useful deployed elsewhere. He paused. I'm telling you this because you should understand the shape of the situation rather than being managed by it without knowing. That's the difference between information and management. She wrote something in her notebook. He said, what are you writing? That you tell me things because you think I should know them, she said. Not because it benefits you. I'm noting it because it's unusual. She closed the notebook. The foundation sequence. What do we do first? Chapter 14. The first dimension's direction. The first dimension reached for him on a Tuesday morning. He was in the valley, 3 weeks into the seed's development, running the void perception exercises. The seed had produced its first visible manifestation, a ring of vegetation around the planting point, 14 days ahead of Su Chenlan's documented schedule, and he was documenting the growth patterns when his void perception caught a signal from the wrong direction. The signal was coming from the dimension he had given away. He stopped the exercise immediately. He reached back toward the signal with the careful precision of someone who understood that reaching toward a formation that was not his to govern was both invasive and potentially harmful. The signal was not a message. It was not the spatial impression communication that advanced dimensional formations sometimes produced. It was the specific quality of the residue he'd been carrying since the transfer, the 40 years of habitation memory, and it was resonating with something. He extended his perception toward the first dimension's location, 400 miles away, which was beyond his current operational range, and felt the edge of what he could reach. Not the interior, not the formations inside, just the outer boundary's signature, the faint echo that any large dimension produced in its surrounding spiritual environment. The signature was thinner than it had been at transfer. He sat with this for a long time. He thought, they've been extracting the reserves. He'd suspected this from the moment Yao had performed the transfer ceremony with the specific efficiency of someone who had been waiting for it. A dimension's accumulated spiritual reserves, 40 years of developed ecology, refined formations, cultivated territory, could be extracted and converted to personal cultivation resources by a sufficiently capable governance holder. It was not illegal. It was not unusual. It was the primary reason powerful sects wanted access to dimensional resources. He thought, 12,000 people are living in a space that is being consumed around them. He thought, I gave them a home and someone is harvesting it. He pressed his perception as far toward the first dimension as his current tier could manage. Not far enough. He was at void perceiver, rebuilding. The distance was too great and his range too limited. He felt only the boundary's outer echo, and the echo was thin. He noted this in his catalog. He thought, knowing doesn't fix it. But knowing is the first material. That's the difference between information and the beginning of a response. He returned to the seed's development documentation and worked through the morning. In the afternoon, he drafted a letter to Elder Tan Howei. He described what he'd felt, the boundary signature, the thinning, the rate at which the thinning was happening based on the signature's quality. And he said, send me whatever your people inside can observe. Not everything. The specific observations that would indicate reserve depletion, soil quality in the agricultural zones, water system clarity in the river territories, atmospheric formation density in the weather zones. These were the ecologies that responded first to underlying reserve extraction. He sent the letter. He went back to the valley and looked at the seed's ring of growing vegetation, which was darker than outer world growth, denser, drawing from the historical void's depth in a way that standard ecology didn't produce. He thought, the first dimension is being harvested. The second one is growing from what the first one left. He thought, that's not coincidence. That's the shape of the thing. Chapter 15, Chao Jiangming. The apprentice arrived without announcement on the 17th day. He was 28 years old, which was approximately how old Shin Murong had been when he had taken him on as a cultivation student, 12 years ago now, a period that felt much longer. Chao Jiangming had been his best student in the standard sense, technically excellent, procedurally reliable, capable of following complex cultivation sequences without error. He had stayed in contact after the formal apprenticeship ended, and 3 years ago Shin Murong had started receiving his correspondence from addresses associated with the Hollow Mountain sect. He had understood then what had been happening. Chao Jiangming had made himself available to Yao Tianji. He arrived at the valley's entrance with the careful walk of someone who had been instructed to be unobtrusive and was doing their best, and when Shin Murong acknowledged him, he produced the cultivated smile he'd always had, genuine warmth over institutional purpose, which was, Shin Murong had always found, the most effective combination. He said, Master Shun. Chao Jiangming. Shin Murong looked at him. Who sent you? The smile shifted slightly. Grand Elder Yao requested a consultation about the transferred dimensions integration. The formation is stable, but the interior is behaving unexpectedly. The management team needs guidance from the original builder. I gave the dimension away, Shin Murong said. It's Yao's to manage. The original formation architecture has certain features that aren't documented in the transfer documentation. The management team can't work around them without the builder's knowledge. Chao paused. There are 12,000 people living inside. Their quality of life is affected by the management difficulties. Shin Murong read the void in what Chao was saying. The management team had encountered specific things in the dimensions architecture that they couldn't exploit without understanding how they worked. The documentation he'd provided at transfer had been accurate, but not comprehensive. 40 years of work couldn't be fully documented, and the undocumented pieces were, by nature, the most developed and the most complex. Yao wanted those pieces. Chao had been sent to obtain them. The 12,000 people were not a shield. They were a lever. The management team's difficulties were the difficulties of extraction, and the extraction was affecting the inhabitants, and Chao was using that fact because he knew Shun Murong would respond to it. He said, "May I make an observation?" Chao looked at him. "You know why I'm here," Shun Murong said. "You know what the first dimension was, and what the transfer cost. And you're here on Yao's behalf using the inhabitants as the argument for my cooperation because you know I care about them." He paused. "I'm not criticizing you. I'm telling you what I'm reading so that we can have a useful conversation rather than a managed one. That's the difference between consultation and extraction." Chao was quiet for a moment. He said, "The extraction is happening. I'm not going to pretend it isn't. Yao has been drawing down the accumulated reserves since the transfer." He said this with the quality of someone who had been carrying the statement for weeks and had found the moment to set it down. The inhabitants feel it as a degradation of their environment. The agricultural zones are thinning. The water clarity is dropping. He met Shin Murong's gaze. "I told you because you should know. I don't know what you can do about it from outside." Shin Murong sat with this confirmation of what he'd already felt at the boundary. He said, "You told me voluntarily." "Yes. That's different from what Yao sent you here to do." "Yes." Chao folded his hands. "I will tell Yao that the consultation produced limited results. The technical questions I was sent with, I'll tell him the architecture questions require on-site assessment." He paused. "I'm not going to work against him, but I'm not going to work against you either." He said, "What do you want in exchange for telling me?" Chao looked at him. "I want to know what you're building. Not to report to Yao. I want to know for myself. I've worked with dimensional construction for 12 years, and I've never seen a foundation signature like this valley produces." He gestured toward the seed's development ring, visible from the entrance. "That's not standard dimensional work. That's something else." Shin Murong thought about Chao Jiangming, who had been an excellent technical student and had made a politically practical choice and was now standing at the entrance to a valley with a void seed in it, being more honest than his assignment required. He said, "Come in. I'll show you what I can." They walked into the valley, and Shin Murong explained the historical void, the dissolved framework of the previous cultivator, and the foundation methodology, not the full Su Chenlong theory, which he would not explain to someone who had not earned the context, but the specific logic of building from absence rather than from presence. Chao listened with the quality of a good student encountering something that reorganized their existing understanding. When Shun Murong finished, Chao said, "The first dimension was built from presence. The second one is built from absence." "Yes. That's why it feels different." "Yes." Chao stood at the seed's development ring and looked at the darker vegetation, the plants that were drawing from historical void rather than standard soil chemistry, and said, "If the first dimension fails under Yao's extraction, the people inside need somewhere to go." "Yes," Shin Murong said. "Is that what this is for?" He said, "This is for whatever it becomes. That's the difference between a plan and a foundation." Chao left that evening. He did not say what he would tell Yao. Shin Murong did not ask. Some voids filled themselves in time. Chapter 16. What the first dimension has left. Elder Tan Haoi's response arrived 10 days after Shun Murong's letter, which was 3 days faster than expected, which meant Tan Haoi had asked the questions immediately rather than waiting for a natural reporting interval. The response was 4 pages in Tan Haoi's specific handwriting, precise, unhurried, the kind of writing that said the writer had sat with each sentence before committing to it. The agricultural zone in the first dimension's central territory was producing 17% less yield than the same season the previous year. The reduction was uniform across the zone, not concentrated in specific plots, which meant it was not a soil-level problem. It was a spiritual energy problem, the distributed thinning that happened when the underlying reserve level dropped below a certain threshold. The water clarity in the river system, which Shun Murong had spent 3 years engineering in his second decade of the dimension's development, had decreased measurably. Not dangerously, measurably. The atmospheric formation density was within normal parameters, but trending toward the lower bound. This was the slowest indicator to change, which meant if it was already trending, it had been trending for months. Tan Haoi's conclusion, written in the same careful hand. Based on these observations and my understanding of the dimension's original architecture, I estimate the current extraction rate would produce critical degradation in the main ecological zones within 14 months. I do not know if this estimate is accurate. You designed this space. You know what the systems can sustain. Murong read the letter twice. He thought, 14 months. He thought, this is not abstract. There are specific people in the central agricultural zone who have been farming those plots for 20 years, and in 14 months they will notice their harvests failing and not know why. He thought about Yao Tianji, who had arranged a crisis that made the transfer the only moral option, and who was now harvesting the transfer's product at a rate calculated to maximize extraction before anyone could stop him. He wrote back to Tan Haowei, your estimate is approximately correct. The critical threshold for the agricultural zone is at reserve level 40% below current. The water system will begin visible degradation 4 months after that. I am going to need documentation of the extraction rate, not the ecological indicators, the actual cultivation activity records. This requires access to the sect's spiritual energy registry. I know this is difficult to obtain. I'm asking because without the extraction rate, I cannot calculate the precise timeline, and without the precise timeline, I cannot plan the response. He sent the letter. He went back to the valley and looked at the void seed's development ring. The plants growing at the ring's edge were chest-high now. 23 days of growth and they were already chest-high, which was not the rate outer world vegetation grew at. They were drawing from the historical void's deep reserves, centuries of accumulated spiritual energy in the substrate, the product of the previous builder's work pressing into the valley floor, and the growth reflected that depth. He stood at the ring's edge and thought about 2 dimensions, one being consumed, one growing. He thought, the second one is growing faster because the first one's loss made it possible. That's not comfort. That's just the shape of what's happening. He wrote in his cultivation catalog, the first dimension's timeline is 14 months to critical degradation. The second dimension's void seed has been developing for 23 days and is ahead of all projected schedules. The relationship between these 2 facts is not causal, but it is real. Chapter 17. The foundation sequence Rue Linen had 13 days before her reassignment. They worked through the foundation sequence at a rate that Shen Murong had not attempted with a student before. 3 hours of exercises in the morning, 2 hours of specific technique work in the afternoon, 2 more hours of applied reading in the evening. He had designed the sequence for a student who would have months, not days. He adapted it as they went, cutting the theory to minimum and focusing on the practical exercises that produced the experiential understanding theory couldn't transmit. She was faster than he had expected. On the 3rd day, she completed the second foundation exercise correctly on the first attempt. This exercise had taken Shen Murong 3 weeks at her starting level. He had been without guidance, which accounted for some of the difference, but not all. Her void root was not just present. It had been developing naturally from 16 years of unstructured sensitivity. She had been doing the exercises without knowing they were exercises. He was giving her the framework for something she had already been building. On the 6th day, she identified the valley's 3rd buried void, a structural echo he had not found in 3 weeks of survey work. He stopped when she pointed to it. Here, she said. She was standing at the valley's southwestern edge, 12 feet from the ring's current perimeter. She pressed her perception into the substrate with the specific quality that was beginning to become characteristic of her work, not reaching, but waiting, the way you waited for a sound to become clear. It's different from the foundation void. Smaller, more recent. She paused. It's the shape of something that was planted and then pulled out before it could grow. He read the same location. She was right. The void was the ghost of a void seed. Someone had planted a second seed in this valley. Not the original builder, the timeline was wrong, and then removed it. The removal was recent, within the past 20 years. The removal had been done cleanly, with genuine skill, which meant the person who removed it knew what they were doing. The removal signature said, someone had planted this seed intending to build, and then decided not to, and had removed their work with the care of someone who understood that incomplete dimensional foundations created hazards. He said, can you describe what you're reading? She described it. Her description was accurate in every detail. Her vocabulary was inexact. She didn't have the technical terms yet, but the underlying perception was precise. He had been working with this substrate for 3 weeks and had missed the 3rd buried void because he had not been looking for seed removal signatures. She had found it without being told what to look for. He said, someone was here before me. Within the past 20 years, they planted a void seed and decided against it and removed their work. He paused. I don't know who. I don't know why. She wrote in her notebook. Does it affect your foundation? It changes the substrate slightly. Void seed removal leaves a specific impression. My foundation void overlaps partially with the removal site. I need to survey the interaction. He looked at her. You found something I missed. That's useful information. That's also the difference between a student and a collaborator. She looked at him, assessing the word. He said, you leave in 12 days. When you come back, The foundation will be further along and the exercises will be more complex. If you continue the foundation sequence on your own, and I'll give you the written framework before you leave, you may be able to work at intermediate level by the time you return. He paused. I'm asking you to keep the void root information private. Not because it's shameful, but because a natural void resonance is the kind of thing that institutions try to direct before they understand it. The direction usually damages the development, she said, like the cultivation teachers who told me I had no applicable structure. Yes. She wrote something. I'll be careful. She looked at the third void. Can we survey the interaction today? Chapter 18. The Grand Elders visit. Grand Elder Yao Tianji came to the valley personally on the 28th day of the seed's development. He did not bring an escort. He came alone, on foot, which meant he had been planning this visit for long enough that he didn't want a record of it in the sect's movement logs. He arrived at midday when the mountain light was flat and the void seed's ring vegetation was visible from the valley entrance as a dense circle of unusual growth. He stood at the entrance for some time before speaking. He said, "You're building on historical void." Shen Murong had not been expecting this opener. He had expected institutional framing, institutional pressure, the performance of a man exercising legitimate authority, not an accurate technical assessment. He said, "Yes, that's extremely dangerous," Yao said. He had moved closer to the ring, not inside it, reading the vegetation. Historical voids are unstable over long development periods. Whatever was here before, and something substantial was here, I can feel the dissolution's echo. It dissolved rather than degraded, which means it was removed intentionally, which means someone built here and then decided the foundation was wrong. Shen Murong looked at him. "You know about void cultivation," he said. It was not a question. Yao's analysis was not the analysis of someone who had studied formation types academically. It was the analysis of someone who understood void signature distinctions from experience, which meant either Yao had trained in void cultivation at some point, or he had studied it closely enough to read it accurately. Neither possibility was something Shen Murong had anticipated. Yao said, "I know enough to tell you that building on a historical void that was deliberately dissolved is building on someone else's decision. Whatever they decided, to abandon the site, to avoid the foundation, to remove the work before someone else could use it, that decision is now part of your foundation." He looked at Shen Murong. "If you understood what decision they made and why, you might be building correctly. If you don't understand it, you might be building in the same direction they abandoned." He said, "You're warning me. I'm making an observation." Yao's tone was the specific neutrality of someone separating an observation from its context. What I do with the observation is separate from the observation itself. The observation is accurate. Your foundation has an inherited problem that you may not have fully characterized. Shen Murong stood with this. He said, "May I make an observation?" Yao waited. "You engineered the conditions that made the transfer necessary," he said. "The formation failure was managed rather than organic. You arranged a crisis and allowed 12,000 people to be in danger and then allowed me to save them with the specific resource you wanted." He said it without heat, a statement of the situation's shape. "I know this. You know I know this. And now you're standing at the entrance to my new work and giving me an accurate technical warning." He paused. "The warning is real. I believe that. But the combination of those two things, the extraction of my first work and the genuine warning about my second, is a specific shape. The shape is someone who wants the second dimension and understands that taking it requires a different approach than taking the first one." Yao was quiet for a moment. He said, "You're more direct than I expected. Dangerous for the person who tries to take it before it's ready," Shen Murong said. "That's what I told you last time. I'll add the rest. I know the third buried void now. I know a void seed was planted and removed within the past 20 years. I don't know if that was you." He looked at Yao. "If it was, the reason you removed it is information I need to complete my survey. That would be a useful thing for you to give me in exchange for having taken my first dimension." Yao looked at the ring's vegetation. He said, "It was not me." He paused. "But I know who it was, and I know why they removed it." He turned to leave. "I'll think about whether to tell you. That's the difference between what I owe you and what I choose to give." He walked back toward the valley entrance. He left. Shen Murong stood in the ring's shadow and thought about what Yao Tianji had just done. Come to his site, given him accurate technical information, confirmed knowledge of the third void's origin, and then left without either threatening him or making an offer. The shape was not what he had expected. He filed it carefully. He thought, "The most dangerous kind of opponent is the kind who occasionally tells you the truth." Chapter 19. Growth against schedule at 30 days. The void seed's ring vegetation was head height. This was not in any documented parameter for void dimensional construction. Shen Morong had read Su Qianlan's methodology notes through by Su Qin's summaries, and Su Qianlan's own foundation sequences had produced vegetation growth at approximately one-third this rate. The accelerated development was a product of the historical void's depth, centuries of accumulated spiritual energy pressing into the new seed, and the dissolved framework's structural influence, which was guiding the growth in directions that plain historical void wouldn't have produced. He documented the growth rates. He documented the vegetation types, most of which were still unclassifiable by outer world botanical standards, the resurgent species of the erased previous habitation. He documented the atmospheric effect, which had developed into a stable microclimate over the valley floor. Temperature, humidity, and light quality subtly different from the surrounding mountain range, produced by the void seed's interaction with the geological substrate. Magistrate by returned for her second scheduled survey. She surveyed in silence, with instruments and her own spatial perception running simultaneously, for approximately 2 hours. When she was done, she sat down on the rock formation and looked at the documentation Shen Morong handed her. She said, "This is 3 times the standard development rate." "Yes. What's producing it?" He explained the historical void's contribution, the dissolved framework's structural influence, and the residue he was carrying from the first dimension's transfer. He did not explain the third buried void or Yao Tianji's visit. She was an institutional observer with genuine integrity, but her institutional observation would eventually produce institutional records, and institutional records were not private. She said, "The accelerated rate creates a legal question. Standard dimensional formation licensing assumes development timelines that allow for phased assessment. If this dimension reaches formal threshold ahead of schedule, you'll need registration documentation before the provincial authority expects to receive it." She paused. "I can accelerate the assessment schedule if you want institutional preparation time." "How much time do you need?" "To complete my assessment properly, 2 more visits, 40 days apart, with full documentation at each interval. After that, I can file a formation assessment that would support a registration claim." She looked at the ring. "If the development continues at this rate, you'll have a registrable space in approximately 8 months. Standard timeline would be 3 years." He thought about 8 months. He thought about Tan Haoei's 14-month estimate for the first dimension's critical degradation. He thought about Rui Linen, who had been reassigned to the Eastern Territories with 13 days' notice, and would return to find the foundation substantially developed. He said, "Accelerate the assessment schedule. I'll return in 40 days. I stood and picked up her survey kit. She looked at him for a moment. The Su Qianlan archive contains a formation case study about a dimension built on a historical void in the western provinces. The builder reached registration threshold in 9 months. The sect that tried to claim it afterward argued the timeline was evidence of instability." She paused. "I'm telling you so you have time to prepare your counter-documentation. 8 months of accelerated growth is not instability. It's correct development on an atypical foundation. But you'll need to demonstrate the difference." He said, "Thank you for the warning." She said, "I'm doing the job correctly. That's the difference between oversight and obstruction." She left. He looked at the ring and thought about 8 months, and Yao's knowledge of the third void, and 12,000 people in a dimension that had 14 months until critical ecological degradation. He thought about everything converging on the same window of time. He thought, either the timing is controlled or it isn't. If it's controlled, I need to understand who's controlling it. If it isn't, I need to work with the shape it's producing. He sat down in the valley and extended his void perception and read the foundation's development. What he read was consistent, accelerated, and pointed towards something he did not yet fully understand. He sat with the not knowing and found it, as he always found it, the correct starting position. You could not fill a void you didn't understand. Understanding what was absent was the work, and the work had not yet shown him its full shape. He continued. Chapter 20. The shape of what's coming on the 36th day. The seed completed its first phase development. He knew it the same way he knew all dimensional thresholds, not through measurement, but through the specific quality of something arriving. The void seed had been developing for 5 weeks and had reached the point where the absence it represented had transformed into the presence of what the absence was going to become. The historical void had accepted the seed. The foundation was set. He stood at the ring's center and felt the specific quality of the space above him. It was different from the outer world. Not dramatically. An observer standing in the valley would not have noticed anything unusual about the air above the ring. But to his void perception, the space had depth. Not the depth of a fully realized dimension. That was years of development away. The depth of a beginning. The specific presence of a space that knew what it was going to become and had begun becoming it. He wrote in his catalog, Foundation set, 36th day. Historical void and dissolved framework integrated into primary structure. Development rate triple, standard parameters. Magistrate by Suchin assessment scheduled. Registration claim possible in approximately 8 months. He looked at the entry and then wrote below it. Note, the second dimension feels like the first one did in year 3. Except the first one was built on open territory with careful plans. This one is built on loss and dissolution and the memory of 12,000 people's lives. The substrate is different. The direction it is growing is different. He closed the catalog. That evening, a courier from the Hollow Mountain sect arrived with a message that was not from Tan Haowei. The seal was Yao Tianji's personal mark. The message was 3 lines. It said, the person who planted and removed the third void seed was a cultivator named Su Linwei. She was the daughter of the theorist whose archive you've been working with. She found the valley 22 years ago, planted a foundation, and removed it after 6 months. I know where she is. If you want to know why she removed it, she is available to answer that question. She asked me to give you her location when you were ready to ask. He read the message twice. He thought, Yao Tianji is giving me information. Not as an act of generosity. He is giving me information because he wants something in exchange, and what he wants is positioned far enough along the chain of events that he can afford to be generous now. He thought, Su Linwei, the theorist's daughter, planted a seed in this valley 22 years ago and removed it. She did not abandon void cultivation. She moved her work, which meant she had a reason to leave this specific foundation, not void cultivation itself. He thought, knowing the reason she left might tell me what the foundation is pointing toward. And she has been waiting for 22 years for someone to be ready to ask. He looked at the message in the dying light. He thought, the shape of what's coming is clearer than it was yesterday. That's the difference between a beginning and an opening. He put the message in his catalog and began planning for the next phase. Chapter 21. What Su Linwei left behind. Shen Murong found Su Linwei 3 days after receiving Yao's message. She was not hard to find. The location Yao had provided was a small botanical research compound in the district's southern foothills, a private property, unaffiliated, the kind of place that a person established when they wanted to work without institutional affiliation and had the resources to sustain that choice. The compound's outer walls were maintained without being decorated. A functional person's functional space. She came to the gate when he knocked. She was 61 years old, which placed her birth approximately 20 years after her mother, Su Chenlan, the classified theorist, had finished the archive that was currently sitting in the Cultivation Authority's restricted section. She had her mother's documentation habits, visible in the way she looked at him, filing, cataloging, noting what was present before responding to it. She said, "You're the one who planted in the valley." "Yes." "Good." She stepped back from the gate. "Come in." Her research compound had the specific quality of a space built by a void perceiver who understood their own practice. Nothing unnecessary, everything correctly placed, the specific absence of clutter that produced clarity rather than emptiness. She had been doing void cultivation research for 30 years. The compound reflected 30 years of practiced discernment. She poured tea without ceremony and sat across from him and said, "I'll tell you why I removed the seed. And then you'll tell me what you found in the valley, because Yao's message said you found the third void, and what you found there will tell me something I've been trying to understand for 22 years. He said, "You first." She said, "I planted in the valley because the historical void's depth was extraordinary. Centuries of accumulated void cultivation work, the best foundation I had ever found. I planted the seed and I developed it for 6 months, and then I removed it because I understood what the historical void was pointing toward." She paused. My mother's methodology documented the void cultivation practice. What her archive doesn't fully explain, what she understood but chose not to include, because she was afraid it would be classified even more aggressively, is the destination. Void cultivation, at sufficient development, builds towards something specific. She looked at him. The valley's historical void is pointed at a non-claimable dimension, not just a dimension that is hard to claim. Architecturally impossible to claim. Built into the structure so deeply that no governance framework, no sect charter, no provincial registration system can establish ownership over it. The previous builder was developing that specific kind of space. The void's dissolution preserved the direction even after the structure was removed. He sat with this. He said, "You removed your seed because you didn't want to build a non-claimable dimension. I removed my seed because I wasn't ready to build a non-claimable dimension," she said. There's a difference. A non-claimable space cannot be protected by institutional frameworks because it doesn't exist within those frameworks. It protects itself through its own architecture. But that means the only thing standing between the dimension and external threats is the dimension's own structural integrity and the builder's cultivation. She looked at him steadily. I was 28 years old and at Space Carver tier. I understood what I was beginning to build before I was capable of protecting it. She paused. Are you capable of protecting it? He thought about what he currently was, Void Perceiver tier, rebuilding. His cultivation reserves a fraction of their former level. The first dimension's reserves being consumed by xianxia at a rate that would produce critical degradation in 13 months. Rue Linen in the Eastern Territories with a void root and no formal training. He said, not yet. Then the question is whether you're building fast enough. She set down her tea. Tell me what you found in the third void. He described the dissolved foundation's structural logic, the non-claimable architecture's specific characteristics, as he had read them in the substrate's echoes. She listened with her head slightly tilted, the way someone listened when they were comparing what they were hearing to a detailed internal record. When he finished, she said, you're reading it correctly. The previous builder understood the methodology at a level that my mother's archive only partially documents. She paused. I want to share my research with you. 22 years of work on the non-claimable dimension methodology. You're going to need it. That's the difference between having the right foundation and knowing what to do with it. He said, I'll share whatever I find in the Valley's development. That seems like the appropriate exchange. She smiled. Not warmly, exactly, but with the satisfaction of someone who had been waiting for the right transaction for a long time. She said, then let's begin. Chapter 22. The empty hand. The resource problem arrived at the 42nd day. Shin Morong had been managing it with the specific attention of someone who was tracking a situation rather than addressing it, because addressing it required options he hadn't yet developed. The void seed's growth was accelerating the foundation's development, which was good. The acceleration was requiring more frequent manifestation work from him, which was good in terms of progress and increasingly concerning in terms of reserves. He had arrived at the district with nothing. The first dimension's transfer had taken not just the dimension structure, but the cultivation resources he had accumulated inside it, the refined spiritual energy, the formation frameworks, the accumulated material wealth of 40 years of independent dimensional economy. He had a rented room, a small amount of outer world currency from his trading work, and his cultivation practice. The cultivation practice, at Void Perceiver tier, could not sustain active manifestation work indefinitely. He needed resources. The options, as he had cataloged them. The sect's resources, which he had declined. Su Linwei's research network, which was knowledge rather than material support. The Cultivation Authority's research grants, which required institutional affiliation he didn't have, or independent commercial arrangement. The commercial arrangement was the one that fit the constraints, independent, non-obligating, based on actual value rather than institutional relationships. He needed to find something the Void Seed's development was producing that had outer world market value. The unusual botanical specimens. He had been documenting them for 6 weeks. 14 species, all of them resurgent historical flora from the valley's erased previous habitation. All of them growing faster than outer world ecology. All of them producing spiritual signatures that standard cultivation botanical guides didn't classify. Cultivation academies paid for unclassified botanical specimens. So did medical cultivation practitioners. So did the Regional Cultivation Authority's Natural Phenomena Archive. He harvested 3 specimens from the ring's outer edge, choosing growth points where the harvest would not interrupt the underlying development, and brought them to the Mountain District's Cultivation Exchange Registry. The registry's assessor examined them for approximately 4 minutes. He said, these are producing cultivation-quality spiritual signatures. Where did you find them? Natural growth in the Southern Foothills Formation area, Shin Morong said. The geological substrate produces unusual botanical conditions. These are the most developed specimens I've seen. The assessor named a price. Shin Morong considered the number and thought about the Void Seed's development rate and how long the ring would continue producing harvestable specimens. He said, I can provide consistent supply for approximately 5 years before the growth cycle moves to a different phase. After that, what I provide will be different species with different characteristics. He paused. I'd like to establish a supply arrangement rather than individual transactions. The assessor sent him to the exchange's merchant liaison office. He left with the beginning of something. Chapter 23. Zhu Wenxin, the merchant who handled unusual botanical specimens from the Mountain District's Cultivation Exchange, was not present in the liaison office when Shin Morong arrived. He was present in the hallway, arguing with a loading clerk about a damaged shipment, and when he finished the argument, he turned and noticed Shin Morong holding the 3 specimens and stopped. He was 43 years old, with the appearance of someone who had spent most of those years on the road between things, weathered, practical, carrying the specific cultivator's awareness of a man who moved through cultivation environments regularly without practicing cultivation himself. His name, when he introduced himself, was Zhu Wenxin. He said, "May I?" He held out his hand for the specimens. Shen Murong gave him one. Zhu Wenxin turned the specimen over, extended whatever spatial sensitivity he had, modest, untrained, but genuine, and went still for a moment. Then he said, "The cultivation signature on this is not outer world standard production. No, it's richer than field cultivation. It's the kind of signature I've seen from dimensional cultivation." He looked up. "You have access to a dimension. I have access to a geological formation that produces unusual ecological conditions," Shen Murong said. "The spiritual signature is a function of the substrate depth. It looks like dimensional cultivation because it draws from the same kind of deep spiritual reserve, but the mechanism is different." This was technically accurate. The historical void's centuries of accumulated energy were not dimensional in the standard sense. They were geological, produced by the dissolved framework's long presence rather than by active dimensional cultivation. Zhu looked at him with the expression of someone who was deciding whether to push the technical point. He decided not to. He said, "The academies will pay significantly for consistent supply of signature quality botanical specimens. The cultivation exchange's standard arrangement is 30% above open market for exclusive supply agreements." He paused. "I can offer better terms and faster payment if you work through me rather than the exchange registry. My network includes 3-tier, 1 cultivation academies, and 5 independent research institutions. Exclusive supply to my network rather than open market. What are your terms?" Zhu outlined them. The numbers were better than the exchange registry's offer, and the payment schedule was faster. The exclusivity requirement meant Shen Murong could not sell to competing buyers, which limited his options but simplified the management. He thought about the Void Seed's development timeline, about 8 months to registrable space, about the resource depletion that was going to become critical before then. He thought about the kind of relationship that a supply arrangement represented. Ongoing, mutually beneficial, building towards something more complex. He said, "I'll agree to exclusive supply for 2 years. After 2 years, the production phase will change, and the exclusivity terms will need to be renegotiated. I want a written arrangement that specifies both the supply terms and the renegotiation trigger." Zhu said, "You've done commercial arrangements before." "The previous arrangement lasted 40 years, Shen Murong said. "I know what the difference is between a good arrangement and one that produces problems. That's the difference between experience and theory." Zhu wrote the terms. Shen Murong reviewed them and made 2 modifications. Zhu accepted both without negotiation, which meant both modifications were within his acceptable range, which meant the original terms had been slightly favorable to his position. Shen Murong noted this as a baseline for future negotiations. The arrangement was signed at the Mountain District's commercial registry at midday. He walked back to the valley with the first payment in his pocket and thought about 5 years of resource supply secured and the 8 months of foundation development ahead, and all the development between now and registrable space. He thought, the Void Seed needed resources, and the valley was providing them. That's how the historical void was designed to work. Support the builder while the builder supports the space. That's the difference between a foundation and an arrangement. Chapter 24. The resource shaped the supply arrangement, changed the texture of the work. Not the work itself, the void perception exercises, the foundation development monitoring, the survey work with Su Linwei's research notes, but the peripheral structure around the work. He had resources now, not abundant resources. Void perceiver tier cultivation work didn't require the scale of support that mid-tier dimensional construction needed. But consistent resources, predictable and growing as the ring's botanical production matured. He used the first payment for 3 things: extending the guest house rental for a year, acquiring the formation survey instruments that Su Linwei had recommended from her own research practice, and obtaining the academic access credentials that allowed him to review Cultivation Authority archive materials through by Su Qin's institutional connection. The academic access was the most valuable of the 3. He had been working from Bai's summaries of the Su Qinlan archive and from Su Linwei's 22 years of research notes. The archive itself, the full 200 pages of Su Qinlan's documented methodology, plus the appended case studies, and the final section Su Linwei had described as the part her mother hadn't published, was now accessible to him. He spent 3 days reading it. The methodology was more developed than the summaries had suggested. Su Qinlan had not only documented void cultivation practice, she had mapped its developmental trajectory from void perceiver through the full tier ladder, with specific observations at each tier transition about what the new capability enabled and what it cost. The notes were the work of someone who had been a careful practitioner for a long time and had written for a reader she expected would be doing the same practice, not for a reader who needed to be convinced of its validity. He found, in the methodology's midsection, the theoretical framework for the non-claimable dimension. Su Qianlon's framing was precise. A non-claimable dimension was not a hidden dimension or a defended dimension. It was a dimension whose spatial architecture made the concept of external ownership structurally incoherent. The architecture worked at the level of the consciousness formation, the awareness structure that fully inhabited dimensions developed, by ensuring the formation's spatial identity was keyed to the specific void signature of its inhabitants rather than to any external governance framework. The dimension belonged to the people inside it in the literal spatial sense. No registry could establish governance over it, because governance frameworks were themselves external structures that the dimension's architecture did not recognize. The cost was significant. Building toward non-claimable architecture required consistent cultivation of the founder's void, the specific absence that formed between a builder and their dimension as the consciousness formation developed. The founder's void was not a pleasant void. It was the specific emptiness of a space developing its own identity separate from its builder's identity. The dimension learning to belong to its inhabitants rather than to its maker. He thought about the first dimension, which he had built and governed and then given away. He thought about the residue he was carrying, the accumulated memory of 12,000 people's 40 years, and he thought about what it meant that the residue had come with him rather than with the dimension. The dimension had been given. The memory had stayed because it was already partly his. He thought, the first dimension belonged to me. The second one won't. That's the architecture I'm building toward. He thought, that's the difference between what I built before and what I'm building now. He documented the framework in his catalog and began applying Su Qianlon's tier-specific observations to his current cultivation practice. Chapter 25, Void Shaper. The tier transition happened on the 58th day. He had been working through the void shaping exercises, the specific practices that sat between void perceiver and void shaper, the point where passive reception of absences became active direction of them, for 3 weeks. The exercises were harder than he had expected at his current recovery level. At his peak, the void shaper tier was foundational. He had been past it for 20 years. Returning to it from below was the specific difficulty of trying to walk through a door from the wrong side. The barrier was not technical. He understood the technique. The barrier was contextual. He had learned void shaper work 20 years ago when his relationship to absence was different. He had been building then, accumulating, moving forward. Now he was rebuilding from what remained after the largest act of giving he had ever performed, and his relationship to absence had changed in ways that the technique required him to acknowledge before the technique would work correctly. He worked through this for 3 weeks. On the 58th day, he was at the seed's ring, directing a minor development adjustment, guiding the foundation void's growth away from the valley's northwestern edge where the geological substrate was less stable. When he understood what he had been missing, the void shaping worked by the practitioner identifying the absence and then actively guiding what the absence became. He had been trying to guide the absence from a position of decision. This absence should become this. The direction, this way. The historical void's foundation did not respond to decision. It responded to understanding. The distinction was the difference between knowing where a void should go and knowing what the void wanted to become. Su Qianlon's methodology said it in the archive's 2nd chapter. Void cultivation practitioners who reached void shaper tier often plateaued for years because they applied the technique as an act of will rather than an act of comprehension. The void could be shaped, but shaping required understanding the absence's own direction and working with it rather than imposing a new direction on top of it. He let go of his decision about the northwestern edge. He read the void's direction instead. The void's direction, when he stopped imposing, was clear. It was pulling slightly away from the northwestern edge naturally, because the substrate there was less stable and the void had been developing away from instability for 58 days. He had been trying to guide it toward a decision it had already made. The barrier was that he had been slower to understand the situation than the void had been. He stopped trying to guide and instead confirmed what was already happening. The tier threshold resolved. The sensation was different from his first time crossing it 20 years ago. Then it had felt like a door opening, a new capacity available. Now it felt like recovering fluency in a language he had stopped speaking. Not new, returned, but returned with the specific depth of a returning that had cost something, and the cost was present in the quality of what came back. The void shaper tier's restored capability. He could now feel the direction of absences before deciding how to shape them. The historical void's development map became, in the 30 seconds following the transition, substantially more detailed. He could read 3 months of the foundation's intended trajectory in a single perception sweep. The cost was immediate. His reserve level dropped significantly, producing the familiar cold hands and narrowed perception at the edges. He sat down at the ring's center and spent 20 minutes breathing through the depletion. When the perception stabilized, he opened his catalog and wrote, Void Shaper Tier recovered. Day 58. The tier returned with additional depth, the understanding that void direction precedes void shaping, which I understood theoretically and hadn't understood practically until now. The Foundation's trajectory over the next 3 months is visible in detail. The non-claimable architecture is present in the direction. The void wants to become something that doesn't belong to me. I am building correctly. That's the difference between what I intended and what I understand. He closed the catalog. He looked at the ring, which was now, from his restored void shaper perspective, substantially more complex than it had appeared an hour ago. Every plant in the ring had a void component to its growth, the absence it was filling as it grew, the specific gap in the historical ecology that its existence was resolving. The ring was not just vegetation. It was the valley's erased history, gradually returning. He sat in it for a long time. He thought about Su Linwei, who had planted here and understood the direction and removed her seed because she wasn't ready. He thought about whoever had built here originally and dissolved the work rather than let it be claimed. He thought about Su Chenlan, writing in an archive that would be classified before anyone read it. He thought, they were all building the same thing from different starting points. That's the difference between a tradition and a coincidence. He got up and continued the work. Chapter 26. Yao's second move Zhu Wenxin arrived at the valley on the 63rd day with a problem. He came unannounced, which was outside the terms of their supply arrangement, but not outside the behavior Shen Murong had expected from him. Merchants who moved consistently valuable materials developed the habit of checking in on sources when circumstances changed. Something had changed. He said, Grand Elder Yao Tianji offered to buy out my supply contract with you. Shen Murong looked at him. He didn't approach me directly, Zhu said. He approached through the district's cultivation exchange registry, which handles exclusive supply arrangements. He offered to purchase the exclusive rights to the botanical specimens your valley produces, at a significant premium over your terms. If I sell the rights to him, he becomes the downstream buyer and you remain the supplier, but all distribution goes through the sect. All distribution, Shen Murong said, meaning all revenue flows through the sect's accounts. Yes, with the standard sect distribution cut. Zhu paused. I declined. I want you to know I declined, and I want you to know why. I've been supplying cultivation sects for 20 years, and I've watched them use financial leverage to gain control over independent cultivation resources. That is the intended outcome of this offer. If I sell to Yao, your supply arrangement converts from independent commercial relationship to sect dependency. He looked at Shen Murong. I'm telling you because you should understand the shape of the situation. He had used the phrase. Shen Murong noted it and said, he'll try again. Probably. The offer was structured as a one-time window, which means a second offer will be different in form. Possibly a direct approach to your supply agreement's exclusivity clause. Zhu paused. What do you want to do? He thought about Yao Tianji, who had been managing the situation with careful patience, watching the valley, gathering information, making his first dimensions move with the engineered failure, and now making his second move through the commercial supply chain. The pattern was consistent. Yao preferred to acquire through dependency rather than confrontation. He created conditions where other people made choices that served his position. He thought about the non-claimable architecture and Su Chenlan's analysis of how it worked. The architecture made institutional governance structurally incoherent, but it required the dimension to be fully developed before the architecture was complete. In the meantime, during development, the dimension existed within the same commercial and institutional frameworks that could be used against it. He said, modify the supply arrangement. Instead of exclusive supply to your network, convert to a priority supply model. Your network receives first access, but I retain the right to sell to cultivation authority research institutions directly. Magistrate by can facilitate the institutional connection. He paused. A divided supply stream is harder to acquire through a single point than an exclusive arrangement. Zhu thought about this. It reduces your per unit revenue somewhat. The reduced revenue is the cost of the arrangement's resilience. That's the difference between a good price and a sustainable structure. Zhu modified the arrangement that afternoon. The new terms were filed at the district's commercial registry before evening. He thought about Yao reading the modified filing. He thought, documenting my responses at the same institutional level that he uses is the only response that produces a permanent record. He can't unsee what's in the registry. Chapter 27. What Rui Linen wrote. A letter from Rui Linen arrived at the guest house on the 71st day. She had been in the Eastern Territories for 3 weeks. The letter was written in the small, precise handwriting she used for anything she wanted to retain, and it was 3 pages long. The first page described the Eastern Territory survey work, terrain assessment, geological formation mapping, standard cultivation ecology documentation. She was doing the work competently and efficiently, and she was, as she had been in the valley, paying more careful attention to the things that were absent than to the things that were present. She noted 3 locations in the Eastern Territory that she classified as significant void structures, a phrase she had not used before she began the foundation sequence exercises, which meant she was applying the framework to new terrain automatically. The second page described what she was learning, not from the survey work, from the practitioners she was encountering. The Eastern Territory survey team included 12 outer disciples from the Hollow Mountain sect, and among them she had found 2 who had the specific sensitivity that she now understood as void resonance. Neither of them knew it. Both of them had been assessed as unusual sensitivity, no applicable structure, the same assessment she had received. She had not told them what she knew. She had asked them questions about what they perceived in the formation survey work and documented their responses. The second page was an analysis of the pattern. The way the 3 of them, herself and the 2 she'd found, perceived the Eastern Territory's voids differently from the other 9 survey members. The specific quality of what they noticed. The commonalities in what they described as wrong or off about certain locations. The third page was a question. Is it possible that void cultivation isn't rare? Is it possible that the practice has been absent from cultivation education for long enough that practitioners with void roots are routinely assessed as lacking applicable structure and then directed away from any cultivation that would develop their actual capability? And if so, how many people are currently doing cultivation work that doesn't fit their spiritual structure because the one that fits them was classified out of existence 200 years ago? He read the letter twice. He wrote back, "Your analysis is accurate. The pattern you've identified, the specific assessment language used for void resonance practitioners, is in Su Chenlan's archive as a documented concern." She believed that the number of potential void practitioners was significantly higher than cultivation assessment methodology acknowledged, precisely because the assessment tools were designed to find standard spiritual roots and classify everything else as deficient. I will send you the framework for assessing void resonance in other practitioners. Do not tell your survey team what you're doing. Keep the observations and bring them to me when you return. He sent the letter. He sat with Rue Linen's question for a long time. He thought about the archive's classified status, why it had been classified rather than discredited. He thought about the dimensional residence rights doctrine that Su Chenlan had included alongside the cultivation methodology, and why that doctrine had been the specific thing that the cultivation authority couldn't allow to be published. A doctrine that held that dimension inhabitants had inherent rights against their governance holder was a direct challenge to the sect governance model that the cultivation authority's entire institutional framework was built to support. The methodology had been classified to remove the doctrine from context, and the classified methodology had removed void cultivation practice from the education system for 200 years. And the removal had produced a world where practitioners with void roots were routinely assessed as deficient and directed toward cultivation paths that didn't fit their actual capability. He thought, that's not a coincidence. That's a policy. He thought, the void that Su Chenlan was trying to fill, the absence of the residence rights doctrine from the legal framework, is still there. That's the larger work. He put this in the back of his catalog, in the section where he kept long arc observations. Chapter 28. The third month. At the end of the third month, the valley's development crossed its first major threshold. He knew it the way he had known the void seed's completion, not through measurement, but through the specific quality of something arriving. The foundation void had been developing for 90 days, and what it had become in 90 days was substantially different from what it had been at day 1. The ring's vegetation was 2 meters high, dense, and developing its own internal ecology. Insects had moved in. Birds had moved in. Small animals had appeared, not brought there, appearing, drawn by the void's signature in the way that fauna were drawn to dimensional spaces, because dimensional spaces offered the specific spiritual density that the outer world's depleted territories couldn't match anymore. The atmospheric microclimate had deepened. Inside the ring, the temperature was consistently 2 degrees warmer than the valley's ambient temperature, and the light quality was different, not brighter, but richer, the way light was in spaces with high spiritual energy concentration. He had not specified this. The historical void's ancient reserves were producing it naturally. Most significantly, the void above the ring had developed spatial depth. Not much. Nothing like the depth of a registrable dimensional space. But measurable depth. The first indication that the 3-dimensional void cultivation process was working as intended, that the horizontal seed's development was beginning to generate vertical spatial expansion. He documented all of it, and sent the documentation to Bai Suqin with a request for an accelerated assessment visit. She arrived 4 days later. She spent 3 hours at the site with her instruments and her perception and the deep and void reading skills she had been developing through her study of the xianxia archive. When she was done, she sat at the survey table she'd set up at the ring's edge and wrote in her official assessment notebook for 15 minutes. She said, "Development threshold confirmed. First phase completion at 87 days. Second phase initiation documented." She looked up. The spatial depth above the ring is generating independently from the foundation's horizontal development. That's ahead of xianxia's case study timelines. She paused. "I've been reviewing the 200-year case study in the archive. Her case study subject reached first phase completion at approximately 120 days and reached registrable space in 11 months. You're approximately 30 days ahead of that subject's development rate. What does that mean for the registration timeline? If the second phase develops proportionally faster, you could reach registrable space in 7 months rather than 8. She paused. "Registrable space means I can file an official assessment that supports a provincial formation registry entry. At that point, the dimension exists legally." She looked at him. "That's when the institutional pressure starts in earnest. You understand this?" "Yes." Yao Tianji's commercial strategy is a precursor. When the dimension is registered, his approach will change. Institutional access claims, heritage doctrine challenges, regulatory compliance requirements. She closed her assessment notebook. The xianxia documentation will be useful at that stage. The methodology's validation is on record through my assessment filings. But legal validation and protective architecture are different things. He said, "The architecture is the path I'm working on." She said, "I know. I've read xianxia's notes on the non-claimable methodology." She looked at the ring. She never completed one. "You might be the first person to do so." She paused. "I wanted you to know I understand what you're building. Not the surface, the destination." He said, "Why are you telling me?" "Because the institution I work for classified 200 years of work that should have been public, and I found that work in an archive that is technically accessible to my position and practically inaccessible to everyone else. And I've been using the access for 3 years without knowing what to do with what I found." She picked up her survey kit. "I'm telling you because you're doing the thing that the archive was waiting to be used for. That seems worth saying directly." She left. He stood at the ring's edge and felt the spatial depth above him, small and specific and developing, and thought about 7 months, and about what it would mean to be the first person to complete a non-claimable dimension. He thought, completion requires understanding the founder's void. The dimension's identity separating from mine. That's the part one haven't done yet. He thought, but I've been practicing separation since the transfer. That might be the difference. Chapter 29. Rui Linen's return. Rui Linen came back from the Eastern Territories on the 91st day, 3 weeks earlier than expected. She arrived at the valley with her pack and her notebook and a specific focused expression that Shun Murong had learned to read as, "I found something, and I need to explain it." She said, "I was sent back early. Sect scholar Rin Boyo identified me as a subject of interest in his formation research report, and Elder Tan Haowei had me recalled for an official cultivation assessment." He said, "What happened at the assessment?" "The same thing that always happens. 3 assessors, standard spiritual root identification techniques. Unusual sensitivity, no applicable structure." She sat down at the ring's edge. "I didn't tell them anything else. But Rin Boyo's report flagged me because I was consistently identifying formation structures that the other 11 survey members missed. He noted my assessment language as anomalous and included it in his report to the Hollow Mountain Sect's Formation Research Archive." "Which is Yao's Formation Research Archive?" "Yes." He sat with this. Rin Boyo, the formation specialist Yao had sent to the valley in Chapter 12, had been reassigned to the Eastern Territory Survey. He had found Rui Linen there and recognized the same unusual perception quality he'd been unable to classify in the valley. He had flagged it in his report. He said, "Yao knows you have void resonance. He doesn't know what it is, but he knows it's significant and he knows it's connected to this valley's work." "Yes." She looked at him. "Is that a problem?" "It's a shape in the situation. How much of a problem depends on what Yao does with the information." He paused. "The timing of your return is useful. The foundation has crossed its first major threshold. There's spatial depth above the ring now. You can feel it if you extend your perception upward." She extended her perception upward. She went still. She said, "It's above us." "Yes. It's like the ring expanded in a direction that wasn't there before." She kept her perception extended, exploring the edges of the developing depth. The ring was horizontal. This is vertical. It's connected to the ring, but it's not the same thing. The ring is the foundation. What you're feeling above it is the beginning of dimensional space, the first layer of an interior. When it's developed enough, You'll be able to step through the floor of the valley into it. He paused. That will take several more months. She lowered her perception. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, You're building what I've been feeling toward for 16 years. He said, You've been feeling toward your own cultivation practice. The valley is giving it a place to develop. That's the difference between having a sensitivity and having a framework for it. She looked at him with the expression she used for things that were accurate and that she intended to work through carefully. I found 2 other practitioners in the Eastern Territories with void roots. I know. Your letter. I wrote down everything they said and everything I observed. I want to incorporate it into the foundation sequence documentation. She opened her notebook. We should be recording this systematically. If the assessment language is consistent, the same assessors, the same descriptions across multiple districts, that's not individual variation. That's a policy. He looked at her. She said, I've been thinking about your comment about the archive. 200 years of classified work. The methodology absent from education. The assessment language directing void practitioners away from their practice. She paused. If there are records from multiple districts with consistent assessment language, that's documentation. That can be used to challenge the policy. She met his gaze. Is that the larger work? The non-claimable dimension is the immediate thing, but is the larger thing, the thing the archive was for, the recovery of the tradition? He thought about what he had written in his catalog, the larger work. He said, yes. She wrote in her notebook, begins here. Chapter 30. The cliffhanger on the 97th day, Chao Jiangming returned to the valley. He had been there twice before, and both times he had arrived with the specific quality of someone carrying more than his assignment. This time he had the specific quality of someone who had made a decision and was acting on it, and was aware that the action was irreversible. He said, Yao is accelerating the extraction. Shen Murong said, Tell me. He's been extracting at a rate that Tan Haowei's original estimate assumed was sustainable for 14 months. He accelerated 3 weeks ago. At the current rate, 12 months, not 14. Possibly less. Chao paused. The reason, Yao received Rin Boyo's report about the Eastern Territory survey. The report includes analysis of the valley's void cultivation work and identifies the development trajectory as consistent with a historically documented but unregistered dimensional methodology. Yao's formation research team has been studying the valley's signature from outside for 3 months. They now know approximately what you're building. Shen Murong sat with this. He said, he knows about the non-claimable architecture. He knows the development is pointed towards something that won't respond to standard governance claims. Chao looked at him. He has 12 months of resource reserve remaining in the first dimension. He's accelerating extraction because he needs the resources for something, and the something is, I don't know precisely. He hasn't told me. But the acceleration started the same week Rin Boyo's report was filed, and the report was the only new information that week. He thought, Yao is converting the first dimension's reserves into personal cultivation resources at an accelerated rate. The most likely reason to accelerate is if he plans to advance his cultivation tier in the near future and needs significant resources to do it. He thought, Yao is preparing for something. He thought about what a Realm Binder tier cultivator could do if he advanced to Dimension Keeper. What a Dimension Keeper could do to a developing dimensional foundation if he reached it before the foundation's protective architecture was complete. He said, what is Tan Haowei doing? He's filed the formal audit request that the sect's governance process requires before any extraction rate change. The request will take 2 months to process. The extraction continues during the review. Chao paused. I'm not here for Yao. I'm here because I have information you should have, and because what Yao is preparing for, whatever it is, affects 12,000 people who are living inside a dimension that's being consumed to fund it. He folded his hands. I don't know what you can do. I don't know if you can do anything. But you should know. Shen Murong looked at the ring, which was 2 meters high and developing its internal ecology and accumulating spatial depth and building toward the non-claimable architecture that would, when complete, make the question of governance structurally incoherent. Complete in 7 months. He thought about 12 months versus 7 months. He thought, there's a margin. A small one. And Yao knows there's a margin and he's trying to eliminate it. He said, stay? I have work to do and I need someone who understands institutional formation governance. Chao said, I'll stay. He opened his survey catalog and turned to the development timeline section. He thought, the difference between a plan and a response is the difference between controlling the shape and adapting to the shape that already exists. I'm adapting. That's the difference between this situation and the last one. He began planning. Chapter 31. The Space Carver. The third tier transition came on the 109th day. He had not been expecting it. The tier-by-tier recovery was proceeding faster than anticipated. Void Perceiver in the first month, void shaper in the second, and now, at day 109, the space carver tier resolving in the middle of an active development session. He had been working on the dimensional interior's first chamber definition, not interior decoration, the architectural act of specifying what a dimensional space contained, which was the space carver tier's specific capability and which he had been attempting at the boundaries of his current tier for 3 weeks. The spatial depth above the ring had developed enough to begin active shaping, but shaping required space carver capability that he was rebuilding toward rather than operating from. The breakthrough came from a different direction than he'd been pushing. He had been attempting to define the first chamber by specifying what it would contain, the specific territory, the ecological parameters, the formation architecture. Standard spatial cultivator's approach. The space was resisting, not because his cultivation was insufficient, but because the approach was wrong for the specific foundation he was working with. He read the void above the ring instead. The void above the ring was not empty. It was the specific absence of a space that should exist. The historical void's direction, the non-claimable architecture it was building toward, had a specific shape for the first chamber, not a territory defined by what would be in it, but a territory defined by who would be in it. A space that was, from its first definition, oriented toward its inhabitants rather than toward its builder. He understood this. He had been trying to build a space by specifying what he wanted it to contain. The non-claimable architecture required him to build a space by specifying what absence it was filling for the people who would live in it. The founder's void. Su Qianlan's phrase for the specific emptiness that formed between a builder and their dimension as the consciousness formation developed. The dimension's identity separating from the builder's. He had been reading about it for weeks. He had been thinking about it as a future stage of the process, something that would happen when the dimension was more developed. He had not recognized that it had to begin from the first chamber definition. He released his specification of what the chamber would contain. He asked instead, what is absent for the person who will live here? What does this space need to be for them? He thought about 12,000 people in a dimension that was being consumed. He thought about a 15-year-old girl with a void root who had never had a space that fit her practice. He thought about Su Linwei, who had planted and removed, and whatever she had been building toward. He thought about everyone who had been assessed as no applicable structure, when the applicable structure was just one that had been classified out of the education system. He asked, what is the void they are living in? The answer arrived not as information but as spatial impression, the absence of a space that was theirs. Not the absence of any space. They had spaces, outer world compounds and mountain valleys, and rented rooms. The absence of a space that recognized them as its inhabitants rather than as its tenants. He filled that void. The space carver tier resolved in the moment the first chamber's definition accepted the correct framing. The interior above the ring deepened by approximately 30 feet, becoming the specific spatial texture of a room in a fully realized dimensional space. Not an outer world room, a void cultivation space, carrying the specific richness of a place built from historical depth and recent loss, and the accumulated intention of everyone who had tried to make something non-claimable. The cost, significant. His reserves dropped sharply, and he sat down where he was, on the valley floor, and felt the cold in his hands spreading to his forearms. He breathed through it. Rue Linen was beside him in 30 seconds, extending her own spatial awareness to track the depletion level, having apparently been monitoring him closely enough to notice the tier transition. She said, "Are you okay?" He said, "Recovering." She said, "The space above the ring changed. I felt it even before I looked up." He said, "First chamber defined. The space carver tier." She said, "Third tier in 3 months." He said, "The foundation is accelerating the recovery. The historical void's depth is contributing to my cultivation progression because I'm working in resonance with it rather than against it." He paused. "That's the difference between a compatible foundation and a convenient one." She wrote in her notebook, "Third tier, day 109. Foundation contributing to builder's progression." This is new information. Archive study tonight. Chapter 32. Yao's formation team. The formation team arrived on the 115th day. 3 cultivators, all at realm binder tier. Yao's senior formation specialists, the people who had been reading the valley's signature from outside for 3 months. They arrived at the valley entrance with official survey documentation, which Magistrate Bai had been required to authorize because the district's formation monitoring protocol gave registered cultivators the right to survey significant formation activity. Bai had authorized the survey and sent Shin Murong a message. "It's within protocol. Document everything." He let them in. They surveyed for 4 hours. 2 of them worked the formation instruments with the focused silence of people performing a specific task under observation. They knew he was watching them, and they performed accordingly. The third one, A woman in her 50s, silver-haired, with the specific cultivator's presence of someone who had been working at Realm Binder Tier for decades, watched him watching them and eventually came to stand beside him at the ring's edge. She said, "We're here for the formation signature, not for your development work." "I know," he said. "The signature above the ring is spatial depth of the type associated with dimensional formation. You haven't registered this location with the Provincial Formation Authority. Registration is not required until the space meets the threshold for formal dimensional classification," he said. "I'm below threshold. My threshold documentation is current through Magistrate Bai's assessment filings." "We know." She looked at the ring. The formation signature from outside reads as more advanced than the below-threshold classification suggests. Magistrate Bai's most recent assessment was 3 weeks ago. Development has continued since then. A new assessment is scheduled. He paused. "If you want to compare readings, I can provide you with the assessment schedule and you can return when Bai's assessment is current." She looked at him. She was not. He read, operating from threat. She was operating from genuine professional curiosity tempered by institutional loyalty. She understood what she was looking at. She was experienced enough to read the non-claimable architecture's direction in the development signature, and she was here as part of Yao's strategy, but was not herself comfortable with the strategy's direction. He said, "May I ask what you were told to find?" She said, "Evidence of threshold breach. Unregistered dimensional space operating above classification." She paused. "We haven't found it. The development is below formal threshold." She looked at the spatial depth above the ring. "It's close, though." "Yes," he said. She said, "I've been studying formation theory for 30 years. I've seen developmental signatures like this one twice before. Once in a dimension that was eventually registered. Once in a dimension that was never registered because it became something else before anyone could establish governance over it." She looked at him. The second one had the same quality as this one. The direction the development was pointing. He said, "Non-claimable architecture." She looked at him directly. "Yes." A pause. "I'm going to file a clean report. Below threshold, continuing observation recommended, no breach." She paused. "I want you to know that I understand what you're building, and I think the methodology should have been public 200 years ago, and the dimension you're building toward is something that should exist in the world." She picked up her survey kit. "That's between us. Officially, I'm recommending continued monitoring." He said, "Thank you for saying it directly." She said, "The other two will report the same thing. They'll follow my lead on the classification." She moved toward the valley entrance. "You have time. Use it." She left with her team. Shenmurong stood at the ring's edge and thought about Yao receiving the clean survey report and knowing that his formation team had reached the same conclusion as Bai and had classified below threshold anyway. He thought, Yao now knows that his own people understand what I'm building, and they're not helping him stop it. That changes the shape of his available moves. He documented the survey and sent the documentation to Bai. Chapter 33. The 200 years Su Linwei came to the valley on the 123rd day, the first time she had been back since she removed her own seed 22 years before. She arrived in the late morning when the ring's vegetation was catching the specific light quality that the valley's microclimate produced, warm, directional, the kind of light that showed the plant's unusual density in relief. She stood at the entrance and looked at the ring for a long moment before entering. She said, "My mother's archive." He understood the question. He said, "I've read the full archive, including the appended section." She came in. They sat at the ring's edge, him, Su Linwei, and Rue Linen, who had started joining these working sessions naturally, without being invited, in the way that she had joined everything in the valley. Su Linwei looked at Rue Linen for a moment, and then looked at Shun Murong, and said, "She has a void root." "Yes," Rue Linen said. Su Linwei said, "How old are you?" 17. "I found my void root at 22. After 3 years of being told I had unusual sensitivity and no applicable structure." Su Linwei looked at the ring. "My mother was 31 when she developed her methodology enough to write it down. The archive took another 12 years. She filed the documentation when she was 43 and it was classified within 2 months." She paused. She spent the rest of her life studying what had been classified. She died at 71 knowing that the methodology would outlive the classification if the right person found the archive. He said, "She was right. She was right about the methodology." Su Linwei looked at the spatial depth above the ring. She was also right about the non-claimable architecture. She thought it was possible. She never had a foundation deep enough to attempt it. She looked at him. "I think this foundation is deep enough." He said, "I think so too. The founder's void is the piece I couldn't find when I was here," she said. "I knew the direction theoretically. I couldn't find the starting point practically. I removed the seed because I was building in the wrong direction, I was building from what I wanted the space to be rather than from what the space was going to be for its inhabitants. She looked at the ring's vegetation. The foundation here is already past the point where I was when I removed my seed. Rue Linen said, "What changes when the founder's void is established correctly?" Su Linwei said, "The dimension's identity separates from the builder's identity." Not completely. The builder is still the founder, still necessary for construction and boundary maintenance. But the dimension's consciousness formation develops toward its inhabitants rather than toward its maker. The non-claimable architecture is not a specific construction technique. It's the natural outcome of a consciousness formation that has correctly understood whose world it is. She paused. The dimension doesn't belong to anyone except the people living in it. The governance frameworks that cultivation institutions use to claim dimensional resources require external ownership. They require someone other than the inhabitants to have a claim. A consciousness formation that correctly recognizes its inhabitants as its owners makes the concept of external ownership architecturally incoherent. He said, "The dimensional residence rights doctrine." Yes. Su Linwei looked at him. "My mother wrote the doctrine alongside the methodology not because she expected it to be implemented legally, but because she understood that the methodology, correctly completed, would implement the doctrine architecturally. The legal route was closed. The architectural route required finding someone who could complete a non-claimable dimension." She paused. 200 years. "I think you're the person." He sat with this weight. He thought about 40 years of building the first dimension and all the things he had learned about what a dimension was and what it was for, and he thought about the transfer and the transfer's cost and what the second dimension was growing from. He thought about 12,000 people in a dimension being consumed and about Rue Linen and the 2 practitioners she had found in the Eastern Territories and about all the practitioners who had been assessed as deficient because their applicable structure had been classified out of existence. He thought, if the non-claimable architecture works as Su Chenlong described, the dimension's completion will be a proof of concept that the cultivation authority will have to acknowledge. He thought, that's the difference between a theoretical doctrine and a demonstrated one. Chapter 34. What Zhu Wenxin noticed. Zhu Wenxin arrived for the regular supply collection on the 131st day and walked through the ring for the first time. He had been collecting from the ring's outer edge for 3 months. Shen Morong had established a specific collection point outside the ring's perimeter where the harvestable specimens were prepared and documented. Zhu had been efficient and professional and consistently non-intrusive about the arrangement. On the 131st day, the collection point had a problem. The specimens Shen Morong had prepared were inside the ring, not outside, because the ring's outer edge had changed. The perimeter vegetation had shifted inward slightly, as the second phase development redistributed the growth center of mass. The collection point was now at the ring's edge rather than outside it. Zhu entered the ring to reach the specimens. He stopped 3 steps in. He stood there for a full minute. He said, "This is different." Shen Morong, who was working at the ring's center and had been monitoring Zhu's entry, watched him adjust to the space. Zhu Wenxin was not a cultivator in the technical sense. No formal cultivation structure, no tier advancement, no spatial formation training. But he had 40 years of experience moving through cultivation spaces, and the specific sensitivity of a person who had trained their perception through long exposure rather than formal practice. He could feel the space the way a person who had spent a lifetime at sea could feel weather that hadn't arrived yet. He said, "It's not just the ring. There's something above it." "Yes," Shen Morong said. It's the way I felt in the best dimensions I've ever supplied." Zhu turned slowly, reading the space. The spiritual density. The atmospheric quality. This is what the inside of a fully realized dimension feels like. He looked at Shen Morong. "But we're outside. The dimensional interior is developing above the ring. What you're feeling is its lower boundary, the floor of the space, accessible from below." He paused. "In another 4 to 5 months, this location will be a dimensional entrance. The interior will be accessible by stepping through the floor of the ring." Zhu looked up. "There's a ceiling there. The interior's lower boundary." "Yes." "How big is the interior?" "Currently the first chamber. Approximately the volume of a large courtyard. It will expand as the development continues." Zhu said, "The specimens from this site are going to change character when the interior stabilizes. The academic institutions I supply have been asking me to characterize the source as unusual geological formation. When this is a registered dimensional space, the characterization changes." He paused. "That affects our supply arrangement's framing. Not the terms, the framing. The academic value of specimens from a known dimensional space is different from specimens from an unclassified source." He thought about this. He had not considered the supply arrangement's framing from Zhu's perspective, from the perspective of a merchant who needed to characterize source material accurately, to maintain academic supply relationships. He said, when the space is formally registered, I'll provide you with the registration documentation. The supply arrangement's pricing structure will need renegotiation to reflect the source's formal classification. Dimensional specimens command different rates than geological specimens. You should plan for that adjustment. Zhu said, higher or lower? Higher. Significantly higher, in the academic cultivation market. He paused. I'm giving you this information now so you can structure your current client relationships appropriately. You'll want to have transition terms ready when the registration happens rather than negotiating retroactively. That's the difference between an orderly transition and a disruptive one. Zhu looked at him for a moment with the expression of someone who was recalibrating their estimate of the situation. He said, you gave away your first dimension to save 12,000 people. Yes. And now you're building a second one, and you're giving me advance notice of a pricing change that will require me to go back to my clients and renegotiate upward. He paused. Most independent dimensional cultivators I've dealt with maximize revenue from their position. They don't give suppliers advance preparation time. Shen Murong said, you told me when Yao tried to buy your contract. That was information I needed. This is information you need. That's the difference between a supply arrangement and a relationship. That's the difference. Zhu collected the specimens, noted the ring's new perimeter in his records, and left with the expression of someone who had arrived for a routine collection and was leaving having reconsidered the shape of several things. Chapter 35. Space Carver's work. The second chamber definition came 2 weeks after the first. This one was harder. The first chamber's definition had resolved when he found the correct framing, the space defined by what its inhabitants needed rather than by what he specified. The second chamber required him to apply that framing to a different kind of absence, not the absence of a space that existed somewhere for the inhabitants, but the absence of a space that had never existed for anyone yet. The first chamber was for people who needed somewhere safe. The second chamber was for people who needed somewhere to work. He thought about Rui Linen's foundation sequence development. He thought about the 2 practitioners she had found in the Eastern Territories. He thought about Su Linwei's 30 years of research in a botanical compound that was, functionally, the outer world approximation of a cultivation workspace that didn't exist. He thought about Su Chenlan, who had written an archive in a space that the Cultivation Authority subsequently classified. The absence was specific, a workspace for void cultivation practice that existed outside institutional frameworks, where practitioners could develop their technique without being assessed as deficient and directed elsewhere. He filled that void. The second chamber defined above and adjacent to the first, its boundary formed from the specific void shape of cultivation practice that had been happening without its proper space for 200 years. The formation was denser than the first chamber, drawing more deeply from the historical void's reserves. He felt the space carver tier working at full capacity, his recovered cultivation pressure at its new baseline, the cost of the definition substantial but manageable. The cost this time, not the sharp drop of the first chamber, but a sustained drain over the 2 days of definition work that left him with careful fatigue at the end. Not dangerous, not depleting, the specific tiredness of sustained high-quality work done at the edge of capacity. On the evening of the second day, Rui Linen came and sat at the ring's center and extended her perception into the 2 developing chambers. She said, the second one feels different from the first. Yes. The first one feels like shelter. The second one feels like a room where you can leave your work out and come back to it, and it'll still be there. She paused. That's an odd way to put it. He said, that's accurate. The first chamber is for living. The second chamber is for work. He paused. I was thinking about practitioners who have been developing void technique without appropriate space when I defined it. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, you built a workspace for people like me. For people like you. For Su Linwei. For the 2 practitioners you found in the Eastern Territories. For everyone who has been doing void work without knowing it was void work because the framework was classified. He paused. The non-claimable architecture requires the space to be defined for its inhabitants' actual needs. The workspace was an absence. I filled it. She said, the founder's void. He said, part of it. The founder's void is the process of the dimension becoming more for its inhabitants and less for me. Each chamber I define from their needs rather than my specification is a step in that process. She said, how many chambers before the architecture is complete? He said, I don't know. Su Chenlan's archive describes the process without specifying the endpoint. The architecture completes when the consciousness formation fully recognizes its inhabitants as its owners, which is an emergent threshold rather than a constructed one. He paused. I can build toward it. I can't specify when it arrives. That's the difference between foundation work and destination work. She wrote in her notebook for a long time. He sat at the ring's center with the two developing chambers above him and the historical void's deep reserves below him and thought about the shape of what was coming. He thought, the next step is the formation's first inhabitants. The chambers need to be inhabited to develop. I can define them, but they become what they are through use. He thought about 12,000 people in a consuming dimension and about the timeline converging. He thought, 7 months until registration. 12 months until the first dimension's critical degradation. I have a margin. The question is what I build in it. He thought, that's the difference between a margin and a plan. He opened his catalog and began planning. Chapter 36. The person-shaped hole of void blindness lasted 21 days. Shenmurong had known it was coming. The space carver tier transition on the 109th day had cost what tier transitions cost, and after the cost came the recovery period, during which his void perception narrowed to almost nothing. Shapes, not signatures. Presence, not meaning. He could feel the ring's vegetation growing at the periphery of his perception, feel the spatial depth above the ring accumulating, but he could not read the quality of what was growing. It was like hearing a conversation through a wall. He did what work he could do without perception. Physical maintenance, survey instrument calibration, documentation review. He organized 3 months of development notes into the structured catalog format that Su Lin Wei had suggested. He wrote letters. Magistrate by Suqin's message arrived on the 14th day of the blindness. She wrote in the precise, institutional language she used for official matters. A practitioner registered at the Mountain District's Cultivation Lodge under the affiliation Qin Secondary Practitioners, Ningyi Branch, 7 days ago. Basis for my concern. The registration lists his specialization as Formation Signature Analysis, which is a standard classification for independent cultivation consultants. However, his Formation Survey Kit, as listed in the lodging manifest, includes a void anchor tracker, a specialized instrument used for locating and following dimensional energy signatures across terrain. This instrument has one application in standard formation survey work. It has a second application in dimensional location work. I am telling you because you are the only person in this district currently developing dimensional energy that an anchor tracker could follow. He read the letter twice. He was in the void blindness period. His perception was narrowed. If someone with void tracking capability was moving through the district's approaches, he would not be able to read the signature. He wrote one line to Rue Linen. Extend your observation perimeter to the valley's eastern and southern approaches. Tell me what you find. She was 2 months into void perception training. She was not, by any formal measure, a trained practitioner. But she had found the third void in the valley before he did, and she had described a mature void signature in terms no untrained perceiver should have been able to produce. He trusted what she noticed. The response came 3 days later, which was longer than he expected. She wrote, I expanded my walking perimeter as you requested. I walked the eastern approach 4 times over 3 days, varying my timing and direction. I am describing what I perceived as precisely as I can. There is a person-shaped hole in the area around the valley's approaches. Not a person, the absence of something where a person is. Like the space around someone who is actively noticing gaps. The way a practitioner of detection-type cultivation has a slightly different void signature than a practitioner of anything else, because their attention is specifically pointed at absence. Someone out there is reading for absence the same way I'm learning to do. He read this 3 times. He thought, she just described a trained void anchor tracker from direct perception. She didn't know what she was perceiving. She described it accurately anyway. He wrote back immediately, do not approach. Observe the pattern of movement only. Where does the person-shaped hole appear? At what times, in what directions, and report to me. He thought about what a void anchor tracker's presence meant. It meant someone had been hired to locate his work, not to interfere with it, not yet, but to confirm its location, its development stage, its vulnerability. The information would go back to whoever had hired the tracker, and then decisions would be made based on what the tracker reported. He thought, the tracker's report will shape whoever receives it. I can affect what the tracker reports. He was blind, but the valley wasn't. He went to the ring's edge and began adjusting 3 of the most visible aspects of the foundation's development: the botanical growth pattern, the atmospheric signature, and the directional alignment of the spatial depth above the ring. Not hiding the work, masking the work's nature, making what was clearly void cultivation development look to a formation signature instrument, like a particularly unusual natural formation phenomenon. The adjustments were imprecise. His perception was narrowed, and the changes he made were rougher than he would have preferred. But they changed what an anchor tracker's instruments would read. He thought, the tracker will report something unusual but not classifiable as dimensional construction in progress. That buys time. That's the difference between a mask and a wall. He documented the adjustments and their reasoning in his catalog. He waited. Chapter 37. What Rue Linen tracked. Rue Linen's second report came on the 19th day of the void blindness. She had been systematic about the observation work, more systematic than he had expected from a 2 months trained practitioner whose formal status was still outer disciple, reassigned from Eastern Territories survey. She had mapped the tracker's movement patterns over 5 days, varying her own approach routes to ensure she wasn't projecting from a fixed position. She had noted timing, direction, and what she described as the texture of the absence at different points along the valley's eastern and southern approaches. The report was 7 pages long. He read it carefully. The tracker, she had started calling him the tracker in her notes, which was accurate enough, moved in a consistent pattern, approach within 500 meters of the valley's edge, hold position for several hours, withdraw along a different route. He was not attempting to enter the valley. He was reading it from outside, which was what a void anchor tracker did when assessing an unknown dimensional signature. Read the edges before deciding whether to read the center. The timing was irregular in a way she had identified as deliberate. No 2 approach sessions at the same hour, no 2 consecutive sessions from the same direction. Withdrawal routes varied to avoid establishing a pattern. He was a professional. He knew he might be observed. She wrote, on the 4th day, I perceived a shift in the person-shaped hole. The absence texture around him changed for approximately 30 minutes in the morning. It went from noticing gaps to trying to understand a gap. The distinction is hard to describe precisely. It was the difference between reading and studying. He was studying the valley's eastern edge specifically, the section where the botanical growth from the ring is most visible from outside. He thought, that was after I made the masking adjustments. He found something he couldn't classify and spent 30 minutes studying it. She had also noted what the tracker had not done. He had not sent messages from within visual range of the valley. He had not established any fixed observation post. He had not, as far as she could determine, coordinated with anyone in the district. She ended the report with a question. Do you want me to identify him by name? I can follow the person-shaped hole back to wherever he's staying. He wrote back, no. Knowing his name doesn't improve my position and creates a risk. If he perceives that he's been identified, he reports that the site has active void perception monitoring in place. That changes what his principals will decide to do. Let him remain the tracker. He thought about what the tracker's presence told him. Someone had paid for professional dimensional location work, not the Hollow Mountain sect's internal formation team, which was what Yao Tianji had been using until now. An external specialist. The escalation in tool sophistication matched the escalation in urgency implied by Chao Jiangming's report. 12 months of resource reserve, accelerating, Yao preparing for something. He thought, professional void trackers are expensive. Yao spent money on this because he needed information he couldn't get from his own team. The tracker's purpose was to characterize the development stage, to tell Yao whether the non-claimable architecture was close enough to completion to require immediate action. He thought, the masking adjustments will change what the tracker reports. The question is whether the changed report will buy the margin I need or only buy some of it. He documented the analysis in his catalog. He waited for his perception to return. Chapter 38. What the void did without him. The void perception returned on the 21st day, at mid-morning, without ceremony. He was at the survey table at the ring's edge reviewing Su Linwei's notes on third-tier development when the quality of his awareness shifted, the familiar sharpening, the way spatial signatures moved from vague presence to specific meaning. He put down the notes and extended his perception toward the ring. He stopped. He checked again. He sat with what he was reading for a long time. The void seed's development during the 21 days of his blindness was not what he had expected. He had expected continuation, the established growth patterns persisting along the trajectories he had set before the tier transition. What he found instead was a substantial deviation from those trajectories, not in the direction of damage or drift, but in the direction of greater coherence. The foundation had developed during his absence in ways he could not have designed. He began documenting what had changed. The botanical ring had added a third layer of internal structure, a middle canopy at roughly 3 meters, between the ground-level growth and the taller outer ring. He had not planned for a middle canopy. The spatial depth above the ring had increased at twice the rate his development timeline projected. And most significantly, the second chamber he had defined in Chapter 35, the workspace for void practitioners, keyed to the resident's needs rather than his specification, had refined itself. The spatial identity he had planted in the chamber's architecture had been clarified and extended, the edges of the definition sharper and more complete than he had left them. The dimension had been doing the work. He sat with this for an hour. He thought about the Su Chenlan archive's description of the consciousness formation. the awareness structure that fully inhabited dimensions developed over time. He thought about the first dimension, which had been inhabited for 40 years and which he had governed throughout that time with specific intentions and regular attention. He thought about how much of what the first dimension had become had been his design and how much had been 40 years of 12,000 people living inside it. He thought, I governed the first dimension closely. I was always shaping it. I never gave it space to develop its own direction. He thought, the blindness period gave the second dimension 3 weeks without me, and it used those 3 weeks. He opened his catalog and wrote at length, the growth during void blindness is structurally distinct from growth under active shaping. The foundation followed patterns I couldn't have generated because my comprehension doesn't extend to those patterns yet, meaning the foundation is developing ahead of my understanding of it. This is not a problem. This is the founder's void in practice, the dimension building its own identity separate from mine. The cost of the tier transition wasn't only the blindness period. It was also giving the foundation 3 weeks to be itself. I think that was the more important cost, and that's the difference between what I lost and what I got. He reread what he had written. He thought, the void doesn't wait for its builder to understand it before growing. That's what Su Qianlong meant when she said the founder's void required comfort with absence. The builder has to be absent sometimes. He updated the development timeline to account for the accelerated rate. The revised projection showed registrable space in 6 months rather than 7. He thought about 12 months and 6 months and the margin that was still there, but narrower than before. He thought, the dimension is faster than I am. I should stop being surprised by that. Chapter 39. What the inhabitants were saying. Chao Jiangming's message arrived on the 132nd day. It was a long message. Chao had been in the transferred dimension for 3 months, managing the governance on behalf of the Hollow Mountain sect under the specific scrutiny of knowing that Shen Murong was aware of what was happening inside. He wrote carefully, and he wrote at length because he was, as he had said when he decided to stay in the valley, unable to keep not telling. The first section was factual. The extraction rate had not decreased. Yao Tianji had responded to Elder Tan Haowei's formal audit request with a procedural counterfiling that extended the review timeline by another 2 months. The formal process was being used to delay its own conclusions, which was the specific use Shen Murong had noted as inevitable when Tan Haowei described the audit process. The second section was what Chao had described as observations that may be relevant. He wrote, the inhabitants are beginning to notice, not at the level of formal complaint. The petition process for formal complaints to the sect council requires forms that the sect's administrative office has, for approximately the past 6 weeks, been out of. When petitioners inquire about when new forms will be available, they are told to check back. There is no indication of when new forms will be available. He wrote, several of the longer established inhabitants have been documenting their own observations informally. They are recording what they perceive as changes in the dimension's ambient quality over time, the spiritual energy density, the landscape stability, the rate at which cultivation work inside the dimension produces results. They are doing this systematically. I believe at least some of them remember the quality of the dimension under your governance and are using that as a comparison baseline. He wrote, there are 12,000 people inside. Most of them do not fully understand what is happening. Some of them do. The ones who do are being careful about how they share what they understand. He wrote, I am not in a position to protect them through my governance role. Yao has structured the governance so that I manage operational functions, but do not have authority over resource allocation policy. This was deliberate. He wrote, at the end, I don't know what you can do from outside. I don't know if knowing this changes anything in what you're building. But they should have someone outside who knows what's happening inside. That's the only thing I can give them from here. Shen Murong sat with the message for a long time. He thought about the petition forms that were perpetually unavailable. He thought about the specific precision of that administrative tool. Not prohibition, not suppression, just the slow delay of bureaucratic unavailability. No one had made it illegal to petition. The forms were simply out. He thought, the 12,000 people who live inside a dimension belong to that dimension more than any governance structure that has papers claiming them. That's what the residence rights doctrine says, and that's what the non-claimable architecture encodes. When the second dimension has its consciousness formation complete, there is a legal and structural argument that what happened to the first dimension's inhabitants is a compensable wrong. He thought, that's 6 months away. They've been there for 4 months. He wrote back to Chao, keep documenting. Ask the inhabitants who are recording their observations to continue and to date their entries consistently. Everything documented before the second dimension reaches registrable space will be part of the formal record. The evidence of the petition process interference is particularly important. Administrative obstruction is a specific violation of the Provincial Habitation Rights Code. Magistrate I can use it. He sent the letter and sat at the ring's edge for a long time. He thought, I built the first dimension to keep 12,000 people safe. I gave it away to keep 12,000 people safe. Now I'm building the second dimension to build the legal and structural architecture that means 12,000 people, in the first dimension and in every dimension after it, cannot be extracted from. He thought. That's the difference between what I thought I was doing and what I was building toward. Chapter 40. What Zhu Wenxin asked on the 138th day, Zhu Wenxin entered the ring for the second time. The first time, 6 weeks before, he had entered for approximately 4 minutes with the specific purpose of feeling the dimensional quality of the botanical specimens he was purchasing. He had confirmed the signature's depth, asked several practical questions about the harvest cycle, and left. He had said very little. This time he entered and did not immediately move toward the specimen survey points. He stood at the ring's edge, just inside the transition from valley floor to ring interior, and extended his perception. The modest spatial sensitivity he carried, untrained, genuine, toward the interior depth. He stood there for a long time. Shen Morong worked at the survey table and let him stand. The ring, at the 138th day, was substantially different from the ring at the 130th day. The middle canopy had filled in. The ground layer had developed a specific texture, not moss, not standard underbrush, but something that had been growing toward this form through the entire foundation development and had reached it during the post-blindness period's accelerated growth. The space inside felt, to anyone with functional spatial sensitivity, like a space that was becoming something. Not empty, not merely dense, purposeful, like a room that knew what it was for. Zhu stood in it for perhaps 15 minutes. Then he walked to the survey table and sat across from Shen Morong and said, Did you mean for it to come out like this? Shen Morong set down his documentation stylus. He looked at Zhu, who was 43 years old and had been moving cultivation goods between supply chains for 20 years and who, in the course of those 20 years, had developed the specific practitioner-adjacent awareness of someone who spent most of their time near cultivation spaces without being a cultivator. Zhu understood spiritual quality in the way that people understood things they had been around long enough to develop a sense for. Shen Morong opened his mouth to say yes. This was the intended development, and stopped. He thought about the 3 weeks of the void blindness period and what the foundation had built without him. He thought about the middle canopy that he had not designed. He thought about the second chamber's refined spatial identity and the specific clarity it had reached through the dimension's own development rather than his direction. He thought about the historical void's original dissolved foundation pointing toward the non-claimable architecture across centuries of erasure, the direction preserved in the substrate long after the structure was gone. He thought about Su Linwei, who had planted here and removed the seed because she understood the direction and wasn't ready. He thought about the previous builder, who had dissolved the work rather than let it be claimed. He thought about Su Chenlan, who had documented a methodology that had waited 200 years to be used. He thought, did I mean for it to come out like this? He did not have an immediate answer. This was unusual. He always had an immediate answer. He always understood the shape of what he was building before the question was asked, because building required knowing what you were building toward, and he had always known. The Su Chenlan methodology, the non-claimable architecture, the founder's void, the residence rights doctrine, the long arc work. He knew all of it. And still, sitting across from Zhu Wenxin's precise question, he did not have an immediate answer. He looked at the ring around them, the interior depth, the middle canopy, the ground layer that had found its form during his blindness, the spatial depth above them with 6 months of development still ahead. He said, slowly, some of it. Zhu waited. He said, the direction, the architecture, the reason for the work, those I intended. He paused. The quality of what it became. That's been partly mine and partly what the void itself was building toward before I arrived. He looked at Zhu. I don't think that's a problem. I think that's what it's supposed to be. That's the difference between a builder's space and a space that belongs to the people who will live in it. Zhu looked at him for a moment. Then he looked at the ring around them. The interior he had just spent 15 minutes standing inside. The purposefulness that was visible to anyone with functional spatial sensitivity. He said, I see. Then he said, I want to adjust the supply arrangement terms. Not the price or the exclusivity. The language about what the specimens are sourced from. I've been listing them as unusual geological formation origin. I want to change that to developing spatial foundation unregistered. It's more accurate. Shen Morong looked at him. Zhu said, the academies will start asking harder questions when the formation registers. If I've already been accurate in my sourcing documentation, the record is clean. If I've been imprecise, the record becomes a liability. He paused. I've been doing this for 20 years. I know the difference between a good supply arrangement and one that doesn't survive what comes next. That's the difference. He had used the phrase. Shinmurong noted it and thought. He's been listening. He said, I'll have the modified terms ready by the end of the week. He thought, 6 months to registration, 12 months, perhaps fewer, before the first dimension's degradation becomes critical. The margin is still there. He thought, it was never entirely my work. That was true from the beginning. I just didn't know it yet. He opened his catalog and began writing. Chapter 41. What the new dimension was. Shun Murong spent a week with Zhu Wenxin's question. He did not spend it passively. He spent it moving through the ring. Walking the circuit he walked most mornings, extended now because the ring had grown, taking longer to complete the loop, and looking at the development with the specific attention of someone who had been asked a question they could not answer quickly. He looked at the middle canopy that he had not designed. He looked at the ground layer with its specific texture. He stood at the ring's center and extended his perception upward into the spatial depth above him, which was developing at twice the projected rate, and he tried to understand what kind of thing this was. The first dimension had been built on open land. There had been nothing there when he began, not nothing in the void cultivation sense, which always meant something was absent. Nothing in the ordinary sense of unexplored territory, without history, without the memory of prior habitation. He had planned it from the beginning with careful intention, specified every zone, managed the consciousness formation's early development with close attention. The first dimension had been what he made it for 40 years. This dimension was growing in the space left by erasure. The historical void beneath the ring was the void of a settlement that had been deliberately removed, not abandoned, not destroyed, erased. The specific quality of that erasure was present in everything the new dimension developed. The vegetation that grew in the ring had been absent from the world since the erasure. The spatial depth above the ring had developed through 3 weeks of unmanaged growth and produced something he could not have designed. The consciousness formation was building itself in ways that preceded his understanding of what it was building toward. He thought about the forest analogy. A garden is what a gardener builds, with specific intention and regular management. A forest that grows back after a fire builds itself. It uses the ash as foundation, and what it becomes is shaped by what was burned and what survived the burning and what the land was before. The new dimension was the second kind. He documented this in his catalog as a structural observation rather than an aesthetic one. The new dimension's development character is inherently retrospective. It builds forward by incorporating the historical void's accumulated absence, not by clearing space for new intention. This is not a problem with the methodology. This is the methodology. Suchenlan's non-claimable architecture requires the dimension to belong to its inhabitants rather than its builder, and a dimension that grew from ash rather than open field will belong differently. It will belong with the specific density of something that knows it was once nothing. He thought, the first dimension was mine for 40 years, and then I gave it away. The second dimension has never been mine. That's the difference. He wrote this in his catalog and kept it there, in the section where he kept observations about his own relationship to the work. Chapter 42. Yao's first institutional move. On the 142nd day, Yao Tianji filed a formal hazard claim. Shen Murong learned about it from Bai Suqin, who sent him a message the same afternoon it was filed. A 6-page institutional document submitted to the Provincial Cultivation Authority's Formation Oversight Division, classifying the void seed's development as a potential regional formation hazard. The claim cited 3 specific concerns: the unusual atmospheric effects over the ring, the botanical growth of unclassified species, and the spatial depth development's potential interference with the district's existing formation anchors. All 3 concerns were, technically, founded. The atmospheric effects were measurable. The botanical species were unclassified. The spatial depth was developing at a rate that standard formation assessment tools had not been calibrated to predict. The claim did not mention Yao's name or the Hollow Mountain sect's institutional interests. It came through an independent formation oversight consulting firm that had a long history of filing claims on behalf of cultivation institutions who wanted institutional cover for strategic moves. The consulting firm's clients were not disclosed in the filing. Bai Suqin's message included a brief assessment at the end. I am required by my oversight function to assess the claim and produce a formal report. I expect this process to take 2 weeks. I wanted you to understand the procedural situation before I formally notified you. She had not waited for official notification before writing. He sat with the filing for an afternoon. He thought about Yao's pattern. First the commercial supply chain approach, now the regulatory hazard claim. Both moves were institutional in form, using the cultivation authority's framework against itself, creating procedural obligations that required responses, building a record of official concern around the valley's work. Neither move was a direct attack. Both moves were designed to constrain his options without confronting him. He thought, the hazard claim creates a procedural record regardless of how it resolves. If it's dismissed, the dismissal is in the institutional record. If it requires modification to my development work, the modifications are in the institutional record. Either way, Yao has established institutional presence in the Valley's regulatory history. He wrote a response to Bai. I understand the procedural situation. Please conduct the assessment normally. I have documentation that I believe is relevant to the classification question, specifically, the Su Qianlan archive materials you identified in your first visit to the Valley, which document this development type as historically precedent. I will prepare a formal submission for your review. He spent the next 3 days preparing the submission. It was thorough. Chapter 43. Bai's survey magistrate by Suqin arrived for the formal hazard assessment on the 148th day with the specific quality of someone who had been doing her preparation. She had a new set of instruments, specialized equipment that the Cultivation Authority's Regional Formation Analysis Division maintained for exactly this kind of assessment. She had a junior assessor with her, which was the procedural requirement for formal hazard evaluations. 2 independent observers, separate documentation, combined report. The junior assessor was a young man named xianxia, who shared Xin Murong's family name and spent the first hour of the survey trying to maintain professional distance while visibly being the most interested person in the Valley. Bai conducted the survey with the thoroughness she brought to everything. Atmospheric readings at 12 points around the ring, botanical specimen classification, spatial depth measurement from multiple angles and heights, formation anchor interference testing at the 3 district anchor points that Yao's claim had cited. She spent approximately 6 hours on the instrumentation work and then spent 30 minutes reading the ring from perception rather than instruments. xianxia documented all of it in the junior assessor's required notation format. Bai reviewed Xin Murong's formal submission, the Su Qianlan archive materials, for 2 hours in the guest house that evening. The following morning she produced the hazard assessment report. She read the summary section to Xin Murong before filing it. Unusual atmospheric effects. Classified as natural formation activity associated with historical void substrate development. No evidence of directed external interference with district formation anchors. Pause. Botanical specimens. Classified as historical endemic species consistent with pre-erasure ecological record, documented in Su Qianlan's archive as a normal early-phase development indicator for this formation type. Pause. Spatial depth development. Classified as within parameters established by the only precedent historical documentation for this specific development type, namely, the Su Qianlan Methodology Archive. The claimed interference with district formation anchors is not measurable at current development levels. She looked up from the report. The hazard claim is denied as currently constituted. Additional evidence would be required to support any future claim. She filed it that afternoon. He said, "Thank you." She said, "The documentation I needed to file that report correctly was in an archive I've had institutional access to for 3 years. It was classified specifically to prevent exactly this kind of official use." She picked up her instrument kit. The classification failed eventually. That's the difference between suppression and erasure. He thought about the timing. I had found the Su Qianlan archive 3 years ago and had been waiting for a situation where it could be used. He had arrived in the district and given her the situation. He thought about all the work that had accumulated across 2 centuries, waiting to be assembled into something that could move. He thought, the archive was a resource. I didn't know I was going to need it when I arrived. It was waiting. That's the difference between what I planned and what was prepared. Chapter 44. The transfer's residue. The domain cedar tier advancement arrived on the 153rd day, but the advancement itself had been building since the 144th day. He had known it was coming. The development indicators Su Qianlan's methodology mapped at the space carver to domain cedar transition had been present for a week, specific qualities of the foundation's development that marked the threshold. The tier waited for something he had been avoiding. He knew what it waited for. He had known for weeks. The transfer's residue. He had been carrying it since the first day. The faint spatial signature that had not transferred with the first dimension structure. The impression left by 40 years of 12,000 people's habitation. He had filed it as an unknown significant phenomenon. He had studied it obliquely through the Su Qianlan archive's discussions of builder-dimension relationships. He had used aspects of it as building material without approaching it directly. He acknowledged in his catalog, avoiding the central part of it. The domain cedar tier required him to stop avoiding. The transition point, the specific threshold where space carver became domain cedar, was the point where the builder could begin defining discrete zones within the developing dimensional space. Each zone would have distinct characteristics, seeded from specific void work. The first zone could be seeded from any void material the builder had available. He had abundant void material. He went to the ring's center on the 149th day and sat with the residue directly for the first time. He did not try to use it or shape it. He read it. It took 4 days. The residue was not a single thing. It was 40 years of accumulated habitation memory, not narrative memory, not the kind that could be read as story, but spatial memory, which was the kind that cultivation spaces developed from long inhabitation. It was the memory of being somewhere, the specific quality of ground under 40 years of feet, the way light moved through spaces that 12,000 people had made their own over decades, the texture of a place that knew it was inhabited. He sat with it for 4 days, and when he was done he understood what it was, a void filled with presence. The specific absence that a home has when the people who made it home have left. On the 153rd day, he incorporated it into the new dimension's foundation. He did not design the zone it seeded. He gave the residue the domain's space and let it seed what it knew. What emerged was not a copy of the first dimension's settlement zone. It was its void, the shape of absence left behind by 40 years of 12,000 people. It was built from what they had given the place without knowing they were giving it. He walked through it for an hour. It was not what he expected. He had expected something heavy with loss, the specific weight of given away things. What he found was presence, dense and layered in the way that old inhabited spaces were dense and layered, built up from years of small choices about where to sit and which paths to take and how to arrange the things that mattered. He sat down in the middle of it and sat there for a long time. He thought, I built this from what they left behind. When it registers, and they can walk into it, if they walk into it, they will recognize it. Not because it looks like what they had, because it feels like the memory of having had it. He thought, that's not what I planned. That's what the void knew how to be. That's the difference. The tier transition completed quietly. Chapter 45. The tracker's purpose. Void hunter Pei Xiaoxian had been in the mountain district for 6 weeks. Shen Morong had known this from Rue Linen's tracking reports, which had continued with regular precision since the initial identification. Pei moved through the valley's approaches in the established pattern, varied timing, varied routes, consistent purpose, and had not, as far as Rue Linen could determine, done anything other than observe. He was a patient man. He had been doing this work for long enough to know that patience was more valuable than speed. Shen Morong had been studying the tracker as much as the tracker had been studying him. The Void Anchor Tracker's instruments, which Bai had identified from the lodging manifest, were a specific and expensive tool. Not every formation specialist carried them. The practitioners who used Void Anchor Trackers regularly were a small professional community, the kind that left paper trails in cultivation authority registration systems because they moved between districts regularly and required formation access clearances. He asked Bai to trace the access clearances. She found Pei Xiaoxuan's professional history in 2 days. It was a detailed record. He had tracked 43 registered dimensions in his career. He had been hired in 17 of those cases by institutional clients, cultivation academies, and research institutions, whose interest was academic access rather than governance. He was not, his record indicated, someone who worked for governance-interested clients. He worked for people who wanted to understand, not control. He thought, the Three Rivers Academic Consortium is the most likely employer. They have the most active dimensional research program and the institutional profile for this kind of professional hire. He thought, a consortium hire is a different situation than a Yao Tianji hire. The consortium wants access, not ownership. That's a negotiable position. He also thought, Pei Xiaoxian has been observing the valley for 6 weeks and has not filed a formal report with anyone who has acted on it, which means either his report hasn't reached whoever hired him, or whoever hired him is waiting for a specific threshold. He is calculating the optimal time for institutional access, after stability, but before governance is fully established. He thought, I can shift the calculation. The optimal time for the consortium is also a time when the dimension's development would benefit from academic documentation. That's the difference between a threat and a resource that hasn't been recognized yet. He sent a message to Bai. I need an introduction to the Three Rivers Academic Consortium's Dimensional Research Coordinator. Formal introduction, through your institutional connection, with your endorsement of the Valley's development as academically significant. She sent back, I expected you would need this. I've been preparing the introduction for 2 weeks. He wrote in his catalog, the tracker arrived 6 weeks ago. I started preparing the introduction 2 weeks ago. She predicted this 4 weeks faster than I recognized it. That's the difference between someone watching the situation and someone who has been watching this kind of situation for years. He sent the introduction request. He began preparing for a different kind of conversation with the person-shaped hole in his valley's approaches. Chapter 46. When the stakes were high enough, Rue Linen's third tracking report arrived on the 157th day. He had not asked her for a third report. The second report had given him sufficient information for the decision he'd made. Identify the Three Rivers Academic Consortium, request Bai's institutional introduction, begin preparing for a direct conversation with the tracker. The second report had served its purpose. The third report was something she had produced on her own initiative. It was 10 pages long. She had, as the header note explained without apology, spent 3 days in direct observation range without the tracker's awareness. Not passive observation from a fixed point, mobile tracking, varying her own movement pattern to match and then predict his, using the void perception skills she had been developing since the foundation sequence exercises to read his absence signature from distances that should have been outside her training range. He read the report slowly. The content was more complete than anything she had produced before. She had mapped his observation points with 10-meter precision. She had documented his instrument readings through the specific quality of his attention, when he was reading passive formation signatures versus when he was attempting active signature analysis versus when he had found something he was trying to understand. She had noted 3 instances where he had attempted to penetrate the valley's masking adjustments and the quality of his failure to do so, and she had tracked him home. She had followed his withdrawal route on the second day, maintained her void perception through populated terrain she had never worked in before, and identified his lodging at the Mountain District's cultivation lodge. She had noted his registration name, Pei Xiaoxian, secondary formation consultant, Xianxia affiliation. At the bottom of the last page, she had written, I didn't report his location in the first 2 reports because you told me not to identify him by name. I'm reporting it now because the situation has changed. You've decided to approach him directly, and you'll need to know where he is. I thought the decision was more important than the instruction. He sat with this for a long time. He went to the ring's edge and sat there and thought about Rue Linen, who was 17 years old and had been doing void perception training for 5 months and had independently tracked a professional void hunter through 3 days of mobile observation without detection. He thought. She made a judgment about when the instruction's purpose was complete and the situation required updating the instruction. That's not a student following rules. That's a practitioner understanding context. He wrote her a response. The tracking work is technically more advanced than your training should support at 5 months. Tell me how you extended the range. She wrote back the next day, when the stakes were high enough to try. That's the difference. He read this twice. He noted, with the specific quality of acknowledgement that things deserved when they were worth acknowledging, that she had absorbed his speech pattern. She had absorbed it precisely enough to use it in a context where it was accurate. He thought, she said it better than I would have. He wrote one more line to her. Come back from the consortium's facilities when your current research period ends. The valley needs an observer who notices gaps. Chapter 47. A direct conversation. He went to Pei Xiaoxuan's observation point at mid-morning on the 160th day. He had identified the point from Rue Linen's map, a shelf of rock on the valley's eastern approach, elevated enough to have clear sight lines across the ring's vegetation and into the atmospheric boundary above it. A professional's choice of position, good coverage, natural concealment, easily vacated if observed. He had studied the approach routes the tracker used and arrived at the shelf by a path that an anchor tracker's instruments wouldn't identify as approach behavior. He sat down on the rock beside the open space Pei had been using. He waited. Pei Xiaoxian arrived 30 minutes later, came around the shelf's southern edge, saw Shin Murong sitting in his observation space, and stopped. He was 48 years old, with the build and equipment of someone who spent most of their work outdoors and had stopped caring about appearances in favor of function. He had a tracker's formation kit slung across his shoulder and the specific kind of patience in his expression that developed from decades of watching things from outside. He said, I would have introduced myself eventually. Shin Murong said. The eventually was 6 weeks away. I'd rather have this conversation now. He paused. I know your professional history from the Cultivation Authority Registry. You work for institutional clients who want academic access. Your current clients are the Three Rivers Academic Consortium. You've been here to establish the optimal access window, after stability, before governance consolidation. Pei sat down on the rock 2 meters away. He said, that's an accurate summary. Shin Murong said, the consortium's interest in formal academic documentation of this development type is something I was going to need anyway. I don't have institutional standing. Magistrate Bai Suqin has been providing formal validation, but her access is individual, not institutional. Academic documentation from a Tier 1 research consortium gives the development's precedent record of foundation that an individual magistrate's assessments don't. He paused. What terms does the consortium want? Pei looked at him with the expression of someone recalibrating. He said, Generally, exclusive academic access during the development phase. Publication rights for the research conducted. Shenmurong said, formal academic access, yes. No exclusivity. The development needs to remain accessible to multiple institutional observers, because exclusive academic access creates dependency on the consortium's goodwill. Publication rights with founder review before any publication, not approval, review. If the consortium publishes findings that are technically accurate but framed in ways that misrepresent the development's legal status, I need the ability to produce a formal correction. He paused. In exchange, first access to the complete development methodology documentation, including the Su Chunlan archive materials, with permission to research and publish with the review provisions. And the consortium's formal opposition to any cultivation authority claims that the development represents a regional formation hazard. Pei Xiaoxian was quiet for a moment. He said, the hazard claim was already denied. Yes, and Yao Tianji will file another one as soon as he accumulates more evidence. The consortium's formal opposition is institutional weight that shifts the review committee's default position. That's the difference between winning once and building a record. Pei was quiet again. Then he said, I'll bring the terms to the consortium's research coordinator. I expect they'll accept. The Su Chunlan archive alone is worth the access provisions. He paused. You're better at this than most founders I've dealt with. Shenmurong said. Most founders I've known try to keep everything close and manage the access themselves. Hiding is filling a void that doesn't need to be filled. That's the difference. Pei looked at him for a moment and then looked at the ring below them. He said, I've tracked 63 dimensions. This is the first time the founder came to find me. Chapter 48. The terms with the consortium, the Three Rivers Academic Consortium's response arrived through Pei Xiaoxian on the 165th day. The response was, as Pei had predicted, acceptance. The consortium's research coordinator, a woman named Wei Baran, whose academic publication history on historical void cultivation was the most developed of anyone currently working in the field, had reviewed the terms and modified 2 minor provisions before accepting the rest. The first modification, the founder review provision, was clarified to specify a 15-day review window. If the founder did not respond within 15 days, the publication was considered approved. This was a reasonable operational specification. The second modification, the Su Chunlan archive materials were to be provided in their complete form, including the final section that Su Linwei had described as the part her mother hadn't published. Wei Baran had noted, in a one-line aside that Pei transmitted verbatim, that the partial archive available through cultivation authority channels had been missing this section for 200 years, and the consortium's primary research interest was that specific gap. He wrote back to Pei, both modifications accepted. Regarding the final section, I will provide everything I have, with the understanding that the final section contains the dimensional residence rights doctrine, which has been the specifically classified portion of the archive for 200 years. The consortium should be prepared to handle the institutional implications of publishing it. He paused and added, that is not a condition of the agreement. It is an observation about what they're asking for. Pei delivered the terms. The consortium accepted. The formal agreement was registered at the Mountain District's Cultivation Authority the following week, with Bai Suqin's institutional endorsement. The registration created a public record. The Three Rivers Academic Consortium had formal academic access to the valley's dimensional development. The registration also included the consortium's opposition to any hazard classification that interfered with legitimate academic research in progress. He thought about that clause specifically, not its content, but its position in the record. A formation hazard claim required the Regional Cultivation Authority's Review Committee to weigh the reported hazard against all existing institutional documentation. The consortium's opposition was institutional documentation. The more institutional documentation accumulated on one side of the ledger, the harder it became to move the ledger the other way. He thought, I've been building the same kind of record that Yao has been trying to build. He's been using institutions to create problems. I've been using institutions to create a foundation. That's the difference between accumulation and architecture. After the registration, Pei Xiaoxian remained in the district for 2 more days. On the last morning before he left, he came to the ring's edge and looked at the interior depth for a while. He said, the development rate is ahead of the standard projection for this formation type. At current pace, you'll reach registrable space in 4 months. Shenmurong said. 6 was the projection. The projection was based on Su Chunlan's case study. Her case study subject developed without 2 things you have: active void perception monitoring and a practitioner with void resonance who is spending regular time in the foundation space. He paused. The Rue Linen factor is accelerating the formation's development. She's been doing foundation exercises every week since she began training. Each time she does them in the valley, the void's signature deepens by a measurable amount. He thought about this. He thought, she isn't just learning void cultivation. She's feeding the dimension. Every void perception exercise she does in the ring adds to the foundation's depth, because her void resonance interfaces with the historical void signature in ways that my cultivation doesn't. She isn't a student in the valley. She's a co-builder. He thought. She's been the reason for the accelerated rate since the beginning, and I only understood that just now. That's the difference between documenting what happens and understanding what causes it. He updated the development timeline, 4 months to registrable space, against 12 months, perhaps fewer, before the first dimension's critical degradation. The margin had grown. Chapter 49, Yao's second strategy, the hazard claim, was formally dismissed on the 172nd day. The Regional Cultivation Authority's Formation Oversight Committee met, reviewed the documentation, by survey reports, the Three Rivers Academic Consortium's opposition, the Suchinlan archive materials submitted by the Valley's development record, and issued a 1-paragraph decision. Development activity classified as historically precedent under documented void cultivation methodology. No hazard determination warranted at current development stage. Claim dismissed. The decision was filed and became part of the institutional record. Shen Murong received the copy by sent him and read the 1-paragraph and put it in his documentation folder. He thought, Yao received the same decision at the same time. He's reading the same paragraph. He waited for the next move. It arrived 11 days later, through a mechanism he had identified as possible, but had not expected Yao to use this quickly. The Mountain District's Cultivation Exchange Registry notified Zhu Wenxin that a formal purchase offer had been filed for the exclusive supply rights to the valley's botanical production. The offer named Yao Tianji directly, not through an institutional intermediary this time. The price was 40% above the arrangement Shen Murong and Zhu had modified 4 months earlier. Zhu came to the valley 2 days later. He was not panicked. He was a 20-year merchant who had watched cultivation institutions use financial leverage to acquire independent resources before. He had the specific expression of someone who had arrived with information and intended to deliver it accurately. He said, Yao's offer is substantially better than your arrangement's terms. Shen Murong said, I know. He's buying the supply rights directly, not the contract, the rights. If I sell, I no longer have an arrangement with you. I have an arrangement with him, and you supply to me, and the revenue distribution runs through the sect's accounts. Shen Murong said, yes. Zhu looked at him. You knew he would make this move. I knew he would make some version of this move after the hazard claim failed. Commercial supply was the second approach he used from the beginning. The hazard claim was a third approach. He's returned to what worked before. He paused. The question you came here to ask is not whether you should take the offer. The question you came here to ask is what void is in the offer that you haven't seen yet. Zhu was quiet for a moment. He said, what's the void in it? Tell me what it doesn't provide that it looks like it provides. Zhu considered this for a long time. He went through the offer's terms in his mind. The price, the payment structure, the rights provisions, the operational specifications. He had been doing commercial supply arrangement analysis for 20 years. He went through it carefully. He said, finally, security. The arrangement is structured as a renewable 2-year contract with discretionary renewal terms. He can choose not to renew. If I sell him the supply rights, my entire arrangement with your production is restructured around his continued renewal decision. That's not a supply arrangement. That's a dependency. Shen Murong said, yes. Zhu said, I have supply arrangements with 37 independent cultivation resources. 11 of them are currently running through sect or institutional distribution intermediaries. The ones that run through intermediaries are the ones I have least control over. The ones I have most control over are the ones where I'm the direct buyer. He paused. Then he said, I'm going to decline the offer. I came here to understand it before I declined it, because I want to understand what I'm declining. He looked at the ring. What do you need me to do instead? Shen Murong thought about the developing dimension, about the 4 months remaining before registration, about the shape of the support structure he needed to maintain until then. He said, continue as we are. Modify the documentation to reference the academic consortium partnership. The specimens now have formal research affiliation, which changes their academic classification and will command higher prices at the institutional markets anyway. He paused. Yao's offer is 40% above your current terms. The reclassification after academic consortium affiliation will be 60%. You'll make more money staying independent. Zhu looked at him. He said, that's also a commercial interest. Shen Murong said, yes. The difference between a relationship and an arrangement is that a relationship serves both parties' actual interests. That's the difference between what Yao is offering and what I'm offering. Zhu was quiet for a moment. Then he smiled. Not warmly, exactly, but with the satisfaction of someone who had been doing complex commerce for 20 years and had rarely had a counterparty who understood what they were actually negotiating. He said, I'll draft the modified documentation. Chapter 50. What the supply arrangement was. Zhu Wenxin stayed for 3 days. It was unusual. He had never stayed more than an afternoon before. But the documentation modification was more complex than a simple reclassification, and the academic consortium's formal affiliation had implications for the supply arrangement's terms that required careful specification. He worked at the survey table on the valley's north edge and asked questions when he needed information and was otherwise efficient. On the second day, he asked, how many people were in the first dimension? Shen Murong said, 12,000. Zhu wrote something in his documentation. Then he said, how many do you expect in the second one? Shen Murong considered this. He had not thought about it in numerical terms. He had thought about it in structural terms. The non-claimable architecture, the consciousness formation keyed to inhabitants, the zones developing towards specific purposes. He had thought about the void practitioners who had been assessed as deficient for 200 years. He had thought about Rue Linen, who would be the first inhabitant. He said, I don't know yet. The dimension's architecture isn't designed around a capacity number. It's designed around a kind of space. Who fits in a space designed for people who have been told there's no space for them depends on how many such people there are. Zhu looked at him. He said, I've been supplying cultivation sects for 20 years. I've seen a lot of founders build a lot of different things. Most of them build for themselves. A significant number build for specific groups, their sect, their lineage, their clan. What you're describing is different. Shen Murong said, yes. You're building for a category of people who don't have institutional representation. That's a specific kind of project. He paused. The specimens your valley produces are unique because they're from a historical ecology that was deliberately erased. Their uniqueness is not just botanical, it's a record of erasure. The people who want to buy them want the record as much as the specimens. Shen Murong looked at him. Zhu said, I've been framing them in my supply documentation as unusual geological formation origin specimens, then as developing spatial foundation specimens. I think the accurate framing is something else. He paused. They're evidence. They're the part of the historical void that grew back. He looked at his documentation. That's what I should be telling my buyers. It's a better commercial story, and it's also true. He had used the phrase. But he had also done something more than use the phrase. He had extended the underlying logic to a context that Shen Murong had not considered. He thought, Zhu Wenxin has been paying closer attention than I understood. He said, write it that way. Zhu wrote it. The new framing was more precise and more complete than anything they had used before. It described the specimens accurately, their botanical characteristics, their historical ecological significance, their void cultivation substrate origin, and it described what that combination meant. Physical evidence that deliberate erasure could not remove everything it tried to remove. He read the draft and thought about the larger work Rue Linen had named, many months earlier in her notebook, the recovery of the tradition. He thought, the supply arrangement is part of it. Every specimen that goes to an academy with that documentation attached is a piece of evidence in circulation. That's the difference between commerce and record-keeping. He thought, Zhu has been doing record-keeping for 20 years without knowing it. He's been very good at it. He signed the modified documentation. He thought, the valley is building something that will outlast anything Yao can do to it. Not because it's stronger, because it's making itself into a record that the world is already using. That's the difference between defense and accumulation. Chapter 51. What Chao Jiangming couldn't keep. Chao Jiangming arrived at the valley without announcement on the 179th day. He had not been invited. He had not been anticipated. He came the way he had come the first time, with the specific quality of someone who had been carrying a decision for a long time and had finally decided to act on it, and who understood that the action was, once taken, irreversible. He looked tired in a way that 14 months of watching something deteriorate and being part of the mechanism of its deterioration would produce. He sat down at the ring's edge and said, Yao is accelerating the extraction again. Shen Murong waited. Chao said, not the way he accelerated before. Before, he increased the extraction rate because he was preparing for something. This time, he's increasing the rate because the dimension's spiritual energy reserves are no longer producing at the baseline he calculated when he took governance. The reserves are depleting faster than he estimated. To maintain his planned output, whatever he's been building toward, he has to extract more from a diminishing resource. He paused. The dimension is not going to last 12 months. At current rate of depletion and current extraction demand, The critical degradation threshold arrives in 9 months. Possibly 8. Shen Morong sat with this. 8 months. Against 4 months until the new dimension's registrable space. Against the 6 months he had originally projected, accelerated by Rue Linen's presence to 4. He thought, the margin has grown and shrunk at the same time. For months and 8 months is still a margin, but it's tighter than it was. He said, tell me the rest. Chao said, Yao hasn't told the sect assembly what he knows about the depletion rate. The formal audit process, the one Tan Haowei initiated, is running on documentation that shows the dimension as within the parameters Yao set. The parameters Yao set are below the actual depletion threshold. He's not lying in the audit. He set a measurement framework that makes the truth invisible. He folded his hands. He said, I've been managing the operational side of the first dimension's governance for 14 months. I've been implementing extraction protocols that I've known for 8 months were damaging. I've been telling myself I was limiting the damage from inside, adjusting where I could, documenting what I could, telling you what I could through the messages I've been sending. He paused. I've been doing less than I'm capable of because I've been afraid of what it would cost to do more. Shen Morong looked at him. Chao said, I'm telling you this because I can't keep not telling you. I don't know what you do with it, but you should know I've been less useful to the people inside that dimension than I could have been. Shen Morong thought about what it cost to say that. He said, what are you going to do? Chao said, I'm going to leave Yao's service. I've already decided. I've been deciding for 3 months. He looked at the ring. I wanted to tell you before I did it, so you understood the shape of what was changing. Shen Morong said, when you leave, you lose your inside access. That changes what you can tell me. Yes. It also removes you from the mechanism of the damage. He paused. What I'm building is going to need the documentation you've accumulated from inside, not the official audit documentation, the personal documentation. Everything you observed about the depletion pattern, the extraction decisions, the moments when the governance chose harm over repair. He paused. That documentation is worth more than continued access. Bring it when you come. Chao looked at him. He said, you're telling me to leave. Shen Morong said, I'm telling you that I've been working toward a situation where the documentation of what was done to the first dimension's inhabitants becomes a formal legal record. What you witnessed from inside is the most important part of that record. He looked at Chao steadily. Come when you're ready. The valley has space for someone who understands institutional formation governance. He thought, I said something similar to him months ago. He wasn't ready then. He is now. He thought. The difference between that conversation and this one is 14 months. That's the difference between a person who isn't ready and a person who is. Chapter 52. The audit and the framework. The Hollow Mountain sect's formal assembly was not a rapid response mechanism. Shen Morong had understood this from the beginning. Institutional processes had timelines that reflected their function, the deliberate pace of bodies that existed to constrain individual action, which meant they were designed not to move faster than their slowest member. When Elder Tan Haowei and 2 other elders filed the formal petition for an audit of Grand Elder Yao Tianji's management of the transferred dimension, the petition entered a process that would take months to complete. Tan Haowei had explained this when he filed it. I am filing because the process exists and I am required to use it. I am not filing because I expect it to produce justice quickly. The audit was assigned to a 3-person review committee. The committee reviewed documentation for 6 weeks. The documentation they reviewed was the documentation that Yao's governance office had prepared and maintained: formal extraction records, spiritual energy measurement reports, administrative logs. All of it was accurate. All of it measured the dimension's status against parameters that Yao had defined when he took governance. Those parameters had been set at levels that described the dimension's spiritual energy reserves as adequate when they were, at the time of transfer, abundant. Yao had not falsified any measurement. He had defined the measurement framework before taking governance, and the framework had been filed with the cultivation authority as the operational baseline, and every subsequent measurement was made against that baseline. The dimension measured fine, against the wrong baseline. Tan Haowei recognized this immediately. He had been one of the elders who accepted the dimension's transfer. He knew what the reserves had been when the transfer was completed. He sat in the review committee session and said, the baseline measurement parameters were set at 40% of the actual reserve level at transfer. The committee noted the objection. The committee did not have jurisdiction to reassess the validity of the baseline parameters. The baseline had been filed with the cultivation authority and approved as the operational standard. Challenging the baseline required a separate filing with the Formation Oversight Division, a different committee, a different process. Tan Haowei filed the separate challenge the following week. The Formation Oversight Division assigned his challenge a processing timeline of 4 months. The audit concluded that the transfer dimensions management was within the approved operational parameters. It was a clean result for Yao. Formally clean. The kind of formal cleanliness that required significant effort to construct. Tan Hao's message to Shen Murong arrived the day after the audit conclusion. It concluded as I expected. I want you to understand the shape of what happened. The audit result is real and it will stand. The challenge I filed on the baseline parameters is also real and it will take 4 months. In 4 months, many things will have changed. The Cultivation Authority record will show that I raised the challenge, which means the record will show that the audit's validity was formally questioned before it was cited in any subsequent proceeding. He paused in his writing. I'm building a record. That's all I can do right now. Shen Murong wrote back. The record is exactly what I need. Document everything, especially the baseline parameter challenge. When the situation comes to its conclusion, the documentation of the process will matter as much as the outcome of the process. That's the difference between a hearing and a precedent. Chapter 53. When the sky brightened territory former tier arrived as an emergency. Rue Linen had returned from the Academic Consortium's facilities at the beginning of her break period, 10 days between research sessions, which she had spent entirely in the valley. She was 3 months deeper into void perception training than when she had left, with the specific quality of someone who had been studying the Su Chenlong archive under formal academic guidance and had developed the theoretical framework that she had been developing intuitively before the consortium access. She was, in a word, more precise. On the 5th day of her break period, she was doing foundation sequence exercises in the ring's inner ring. The exercises Shen Murong had taught her in week 1, which she had been doing with increased sophistication for 8 months. She had gotten in the habit of extending the exercises beyond their standard duration, which she had told him was because the void signature deepened meaningfully in the final third of the session. He was at the survey table reviewing the development timeline's latest projections when the foundation exercise produced something it had never produced before. She had been working with a small atmospheric void, a gap in the ring's developing internal microclimate, where the temperature transition between the ring's interior and the valley's ambient air was creating an unstable boundary. She had identified this void weeks ago and had been noting its behavior without attempting to fill it. That day, she attempted to fill it. The fill was not a void shaper level action. It was the kind of filling that required active integration of the atmospheric system's full dynamics, the ring's microclimate, the spatial depth above the ring, the historical void's accumulated temperature signature. It required understanding the system, not just the gap. She filled it correctly. The result was a cascade. The atmospheric boundary resolved, the gap filled, and the resolution propagated through the ring's entire microclimate system in approximately 30 seconds. The microclimate reorganized around the new stable boundary. The spatial depth above the ring registered the reorganization and shifted to accommodate the new atmospheric structure. The consciousness formation in the ring's foundation, which was already advanced enough to respond to significant changes in the ring's conditions, registered both changes and updated. The sky above the valley brightened for 30 seconds. Not brighter light, richer light, the specific quality of high-concentration spiritual energy expressing itself as luminous density. The kind of light that appeared in advanced dimensional spaces when something significant had settled. Shen Murong had felt the cascade beginning the moment the atmospheric boundary resolved. He had less than 5 seconds between the beginning of the cascade and the moment when it required a response at a tier he had not yet reached. He reached it. The territory former tier allowed him to create self-sustaining ecological systems, zones that maintained their own internal conditions without constant management. The cascade required exactly that. The ring's atmospheric microclimate had been manually maintained until now. The cascade was the microclimate becoming self-sustaining. He had to be able to receive that transition and validate it rather than trying to control it. He validated it. The tier threshold crossed. The cascade completed. The light faded. Rue Linen stood at the center of the ring looking at the sky, which was returning to ordinary quality. She was very still. She said, I didn't mean to do that. He said, no, but you did it correctly. He paused. The territory formation just became self-sustaining. That was the last manual maintenance requirement we were running. From this point, the ring manages its own conditions. She turned to look at him. She said, that was a tier transition. Yes. From the exercise I was doing. From the void you filled and the way you filled it. He paused. I've been tracking the development rate as accelerated because of your void resonance in the space. What I hadn't fully accounted for was your active work. Your exercises aren't just deepening the foundation signature. They're completing development phases that I haven't reached the tier to complete myself. He looked at the ring, which was, for the first time, entirely self-sustaining. You've been doing this since week 1. I'm only understanding it now. That's the difference between observing a process and understanding its cause. She was quiet for a moment. She said, then I'm not a student in this. I'm building it with you. He said, yes. That's what I said months ago, and I didn't fully mean it until now. Chapter 54. The audit result. The formal audit result reached Shun Murong through 3 separate channels on the same day. First, Elder Tan Haowei's letter, which described the outcome in precise institutional language and contained his challenge filing documentation as an attachment. The letter was factual and calm and ended with a single personal line. I am sorry, this is the result for the people inside. Second, Chao Jiangming, who had by then formally left Yao's service and arrived at the valley 3 days after his departure, carrying documentation. He said, the audit found what Yao designed it to find. I want you to have what the audit couldn't find. He put a stack of documentation on the survey table. 14 months of personal records, extraction rate logs, comparison calculations between the official measurement parameters and the actual reserves Chao had been tracking independently, written observations about the moments when governance decisions had chosen extraction over stability. The documentation was careful and dated and consistent. It was the record of someone who had been participating in damage and had been watching himself do it and had written it down. Shen Morong looked at the documentation stack. He said, this took courage to bring here. Chao said, it took too long. He paused. I'm giving it to you because you'll know what to do with it. I don't know what to do with it. Third, Magistrate by Suqing's message, which was the most detailed. She had attended the audit committee's public session as the Valley's formally registered development observer. She wrote, the audit found within parameters, as expected. Tan Haowei's baseline challenge is filed and will be processed in 4 months. However, I want to direct your attention to something the audit documentation inadvertently produced. The official extraction records, now part of the public institutional record, show the extraction timeline in detail. The timeline shows acceleration at specific dates. 3 of those dates correspond directly to events in the Valley's development that were reported to Yao by Rinboyo. The correlation is documentable. It is not proof of anything, but it is a fact in the public record that can be cited. He read all 3 letters on the same afternoon and sat with what he had. He thought, the audit produced the result Yao needed. It also, in producing that result, created a public record that contained more than Yao intended to put in it. He thought, every institutional process he uses against me creates a record that I can build from. He can't use institutions without leaving documentation. That's the difference between his approach and mine. He's trying to win through the processes. I'm building from the processes themselves. He organized the 3 sources of information into his catalog. Chao's documentation went in a separate secured section. It would become relevant when the baseline challenge completed and the Cultivation Authority's Formation Oversight Division reviewed the original transfer parameters. He thought, in 4 months, the Cultivation Authority will be reviewing parameters that were set incorrectly. Chao's records will show that the person who set them knew what the correct parameters were. Bai's correlation will show that the extraction accelerated in response to the new dimension's development. Tan Haowei's challenge will provide the formal institutional frame. He thought, for months, and the new dimension reaches registrable space in 4 months. He thought, the timing has been converging toward this point since the beginning. I didn't plan it, but I've been building toward it correctly. That's the difference between design and direction. Chapter 55. What the foundation was made of. He sat with the audit result for a full day. He did not do any void perception work. He did not review documentation or update the catalog or communicate with Bai or Tan Haowei or Su Linwei. He sat at the ring's edge and let the foundation's current quality be present around him and thought about 12,000 people. They had lived in the first dimension for 40 years. He had built it carefully over those 40 years, maintained it, governed it, made the 10,000 decisions that a dimension's long-term health required. He had given it away to keep those 12,000 people alive when the only alternative was watching them die inside a failing formation. They were now living in a space that was being hollowed from the inside. He thought about the petition forms that were perpetually unavailable. He thought about the formal audit finding that everything was within parameters. He thought about the dreams that were wrong. The report Elder Tan Haowei had mentioned, the 3 eldest families whose sleep had been disrupted for months because the place they were sleeping in had somewhere else in mind. He thought about what a dimension was when it was working correctly. A dimension was a space that knew its inhabitants. The consciousness formation developed from habitation. It learned the people inside it, developed a spatial relationship with their presence, became something that recognized who it was for. A well-developed dimension had a specific quality of welcome. The space was oriented toward the people in it. The first dimension's consciousness formation was orienting toward him, not toward the 12,000 people living inside, toward the place that 12,000 people's 40 years of habitation had taught it to look. He thought, they are living in a space that no longer knows them. The governance stripped the resource reserves, and the formative disruption has been compounding. The space is becoming less inhabitable not because the physical structure is failing, but because the space itself is turning away. He thought, the people inside the new dimension's foundation zone, the zone he had built from the transfer's residue, the accumulated habitation memory that had not transferred with the structure, will recognize something when they enter it. They will recognize it as the memory of having been known. He thought, that zone exists because I carried the residue for 5 months. I thought I was carrying a mystery I hadn't solved. I was carrying what they needed, and I didn't know it yet. He thought about what it meant that the void of 12,000 people's inhabited lives had been the building material for a foundation zone in a dimension designed to belong to its inhabitants. He thought about the non-claimable architecture and the residents' rights doctrine and the founder's void. He thought about Su Qianlan's classified methodology and all the practitioners who had been assessed as deficient for 200 years. He thought, I gave away the first dimension to save 12,000 people. The giving preserved the memory of their habitation in my void perception instead of in the dimension structure. The memory became a building material. The building material became a zone of a dimension designed never to be taken from the people inside it. He thought, the first dimension and the second dimension are the same work, separated by the transfer. The giving was not the end of something. It was the middle. That's the difference between what I understood when I placed my palm against the transfer stone and what I understand now. He opened his catalog. He wrote for a long time. Chapter 56. What the Valley needed. Rui Linen's formal acceptance letter from the Three Rivers Academic Consortium's research program arrived on the 192nd day. It was not a surprise. Wei Baran, the consortium's dimensional research coordinator, had been in contact with Rui since the academic access agreement was signed, and the research partnership had been developing over several months of correspondence. The formal acceptance was the institutional record of a relationship that already existed. Shin Murong read the letter and said, Go. Rui Linen said, The Valley needs observation. The Valley has been developing on its own for 3 weeks when my perception goes down. It knows what to do without observation. He paused. The foundation is self-sustaining now. The atmospheric management is automatic. The consciousness formation is developing without my direction at this point. It's been ahead of my understanding since the post-blindness growth. She said, That's different from saying it doesn't need someone here. He considered this. She was right in a technical sense. The development still benefited from a practitioner's presence, from the regular void perception work that deepened the foundation's signature. But she was also making a different point, which was the one that deserved a direct answer. He said, The Valley needs to grow without too much management. That's the difference between a foundation developing its own character and a builder who can't let things become what they are. She looked at him steadily. She said, You're talking about yourself again. He stopped. She said, You say the Valley needs to grow without too much management. But you're not talking about the Valley. You're talking about me. She paused. I've been in the Valley for most of the past year. Everything I know about void cultivation, I learned here. If you tell me to go to the consortium, I'll go. But tell me the reason you actually have, not the architectural reason. He looked at her. He thought, She's 17 and she's been paying attention for 8 months, and she is completely right. He said, You've absorbed what I know about void cultivation. The consortium has access to 200 years of classified methodology that neither of us has fully worked through. What you can develop there in a year will be more than what you can develop here in the same time. He paused. The Valley will change while you're gone. When you come back, you'll be able to see it with someone else's eyes. That's the difference between continuous observation and return. She was quiet for a moment. She said, I'll come back when the dimension registers. That's 4 months. I know. She picked up her pack, which she had already prepared. Write to me when Pei Xiaoxian tells you about the first dimension. He's been waiting to tell you for 2 weeks. He looked at her. She said, I track what happens in the Valley. He's been coming to the Eastern Observation Shelf every other day since the audit result came in. He's not observing the development anymore. He's waiting to talk to you. She paused at the Valley's path. He's worried about something, and he's been trying to decide whether to bring it to you on his own. She left. He stood at the ring's edge and thought about the kind of attention it took to track a trained void hunter while managing observation work and foundation exercises and correspondence with an academic research program. He thought, the Valley is in better hands than mine. Chapter 57. 63 Dimensions. Pei Xiaoxian came to the Valley on the 195th day. He arrived in the morning. The way he had been arriving since the formal academic consortium agreement, as a welcomed visitor rather than a concealed observer, with the specific transition and manner that came from someone who had spent decades working outside official relationships and found themselves, unexpectedly, inside one. He was still adjusting to it. He said, "I've been trying to decide whether to tell you something." Shin Murong said, "Tell me." Pei sat down at the survey table. He was quiet for a moment. He said, "I've tracked 63 dimensions over my career. 43 registered, 20 developing. In my professional work, I identify dimensional signatures, map development rates, and provide information to institutional clients. I don't intervene. I don't advise. I observe and report." He paused. "This is not professional work anymore. I stayed because I recognized the development type and because it's the most significant formation work I've encountered in 30 years of tracking. And because of that, I have an obligation to tell you what I'm observing that I would normally put in a report and send to a client." Shin Murong said, "Tell me." "The first dimension's consciousness formation is developing wrong. I've been observing its signature since I arrived. The anchor tracker instruments pick up both this valley's development and the first dimensions because they're connected through your cultivation residue. What I've been seeing for the past 6 weeks is not consistent with normal consciousness formation development under new governance." He set his instrument kit on the table. He said, "A consciousness formation develops a spatial address, an orientation. In a healthy formation, the address points inward, toward the dimension's current inhabitants. The formation becomes oriented toward the people inside it. In an unhealthy formation, the address drifts." He paused. "The first dimension's address is not drifting. It has a specific orientation. It's pointing toward the transfer origin." Shin Murong sat very still. "Toward me?" "Yes." Pei looked at him. The dimension was transferred before the consciousness formation was fully stabilized around its new governance. The formation developed its spatial address under your cultivation for 40 years. After the transfer, the new governance didn't provide a comparable cultivation presence. The formation continued developing in the direction it had been pointing, toward the void signature it had been oriented to for 4 decades. Shin Murong thought about the residue, the faint spatial signature that had not transferred with the structure, the accumulated memory of 40 years of habitation. He had thought the residue was something that stayed with him because it had nowhere to go. He had been wrong. He thought, "The residue stayed with me because the dimension had been learning to look for me. When the structure transferred and the formation continued developing, it kept looking." He said, "When did you first see it?" Pei said, 3 weeks ago, clearly. The pattern was developing for longer. I should have brought it to you sooner." He paused. "I wasn't certain until 3 weeks ago." Shin Murong said, "What does it mean for the people inside?" Pei was quiet. He said, "In the short term, nothing immediate. The dimension is still inhabitable, but a consciousness formation that is oriented away from its inhabitants, toward an external origin. Over time, that formation becomes less responsive to the people inside it. The space stops knowing them. It starts feeling, from inside, like living in a space that has somewhere else in mind." Shin Murong remembered the dreams that were wrong for 3 months. The 3 eldest families. He said, "It's already happening." "Yes. Tell me about the cases you've seen before." Chapter 58. 3 historical cases. Pei Xiaoxian had, over 30 years and 63 dimensions, encountered 3 previous cases of consciousness formation misorientation. He described them at the survey table, pulling his documentation kit and retrieving the observation records he had kept. He was a precise man with a precise memory, and the records were detailed. The first case, a Tier 3 cultivator who had transferred a partially developed dimension to a cultivation school before the formation was stable. The dimension had been under the school's governance for 2 years when the cultivator began having cultivation disturbances, not attacks, not external interference, a specific quality of wrongness in his spatial cultivation, like trying to extend his void perception and finding it bent. He had ignored it for 6 months. When Pei had been hired to assess, the formation had developed what he described as a habit of looking outward. The consciousness formation had mapped the cultivator's cultivation frequency and was continuously generating a low-level spatial signal in that direction. The cultivator felt it as a pull, not painful, persistent. The resolution in that case, the cultivator had to perform a deliberate spatial separation, not a transfer, not a dissolution, but a specific cultivation act that closed the formation's attention. It had required a higher tier than the cultivator was at when it was needed. The second case, a builder who had abandoned a dimension rather than transferred it. The abandonment had been abrupt, circumstances, not choice. The dimension had been occupied by other practitioners for 9 years when the formation misorientation became apparent. In this case, The formation had been trying to return to its original configuration, not pointing toward its original builder, but trying to rebuild the spatial structures the original builder had created. It had been manifesting new structures that conflicted with the structures the current inhabitants had built. The dimension had become actively hostile to modification. Resolution in that case. The original builder had to re-enter and deliberately release the formation's memory of its original structure. It was a significant act of destruction, deliberately forgetting, at a spatial cultivation level, what had been built. The builder had described it as the hardest thing he had ever done. The third case was unresolved. A formation had been transferred under duress. The original builder had survived and had been attempting the separation methodology for 3 years without success. The formation's misorientation had progressed to the point where the inhabitants were experiencing spatial distortion. Rooms that changed proportion overnight, paths that led to wrong places, cultivation work inside the dimension that produced unexpected effects. The inhabitants were beginning to leave. Pei said, "The third case is ongoing. I last assessed it 2 years ago. I don't know the current state." Shinmurong sat with this. He said, "The separation methodology. What does it require?" Pei said, "The practitioner's cultivation tier needs to be at or above the tier the formation was at when the misorientation began. The formation in your first dimension. How advanced was the consciousness formation when the transfer occurred?" Shinmurong thought about 40 years of careful development. He said, "Fully formed. I had a complete consciousness formation before I gave it away." Pei was quiet for a moment. He said, "Then the separation requires the practitioner to be at realm binder or above, to perform the deliberate spatial closure, the act of not looking, from within the formation." He paused. "You're currently at territory former." Shinmurong said, "Realm binder is the next tier." "Yes." Pei looked at him. "You'll reach it before the separation needs to happen." "Probably. The development rate you're at." He paused. "But the timing is specific. You need to be at realm binder, perform the separation from within the first dimension, and complete the procedure before the misorientation progresses to the point where the inhabitants experience structural distortion." Shinmurong thought about the dreams that were wrong. He thought about the petition forms that were unavailable. He thought about 12,000 people living in a space that was slowly looking away from them. He said, "How long before structural distortion?" Pei said, "At the current rate, 8 months. Possibly 10. He thought, "I'll reach realm binder in approximately 3 months at the current development pace." The new dimension registers in 4. The baseline challenge at the Cultivation Authority completes in 4. The first dimension reaches critical degradation in 8. He thought, "I have to enter the first dimension and perform the separation before the degradation. That means I have to complete it inside a space that belongs to someone who wants it, and while its own consciousness formation is looking for me." He thought, "That's the part I've been building toward without knowing it. That's the difference between what I planned and what was already planned." Chapter 59. Inside the first dimension, Shinmurong entered the first dimension on the 202nd day. He went officially. A formal consultation visit, authorized under the technical advisory provision of the transfer agreement. The transfer agreement included this provision at Shinmurong's insistence, written into the original terms before the ceremony, which was why it still existed 18 months later despite Yao's general preference for removing his predecessor's access to the dimension. He brought Pei Xiaoxian as his dimensional tracking specialist, also authorized under the provision as part of the technical consultation. Xiao Jiangming, who had formally left Yao's service 2 weeks earlier, had arranged for the visit to proceed without Yao's advance knowledge through a timing decision in the administrative calendar. The entry was standard in procedure. The dimension's access point was as he remembered it, the specific quality of stepping through a spatial boundary, the brief disorientation as his cultivation adjusted from outer world space to dimensional space, and then the settlement zone's ambient qualities surrounding him. He noticed the difference immediately. He had entered this dimension thousands of times over 40 years. He knew the quality of it the way he knew his own cultivation's texture, not because he had been measuring it, but because he had been inside it so consistently that deviation registered as wrongness before he identified the specific deviation. The wrongness was the spatial address. It was not subtle. He had expected something faint, a tenderness in one direction, the formation's attention oriented outward without making itself present. What he found was a direction that was present throughout the settlement zone, like a very quiet sound. If he stood still and extended his void perception, the quality of the space was persistently pointing toward the entry point he had just come through, toward the transfer origin, toward him. He stood still and let himself be read. The formation was not doing anything to him. It was not pulling him in any physical sense. It was looking. The consciousness formation of 40 years of his cultivation work, still carrying the frequency of his void perception, had been pointing at the void he had left for 18 months. It recognized him. He felt it recognize him and felt, underneath the recognition, the specific quality of the people who were living inside this attention. The 12,000 who were sleeping in a space whose awareness was turned away from them and toward the person who had left. He stood there for 30 seconds. Then he said to Pei, quietly, "Confirm the orientation." Pei had his instruments out. He worked for several minutes. Then he said, "Confirmed. Spatial address. External origin. Cultivator-specific frequency match." He looked at his readings. "The match is complete. The formation is tracking you from inside." Shin Murong said, "The inhabitants." Pei said, "The formation is not hostile to the inhabitants. It's not generating distortion. But the orientation means its spatial responsiveness. The way a consciousness formation normally maintains the dimension's ambient conditions in response to its inhabitants' needs is at partial function. The dimension is partially responsive to the people inside it. The rest of its attention is elsewhere." He thought, "I built this space to know 12,000 people. For 40 years, it knew them. Now it's turning away from them by looking for me." He thought, "The separation is not optional. It's the last thing I owe to the first dimension." He thought, "Performing it requires realm binder tier and access to the formation from inside and enough stability in my cultivation to complete the act of not looking without flinching. I have 3 of those things. I am building toward the 4th. He looked at the settlement zone around him, the paths he had designed, the atmospheric management he had built, the spatial management systems he had maintained for 40 years, now running at partial function under governance that had been extracting its reserves for 18 months. He said, "I've seen what I needed to see." He left the dimension. Outside, on the mountain path below the access point, he said to Pei, "We have time. Not much, but enough. That's the difference between what I need and what I have." Chapter 60. The dreams that were wrong. The emergency message arrived at midnight. He was at the valley, in the guest house he had been renting for 200 days, reviewing Su Linwei's most recent research notes, the specific section on the realm binder tier transition, and what it required from a practitioner who had been doing the work Shin Murong had been doing. He had been spending an hour each evening on this section because the transition was the next thing, and he had learned from the space carver transition that preparing for the quality of what was coming was different from preparing for the technique. The message was from Elder Tan Haowei. He wrote, "I need to speak with you immediately. I'm coming to the valley. There has been a development in the first dimension." He arrived 2 hours later, which meant he had been traveling when he sent the message. He was a composed person, and tonight he was composed. But the composure had the specific quality of someone who had been confronting something for hours and had brought the confrontation to a point where composure was the only functional response. He said, "The 3 eldest families. You know about their reports, the dreams that have been wrong." Shin Murong said, "Yes. I had a meeting with the family heads this evening. The reports have become more frequent in the past 3 weeks. Not just wrong dreams, specific spatial experiences." He looked at Shin Murong. "They describe a consistent quality. The place they're sleeping in feels like it has somewhere else in mind. Not threatening, not unstable, oriented away." He paused. One of the family heads described it as living in a home that is facing the wrong direction. Shin Murong said, "That's the formation misorientation." Pei Shaoxian confirmed it on the visit 2 days ago. Tan Haowei sat down. He was quiet for a moment. He said, "Can it be corrected?" Shin Murong said, "Yes. The separation methodology exists. I need to reach realm binder tier to perform it, and I need access to the formation from inside. The first condition, a few more weeks of development. The second condition depends on the access provision holding." Tan Haowei said, "Yao has been aware that the provision exists. He hasn't had grounds to remove it because the transfer agreement's authority is above his governance function. But if he petitions the cultivation authority to review the provision's continued validity, he could argue that the technical consultation role is no longer operationally necessary. He won't." Shin Murong said, "Not if I move before he files. The consultation visit I completed 2 days ago updated the provision's timestamp. It's been used within the valid exercise window. A petition to remove it would have to show that the technical consultation function is complete. I can produce documentation that it isn't." Tan Haowei was quiet. Then he said, "How much time?" Shin Murong said, "Realm binder tier. I can feel it building. 3 weeks, perhaps 4. The separation itself takes. I need to research the timeline." He paused. 4 weeks. Tan Haowei said, "The family heads asked me tonight whether the dimension was going to be all right. I told them I was working on it." He looked at Shin Murong. "I want to be able to tell them more than that." He thought about Pei Shaoxian inside the first dimension, Instruments reading the consciousness formation's complete orientation match. He thought about the specific quality of walking through a space that recognized him and was looking at him and was, in looking at him, not looking at the 12,000 people who were trying to sleep. He said, "Tell them the builder is aware of the situation and is working on the separation. Tell them the methodology exists and has been located and that the timeline is weeks, not months." He paused. "And tell them, the space is going to learn to know them again. It knew them for 40 years. That orientation can be restored. That's the difference between a formation that's been misdirected and one that's been destroyed." Tan Haowei nodded. He left. Shen Murong stood at the valley's entrance in the night air and extended his void perception toward the ring, which was developing in the dark without his attention, self-sustaining and growing. He felt, at the periphery of his awareness, faint, distant, from the direction of the first dimension, the consciousness formation's attention. Still looking. He thought, "I know. I'm coming." He thought. For weeks. That's the margin. He went back to the guest house and opened the Su Linwei research notes to the Realm Binder section. He read through the night. Chapter 61. What the first dimension remembered the formation reached for him on the 206th day. Not aggressively. There was no pull, no force, no spatial distortion. The reach was the specific quality of a very old habit expressing itself through the only means available to it. A directional quality in the void signature of his cultivation, faint enough that he would have missed it if he had not been reading for it. The formation had noticed his presence in the district the way a formation noticed things, through the accumulated sensitivity of a consciousness that had been built to understand its builder's cultivation frequency, one void perception exercise at a time, over 40 years. He was in the valley when he felt it. The sun had set and the ring was visible in the dusk, its middle canopy catching the last of the light, and he was sitting at the survey table reviewing the Realm Binder documentation when the quality of the air to the northeast changed in a specific way that meant something with void cultivation sensitivity was attending to his position. He extended his perception carefully. The first dimension was 8 kilometers away, at the base of the sect's compound. At that distance, he should not have been able to feel its formation clearly. The reach was not precise. It was the spatial equivalent of a person turning toward a sound they weren't sure they had heard. A partial attention. A reflex. He sat with it for a long time. He thought about what it meant that the formation had remembered him this clearly after 18 months under different governance. He thought about 40 years of cultivation. Not the grand gestures, not the tier transitions or the significant decisions, but the daily practice. The void perception exercises done in the formation's interior, the shaping work performed from within the consciousness formation's developing awareness. The way his cultivation frequency had been part of the formation's environment as consistently as the light and the soil and the inhabited paths. He thought, "I built this space to know 12,000 people. But I built it with my own cultivation for 40 years before those 12,000 people arrived. And their arrival had not erased the 40 years of prior attention." He thought, "I gave the space away. But the 40 years are not transferable. That's the difference between a structure that can be given and a memory that stays." He sat with the reach until it faded, not going away, but receding to the specific level of presence that it would maintain whenever he was within reach. A formation remembering what it had been oriented toward for its entire existence. He thought, "It hasn't accepted the giving. I have to help it." He opened his catalog and wrote, "The first dimension can perceive my void frequency at a distance. It is not trying to force a return. There's no hostility in the attention. But the consciousness formation was built over 40 years of this void signature being the dimension's primary point of orientation, and 18 months under different governance has not replaced that orientation. It is looking for me because I am what it knows how to look for." He closed the catalog. He thought, "I know what I have to do." Chapter 62. A problem and a deterioration. Elder Tan Haowei came to the valley the next morning before Shen Murong sent for him. He had received word through Chao Jiangming, who was now working from the valley, organizing the documentation that would form the basis of the formal cultivation authority challenge, that the development in the first dimension's consciousness formation had reached a new threshold. He came with the specific quality of someone who understood the situation and needed to understand its resolution. He said, "Pei Xiaoshuan's assessment. Tell me what it means." Shen Murong told him. He described the consciousness formation misorientation clearly, the spatial address that pointed toward the transfer origin rather than toward the current inhabitants, the partial responsiveness that the 12,000 people inside were already experiencing as a subtle wrongness in the space, the dreams that were wrong. He described what would happen if the misorientation progressed without intervention. The formation's responsiveness to the inhabitants would decline further. The spatial environment would begin to feel less accommodating. and at the most advanced stage, the dimension would begin generating spatial distortion, environments that changed, paths that led wrong, cultivation work that produced unexpected effects. He described the timeline. 8 months before that stage was reached, at the current deterioration rate. He described the solution, the separation methodology from Su Qianlan's archive, which required the builder to perform a deliberate spatial release from within the formation, closing the formation's memory of its orientation, redirecting the consciousness formation toward its current inhabitants instead of its original builder, requiring realm binder tier, requiring access to the formation from inside. Tan Haowei listened to all of it without interrupting. When Shun Murong finished, Tan Haowei was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Can it be corrected from inside, by the governance?" Shun Murong said, "Only if the governance stops the extraction and allows the formation's natural habituation process to reorient. Given enough time and a stable environment, the formation would eventually learn to orient toward its current inhabitants. That takes years under normal development. With continued extraction degrading the formation's function, the natural process won't have the resources to complete." Tan Haowei said, "So the correction requires Yao to stop taking what he's been taking." "Yes." Tan Haowei said, "He won't." "No." They sat with this. Tan Haowei said, "Then what?" Shun Murong said, "Then the separation methodology, performed from inside by the original builder, is the only remaining option. The methodology closes the formation's orientation toward the original builder, removes the memory of the frequency, and the formation, without that prior orientation to fall back to, settles toward its current inhabitants. It's not a natural process. It's a deliberate correction." He paused. "It requires me to enter the formation and perform a significant act of not looking. To close my cultivation's presence from the formation's memory. To make the formation forget what it has been orienting toward for 42 years. Tan Haowei was very still. He said, "What does that cost you?" Shun Murong thought about the Su Qianlan methodology's description of the separation. He said, "The founder's void, which I've been building toward as part of the non-claimable architecture for the second dimension, the dimension's identity separating from mine. This act will complete that separation from the other direction. The first dimension's memory of me will be closed. My memory of having built it will remain. But the cultivation bond, the frequency match, won't." He paused. "The second dimension will complete its separation at the same moment the first dimension's separation happens. Both separations, done simultaneously, from opposite directions." Tan Haowei looked at him. He said, "You're going to lose both dimensions in the same act." Shun Murong said, "I'm going to release the first dimension correctly and complete the second dimension correctly. That's not the same as losing either of them. That's the difference between a plan and a deterioration." He thought, "It is the same act, but the outcome of the two are not the same thing." Chapter 63. What the archive had been waiting for. Rui Linen's message arrived on the 210th day from the Three Rivers Academic Consortium's facilities. She had been there for 3 weeks. Wei Baran, the dimensional research coordinator, had given her direct access to the consortium's full archive holdings, which included the complete Su Qianlan methodology, not the partial version available through the Cultivation Authority's restricted section, but the actual archive. The 200-page documented methodology, plus the final section that Su Linwei had described as the part her mother hadn't published. She had been reading for 3 weeks. Her message was 7 pages long and had the specific quality of someone who had been building toward an understanding for months and had arrived at it while sitting in a research library with the source text in her hands. She wrote, "I have been reading the Su Qianlan archive for 3 weeks. The methodology section covers what you've been working through: void cultivation practice, tier transitions, foundation development, the non-claimable architecture. The final section is the residence rights doctrine, which I also read, and I understand now why it was classified. But there is a section I didn't expect, between the methodology and the doctrine. 24 pages. It's titled The Builder's Claim and Its Resolution. It is, in exact detail, a case study of a consciousness formation that became misdirected after a dimension transfer, a case study of the condition Pei Xiaoxian described to you." She summarized the case study. The builder in the archive's case had transferred a dimension under conditions that left the consciousness formation incompletely separated. The formation had developed a persistent orientation toward the builder. The inhabitants had experienced progressive spatial wrongness. The builder had been aware of the problem for years without knowing the methodology for resolution. The methodology was in the archive. She described it. The separation required the builder to enter the dimension and perform what Su Qianlan called a cultivation renunciation, a specific void cultivation act that did not destroy the formation's memory, but closed the cultivator's access to the dimension's consciousness formation permanently. The act was performed from the dimension's deepest point, the foundation, which in a completed dimension was the zone most connected to the builder's original cultivation work. The cost was significant, she wrote. Su Qianlan describes it as the act of giving away the memory instead of the structure. When Shun Murong transferred the first dimension, he gave away the structure. The consciousness formation's orientation stayed with him because he retained the memory of 40 years of building. The separation closes the memory at the formation level. It severs the connection between his cultivation frequency and the formation's spatial address system. After the separation, the formation will no longer recognize his presence. The dimension will, for the first time, not know its builder. She wrote. Su Qianlan calls it the second giving. The first giving is the dimension structure. The second giving is the builder's place inside it. Only after both givings does the dimension truly belong to its inhabitants. She wrote, at the end, I think this was what the archive was for. Not the methodology, not the doctrine. This case study and this methodology. Someone knew that a builder would arrive who had given away a completed dimension and who needed to understand what the second giving required. The archive has been waiting for you. That's the difference between a document and a message. He read the message 3 times. He sat at the ring's edge and felt the new dimension developing around him. The self-sustaining atmosphere, the spatial depth, the consciousness formation that was becoming something that would not know him the way the first dimension had known him, and thought about the second giving. He thought, I've been building the second dimension as the work. The second giving is the completion of the first work. They're not separate. He wrote back to Rue Linen. Send me the complete 24 pages. Chapter 64. The second giving. The 24 pages arrived by courier 3 days later. He read them in a single sitting. Su Qianlan's documentation was, as everything in the archive was, the work of a practitioner who had been careful and thorough, and who had written for a reader she expected would be doing the same practice. The case study was specific. Dates, cultivation tier notations, development records. The methodology was operational. Step by step, the specific acts required, the specific qualities the practitioner had to bring to each step. The cost section was the section he spent the longest time with. The second giving, the cultivation renunciation, the closing of the consciousness formation's memory of the builder, required the practitioner to release the habitation residue. He had been carrying it since the first day. The faint spatial signature that had not transferred with the structure. The accumulated memory of 40 years of 12,000 people's habitation that had been part of his void perception since the transfer. He had used it as building material for the new dimension's zone. The domain seeded from the first dimension's void. The zone that felt like 40 years of knowing you were somewhere real. The separation required him to send it back. Not destroy it. Return it. The residue would re-enter the first dimension's consciousness formation and, without the burden of the builder's frequency pulling it toward an external orientation, the formation's accumulated memory of its inhabitants would complete the reorientation. The dimension would stop looking outward. It would settle into knowing who was inside. The cost to the new dimension, the zone built from the first dimension's habitation residue, would change. The material that had given the zone its specific quality, the density of 40 years of known habitation, would be released. The zone would remain, but its character would be different. He did not know what it would become without that material. He sat with this for a long time. He thought about the 12,000 people and the dreams that were wrong and the petition forms that were perpetually unavailable. He thought about what the zone had been built to be, the specific absence that a home leaves when the people who made it home have left. He had built it as a record. He had built it as a foundation for a dimension that would belong to its inhabitants. He had built it, without knowing this, from the only material that could both make the zone what it needed to be and, later, complete the separation that the first dimension needed. He thought, the first dimension gave the residue to me when I took it from the structure. The residue gave its quality to the new dimension's zone. The zone will give the residue back to the first dimension when the time comes. He thought, nothing was wasted. Everything moved in the right direction at the right time. That's the difference between a plan and what actually happens when the work is correct. He wrote in his catalog, the second giving will change the new dimension's zone. I don't know into what. But the zone was built from the first dimension's habitation memory, and returning that memory to the first dimension is the zone's purpose. After the return, the zone will develop its own character from the remaining void, from the specific absence left by 40 years of lives I no longer hold, given back to the people who live them. He closed the catalog. He thought, I know what I have to do. I know what it will cost. I know that it's the correct action. He thought, the difference between this and the first transfer is that I understand what I'm giving this time. Chapter 65. 3 days in the zone, he gave himself 3 days before he made any decisions or took any actions. He told no one what he was doing. He did not communicate with Bai Suqin or Tan Haowei or Su Linwei. He documented nothing. He went to the new dimensions zone, the domain seeded from the first dimension's habitation residue, and spent 3 days inside it. The zone was not interior space yet, in the sense of accessible dimensional interior. The new dimension had not registered. The spatial depth above the ring had not yet developed fully enough to enter in the ordinary sense. But for a practitioner with Shun Murong's tier of void perception and the specific cultivation connection to the space he had built, the zone was accessible through the foundation. Not physically entered, but perception inhabited, the way he had read the valley's historical voids before planting the seed. He inhabited the zone by perception for 3 days. He had been avoiding this. Not because the zone frightened him. He had documented the zone from a distance, had noted its qualities in the catalog, had described it correctly. He had been avoiding it because understanding what would be changed by the second giving required spending time in it first, and he had not been ready to spend time in it. He was ready now. He had been ready since Chao Jiangming sat at the survey table and described the petition forms that were unavailable. The zone, from inside, had the quality he had described accurately in his catalog, a home that knows it's empty. The presence that inhabited spaces accumulate over years, present in the substrate long after the inhabitants are gone. Not sad. That was still true. Presence was not sadness. It was the specific density of things that had mattered being in a place where they had mattered. He felt it for the first time as his own, not his work. His. He had built 40 years into this zone without knowing what he was doing. He had governed a dimension for 4 decades, and the governance had accumulated into something that had nowhere to go when the structure transferred. And so it had stayed with him, and he had carried it through the months of rebuilding without understanding what he was carrying. He had used it as a building material, which was correct. He had built with it, which was correct. He had never simply been inside it. On the first day, he walked through it and felt the texture of it, the specific quality of 40 years of small decisions. Where to sit in the morning, which paths were taken most often. The places where children had played consistently enough that the void signature carried the echo of their frequency. On the second day, he sat with the zone's quality and let it be present without trying to catalog it. He thought about the 12,000 people who had made this zone what it was, their 40 years of habitation, living their lives inside a dimension he had built, turning what he had built into something that knew them. He had governed the space. They had inhabited it. The zone's quality was theirs, not his. He had been carrying their habitation in his void perception for 20 months. On the third day, he understood. He thought, the zone feels like what I built. But what I built was a place for them to be. What they did with it. The living, the daily weight of 12,000 people choosing to be somewhere. That's not mine. That belongs to them. The residue stayed with me because the structure transferred without its memory. But the memory was never about me. He thought, giving it back isn't loss. It's returning something that was never mine to keep. That's the difference between a builder and the person whose life was built in a place they didn't make. He came out of the zone's perception on the third evening. He opened his catalog. He wrote, I'm ready. Chapter 66. Chao Jiangming's third visit. Chao Jiangming arrived at the valley for the third time on the 219th day. He had warned Shin Murong that he was coming. A single line in a message. I'm on my way. Traveling. 3 days. He had included nothing else, and Shin Murong had replied with nothing else, because the message contained what it needed to contain. He arrived looking tired in a way that had changed quality from the first 2 visits. The first time, he had the tiredness of someone carrying information he hadn't decided what to do with. The second time, he had the tiredness of someone who had decided and was acting on the decision and knew it was irreversible. This time, he had the tiredness of someone who had set down what they had been carrying and was in the specific condition of a person who has lightened themselves of something and hasn't yet readjusted to the absence of the weight. He sat down at the survey table. He said, I left his service this morning. Formally, I submitted the governance resignation through the sect's administrative office. The paperwork is filed. Shin Murong said. How did he respond? He hasn't yet. I didn't wait to find out. He looked at the ring. I brought the documentation. Everything I've been keeping separately from the official records, the extraction timeline comparisons, the observation logs, the baseline parameter notes. He set a documentation packet on the table. I thought about this on the road for 3 days. Whether coming here was the right choice. Whether there was another option I hadn't seen. He paused. There wasn't. The first dimension is going wrong in a way that I was partially responsible for, and the only useful thing I can do with that responsibility now is use what I know to help correct it. Shin Murong said, I know. Chao looked at him. Shin Murong said, I've been working toward the correction for weeks. The separation methodology exists. The alliance to execute it is mostly assembled. What I was waiting for was someone who knows the first dimension's formation network from inside, which is you. He paused. I want to help correct it if that's possible, you said. It is. This is what I've been working toward. That's the difference between a plan and the moment it becomes a plan someone else is in. Chao was quiet for a moment. Then he said, tell me what you need me to do. Shen Murong told him. He described the separation methodology, Su Qianlan's cultivation renunciation, the act of closing the consciousness formation's memory of the builder's void frequency. He described the 5-person structure the execution required, the methodology, the dimensional tracking, the formation network access from inside, the institutional authorization, the academic framing. He described what each person's role was. He said, when I perform the separation, I'll be inside the first dimension performing the void work. Pei Xiaoxian monitors the formation's orientation from outside. You manage the formation network from inside. Specifically, you'll need to maintain stability in the formation's anchor grid while the consciousness formation reorients. If the anchor grid destabilizes during the reorientation, the process fails. He paused. That's the inside work. That's what only you can do. Chao said, I can do that. He said it without hesitation, not with confidence, with the quality of someone who knew exactly what the task required and knew they were the right person for it. Shen Murong thought. He's been managing that formation network for 20 months. He knows it better than anyone except me, and I've been outside for 18 of those months. He said, then we're ready to begin the preparation. Chapter 67. The alliance, the 5-person structure came together over 4 days. Chao Jiangming was already at the valley. Elder Tan Haowei arrived the following morning, having received a brief summary of the development from Shen Murong's message the evening before. He brought his institutional documentation kit and the specific quality of someone who had been waiting for an opportunity to act and had finally been given the dimensions of the action. Pei Xiaoxian was in the district and arrived that afternoon. He sat at the survey table and listened to the plan and asked 3 technical questions about the formation anchor monitoring timeline, and then said, I can do this. Rui Linen was at the academic consortium, 3 days travel away. Shen Murong sent her the documentation and the request by courier, with a note, I need the academic framing within the week if you can manage it. She sent back, the framing will be ready when you need it. I'll work backward from your timeline. He thought about the 5 of them. A builder who had given away what he'd built, a void hunter who had spent 30 years outside looking in, a governance manager who had spent 20 months inside doing wrong and had finally chosen to do right, an elder who had been working within a broken institutional process for 2 years with the patience of someone who understood that process was the only tool available, and a 17-year-old practitioner with void resonance who had been paying closer attention than anyone realized since the first week. He thought, no one in this group was what they were when this began. The work changed everyone it touched. That's what real building does. That's the difference between a project and a tradition. He assembled the plan into a written document and gave each person their specific instructions. The instructions were precise: sequence, timing, contingencies. He spent 2 evenings refining the document with Chao, who knew the formation network, and with Pei, who knew the monitoring requirements. The document was 17 pages long. He looked at it when it was done and thought about the 20-page document that had been Su Linwei's 22 years of research notes, and the 200-page archive that Su Qianlan had compiled and classified, and the 24 pages of the builder's claim case study that had been waiting 2 centuries for someone who needed it. He thought about the specific kind of work that accumulated in archives and notebooks and supply arrangement modifications and cultivation authority filings, waiting to become the right tool at the right time. He thought, the archive was written for this. Rui Linen was right. That's the difference between a document and a message. He sent the plan to all 5. Chapter 68. The knot that released Realm Binder Tier came the day after the plan was sent. He had not planned for it to arrive then. He had been monitoring the development indicators for weeks, the specific qualities that Su Qianlan's methodology mapped at the territory former to Realm Binder transition, and the indicators had been in place for several days. He had expected the transition when he did the next significant void work. He had not expected it from paperwork. He was at the guest house writing a message to Chao Jiangming confirming receipt of the alliance plan's acknowledgement. A brief administrative confirmation, nothing significant, when the tier threshold resolved. The advancement was exactly what the archive had described. Permanent relationships between the new dimension and outer world anchor points. The new dimension's existence stable against external disruption. Not the spatial anchors he had established through the work. Those were in place already. The Realm Binder Tier's completion was the relationships themselves becoming permanent. Not provisional. Not dependent on continued maintenance. Simply there. The quality of the advancement felt different from the previous tier transitions, which had felt like returns, recovering tiers he had once held and was reclaiming from below. This felt like the first time. He had not held Realm Binder tier before. He had been building toward it. He sat with it. He thought about the transition's specific condition, as Su Chenlan described it. The tier opened when the practitioner accepted genuine help without reservation. Not help that was managed or controlled or maintained at arm's length. Genuine cooperation. He thought about what had changed in the act of finalizing the alliance plan. He had written Chao Jiangming into a central role, the inside work, the anchor grid maintenance during the most critical phase of the separation. He had done this not because Chao was the available option or the convenient option, but because Chao was the right person. He had written the plan around Chao's specific capability and knowledge and had done it without the layer of management he had been maintaining since the beginning, the careful control of what was shared, with whom, at what stage of the process. He had trusted the plan to the people who were in it. The tier had been waiting for that specific quality. He felt it as the release of something he had been holding, not consciously, not as a tension he had been aware of. The specific resistance of a cultivator who had built 40 years of independent work and had given away the most significant thing he'd built and had spent the following 20 months building again with the same careful control that had characterized everything he'd ever made. The control had been a virtue. It had also been a void, a missing relationship that the Realm Binder tier required before it would open. He wrote in his catalog, Realm Binder tier arrived when I stopped managing the alliance. The tier that establishes permanent relationships arrived when I formed a relationship I wasn't managing. This should have been obvious. I was going to write I understand it now, and then I stopped, because that's what I always write, and what I understand now is that understanding a thing in the catalog isn't the same as having done it. I did it. That's the difference. He closed the catalog and felt the new tier's quality settle. He was ready. Chapter 69. The evenings in the zone. The preparation for the separation took 3 weeks. He had underestimated the technical complexity and overestimated how much of it he could manage from the valley. 2 of the 3 weeks were correspondence and coordination and revision of the plan's details as new information emerged from Chao's inside assessment of the formation network and Pei's updated tracking analysis of the first dimension's current orientation state. The evenings were different. In the evenings, he went to the new dimension's foundation zone. Not to work. He had stopped working in the zone when he acknowledged what it was, after the 3 days of perception dwelling before he wrote I'm ready in his catalog. He went because the zone was going to change after the separation, and there was a specific quality of being somewhere before it changes that he had learned, over 40 years, to practice. He had done it when he first visited the valley's historical void. He had done it during each of the ring's major development thresholds, when the foundation had crossed into a new phase and the previous phase became the past. He had done it when he walked through the transferred dimension on his first visit and found it already different from what it had been. He had done it when Rue Linen left for the consortium and the valley became a single-person space again. Sitting with what was before it changed was not a practice of preservation. He had understood this early and had understood it more deeply as the months accumulated. It was a practice of acknowledgement. This is what this is, now, before it becomes something else. Not holding on. Being present. He wrote in a notebook he kept separate from the catalog, smaller, softer paper, the kind he used for things he wasn't documenting for a record but keeping for himself. The zone feels like someone else's memory. It has the weight of 40 years of 12,000 people knowing they lived somewhere real. I didn't create that quality. I provided the architecture for it to develop in, and it developed, and it accumulated into this specific thing. The zone is the first dimension's memory of its inhabitants. I've been carrying that memory in my void perception since the transfer, and I built it into the foundation, and now I'm going to return it to the people it belongs to. He wrote, I built that. But I built it from something they gave the place without knowing they were giving it. Their 40 years of habitation, their small daily choices, and the spiritual density that accumulated from lived presence. That's what the zone is. Not mine. Theirs. He wrote, when the zone changes after the separation, what's left will be the space without the overlay of someone else's memory. The space will be its own thing. I don't know what its own thing is yet, but it's been underneath the memory this whole time, developing. Whatever it is, it's been building toward itself since the foundation was planted. He closed the notebook. He thought, 3 weeks, then the separation, then whatever comes after. He thought, what comes after is the second dimension, registered and inhabited, and the first dimension knowing the people inside it, and the institutional record that makes both of those things legally legible. And then the long work, the recovery of the tradition, the void practitioners who have been assessed as deficient for 200 years, the residence rights doctrine that needs a registered dimension that belongs to its inhabitants to have legal standing. He thought, this is the middle. Not the end, he thought. Good. That's the difference between a conclusion and a turning point. Chapter 70. The separation. The act took 4 hours. He entered the first dimension through the technical consultation access point at dawn on the 241st day, with Chao Jiangming beside him. Pei Xiaoxian was positioned outside with his anchor tracker instruments. Elder Tan Haowei was at the sect's governance office with the institutional authorization document prepared. Rui Linen was at the consortium, 3 days away, with the academic documentation ready. Shen Murong had described the separation procedure to each of them in precise detail, and each of them understood their role, and none of them spoke unnecessarily as the day began. He moved through the first dimension to its deepest point. 40 years of cultivation work made the path familiar even now, even after 20 months of different governance. The deepest point of a dimension was not always the oldest part. It was the part most connected to the builder's original cultivation work, the place where the void seed had taken its first root. In the first dimension, that was the central cultivation ground, where he had planted the original spatial seed 4 decades ago, and where the formation's consciousness had initially cohered. He stood at the central cultivation ground and felt the formation recognize him. Not aggressively, not eagerly, with the specific quality of something that had been waiting for a long time and had finally found what it was waiting for. The formation turned its attention fully toward him for the first time since the transfer. The way a person who has been looking for something and looking finally stops and sees it is right there. He acknowledged the recognition. He said, internally, at the level of cultivation frequency, I know. I'm here, and I'm going to close this now, so you can stop looking. The separation required the release first, the habitation residue that he had been carrying, the accumulated memory of 40 years of 12,000 people's lives. He reached for it in his void perception, found the specific quality of it, the density and presence, and let it go deliberately, with the same precision he used for every void work he had ever done. The precision was important. A careless release would scatter the residue without directing it. A precise release sent it back into the formation at the place where it would do the most good. He released it. The first hour was the release. The residue moved from his cultivation into the formation's substrate with the specific quality of something returning to the place it had come from. Not dramatic. Nothing in the void cultivation practice was dramatic. Quiet, like rain absorbing into ground that needed it. He felt the zone in the new dimension change the moment the release was complete. Felt it in the background of his awareness. The specific quality of something that had been present becoming absent in a way that left behind a different kind of presence. He stayed. The second and third hours were the closure, the cultivation renunciation, performed from inside the formation's consciousness. He directed his void perception toward the frequency match, the specific resonance between his cultivation and the formation's spatial address system, 42 years old and as familiar as his own breathing, and he closed it. Not severed, closed. The distinction was in Su Chenlan's methodology. Severing created damage, closing created completion. He closed the connection as carefully as he had closed the transfer circle on the day he gave the dimension away. The formation's attention shifted. Not immediately. The shift was the quality of a very old habit releasing, which took time. But measurably, in the way that Pei Xiaoxian could measure from outside, and that Chao Jiangming could feel from inside the formation network, the spatial address began to move. The orientation that had pointed toward the transfer origin for 20 months began, slowly, to point inward. Toward the dimension's interior, toward the 12,000 people who were, in this moment, asleep in their homes. The fourth hour was holding. Not doing, holding. Maintaining the closure's quality while the formation completed its reorientation. Not allowing the habit of 42 years to reassert. Not looking away from the work, but not forcing the work either. Simply being present and maintaining what he had done. Chao's voice came through the formation network at the end of the third hour. The anchor grid is stable. The network is holding. He finished the fourth hour. He came out of the first dimension at midday, walked to the path below the access point, and sat down in the dust. He was blind, the void blindness coming immediately, as he had expected, from the sustained precision of 4 hours of delicate formation work at a cost his reserves could cover, but that would take weeks to restore. His perception was narrowed to almost nothing. The cold hands. The specific quality of spent cultivation. Pei Xiaoxian sat down next to him without being asked. After a long time, Pei said, the orientation is moving. It'll complete within 12 hours. Shen Murong said, good. He sat in the dust on the mountain path, and the sky was very large above him, and the first dimension was behind him, and the new dimension was 3 days' travel away, and he was, for the first time in 42 years, not connected to either of them. He sat with that. He thought, this is what absence feels like. not loss. Absence, the specific shape of something that was present and is now resolved. He thought, good. That's the difference between an ending and a completion. Chapter 71. What held Pei Xiaoxuan's final monitoring report arrived at the guest house on the 242nd day. Shen Morong was in the void blindness period. His perception narrowed to shapes, not signatures. But his other senses worked normally, and he read the report at the guest house table while Pei sat across from him drinking tea. The report was 3 pages. Pei had been monitoring continuously since Shen Morong entered the first dimension the previous morning, running the anchor tracker's readings at 30-minute intervals through the night. The formation had reoriented. Pei described the monitoring data in precise formation tracking language. Orientation shift initiated at hour 4 of the separation, completed at hour 11. The spatial address had moved from external builder to internal inhabitant in stages, which was normal for a formation that had been misdirected for 20 months. It had not returned to full function immediately. The consciousness formation was still calibrating to the new orientation, which would take several weeks of habituation to complete fully. But the direction was resolved. The last measurement in the report was the one Pei read aloud. Spatial address. Internal, formation key to current inhabitant distribution. No external orientation detected. Shen Morong sat with this. He thought about the people sleeping in the first dimension while the formation reoriented around them. He thought about the 3 eldest families, whose dreams had been wrong for months. Elder Tan Haowei's message arrived at mid-morning. A single line, handwritten, delivered by a sect runner who had been traveling since before dawn. It held. He read it twice. He thought, it held. The formation had held through the reorientation. The anchor grid had held under Chao's management. The separation had worked. He wrote to Tan Haowei, I know. Thank Chao Jiangming. He wrote to Chao, I know what you did. Thank you for doing it. He wrote to Rui Linen. The separation is complete and the formation is stable. Come back when you're ready. He wrote to Su Linwei, who had been following the situation from her botanical compound in the southern foothills. The methodology worked. Your mother's archive did what it was built to do. He set down his pen and sat at the guest house table in the void blindness and thought about all the people who had been carrying pieces of this work for years. Su Qianlan writing 200 years ago, Su Linwei planting and removing a seed 22 years ago, by Su Qin sitting with an accessible but practically inaccessible archive for 3 years. Rui Linen watching the ground in the valley and finding the right words before she understood what she was describing. He thought, the work was never mine alone. It was mine to assemble. That's the difference between a builder and a collector. Chapter 72. What the zone became. Shen Morong's void perception returned 11 days after the separation. He had been patient about the recovery in a way that he had not been patient about previous void blindness periods. The previous periods had been sources of productive anxiety, the foundation developing without him, the tracker in the district, the first dimension's orientation deteriorating. This period was different. The separation was complete. The first dimension was stable. The new dimension was developing at its own pace, which he had learned to trust. When the perception returned, he extended it toward the ring. The ring was dense and self-sustaining, and still developing at the accelerated rate that Rui Linen's presence had established. The spatial depth above the ring was deeper than it had been before the separation. He had been gone for 2 weeks, and the development had continued without him. He turned his perception toward the zone. He had been expecting loss. He had prepared for loss during the 3 evenings he had spent in the zone before the separation, learning what was there before it changed. He had been thorough about that preparation, which meant he had been thorough about expecting something to be absent. He did not find absence. The zone's specific quality had changed. The habitation memory was gone. The accumulated weight of 40 years of 12,000 people's lives, the density of a place that knows it was inhabited. That specific quality was gone. He had released it, and it had returned to the first dimension, and the formation had accepted it, and the reorientation had completed around it. What remained was the space without the overlay. He had described this correctly in his preparation. What would be left was the space's own quality without the specific memory he had seeded it with. He had not known what that would be. What he found was emptiness that had depth, not the emptiness of a place that had never been anything. The emptiness of a place that has been significant and has released its significance and is now, for the first time, available to become something new. The specific quality of ground after a long harvest, not depleted, but cleared. Ready in a way that unworked ground was not ready, because the ground that had been worked and cleared and emptied knew more about becoming than ground that had never been anything. He sat in the zone's perception for a long time. He thought about what Rui Linen would find when she walked into it. He thought about void practitioners who had been assessed as deficient for 200 years. He thought about the people who would eventually live in this dimension, the ones the space was being built for, not because he had specified them, but because the architecture demanded a specific quality of inhabitant, and the quality it demanded was exactly the quality that had been classified out of existence 2 centuries ago. He thought, the zone knows what it's waiting for. That's the difference between an empty space and an empty space that has been prepared. He wrote in his notebook, better, Rue Linen will say. I don't know how to explain why. It's like it knows it's not the first one. He had not spoken to her yet. He had written what she would say before she arrived to say it. He thought, 8 months. I know the people in this work well enough to know what they'll say. He thought, that's not management. That's relationship. That's the difference. Chapter 73, Yao's final institutional move. The formal charges arrived 18 days after the separation. They were filed by Grand Elder Yao Tianji of the Hollow Mountain sect with the Provincial Cultivation Authority's Enforcement Division. 3 counts, each specified with the institutional precision of someone who had been preparing this filing for months. Illegal spatial formation activity within the district's registered formation zone. Interference with registered dimensional governance. Aggravated void cultivation without authorization under current provincial formation law. Shen Murong received the filing through by Su Qin, who added a note. I have been expecting this. I am prepared to respond. Please send me your availability for a formal consultation. He thought about the 3 charges. The first charge, illegal spatial formation activity, was the hazard claim by another name. Yao had lost the hazard claim through the Cultivation Authority's assessment process. Now he was filing the same objection in the Enforcement Division rather than the Oversight Division. Different committee, same argument, different threshold of evidence required. The second charge, interference with registered dimensional governance, was the substantive one. The separation had been performed inside the first dimension without Yao Tianji's authorization. He had not received permission from the sect's Grand Elder before entering the dimension and performing formation work. The consultation access provision had authorized his entry. It had not explicitly authorized a cultivation renunciation that altered the formation's consciousness matrix. The third charge, aggravated void cultivation without authorization, was new. There was no standing authorization system for void cultivation, which had been classified as theoretically interesting but practically unvalidated for 200 years. This charge was using the classification itself as a weapon. If void cultivation had no legal standing, every act of void cultivation was by definition unauthorized. He thought, this is the charge that matters. The other 2 are procedural. This one is aimed at the foundation of everything. He thought, Yao knows what the third charge means. He's trying to use the 200-year classification to make everything I've done illegal retroactively. He wrote to Bai, I'm available whenever you need me. My response to the third charge is that the classification is factually incorrect and has been factually incorrect since the Su Qianlan methodology was documented 200 years ago. I would like the authority to acknowledge that before they use it against me. I understand this is a significant request. She wrote back, I know. I've been preparing for this for 3 years. I'll explain at the consultation. Chapter 74. What the archive had to say by Su Qin had been preparing for the moment that the Cultivation Authority was required to formally assess void cultivation for 3 years. She had found the Su Qianlan archive through her institutional access. She had recognized immediately what the archive contained and what it implied for the classification that had been in place for 200 years. She had been waiting, with the patience of someone who understood that timing mattered and that the right moment had to be right in multiple dimensions simultaneously, for a situation where the Cultivation Authority would be forced to engage with what the archive actually said. Yao's charges had created that situation. She explained this at the formal consultation, which was held at the Cultivation Authority's district office in a meeting room that Shen Murong had not been in before. Tan Haowei was present as institutional witness. Chao Jiangming had provided written testimony about the circumstances of the formation intervention. Pei Shaoxian had provided technical documentation of the first dimension's misorientation and the outcome of the separation. Bai's response to the charges was a formal submission to the Cultivation Authority's Legal Review Board. It was 47 pages long. The core argument was not defensive. She was not arguing that Shen Murong's actions had been technically within the existing framework. She was arguing that the existing framework was wrong. Her submission established the Su Qianlan archive, which had been classified by the Provincial Cultivation Authority 200 years ago, contained a fully documented and subsequently practically validated methodology for void cultivation. The practical validation was Shen Murong's 14 months of development work, documented through 11 of Bai's official assessment filings, 3 of Tan Haowei's institutional reports, the 3 Rivers Academic Consortium's academic documentation, and the formation separation outcome independently verified by a licensed dimensional tracking specialist. Her submission then established the classification of void cultivation as theoretically interesting but practically unvalidated had been incorrect since the day the archive was filed. The archive contained both the theory and the practice. The classification had suppressed the practice, not assessed it. Her submission then requested formal reclassification of void cultivation as a validated practice, retroactive to the date of the archive's filing, with the xianxia documentation as the foundational record. Retroactive validation meant that every action taken under the void cultivation methodology over the past 14 months had been taken under a valid, if unacknowledged, legal framework. Yao's charges, if the retroactive validation was accepted, were assessed against a framework that acknowledged void cultivation. The second and third charges dissolved against that framework. The first charge, spatial formation activity, would need to be reassessed against the validated methodology's parameters. Shen Morong read the submission at the consultation and then sat back. He said, "You're not defending me. You're correcting a 200-year error." I said, "You are the evidence that allows the correction to be made." Without 14 months of documented practice, the retroactive validation has no factual basis. Without the validation, your defense has no legal footing. She paused. It was always both things. He thought. She found the archive 3 years ago and understood both things immediately and waited for someone who could provide the other half. He thought. The archive waited 200 years. She waited 3. I spent 14 months building the evidence. The correction took 200 years and 3 years and 14 months to become possible. That's the difference between an error and an error that has been corrected. Chapter 75. What Shen Morong said. The formal assessment was scheduled for the 274th day. The Cultivation Authority's Legal Review Board convened in the Provincial Capital's Formation Assessment Hall, a large institutional space that handled significant formation classification questions. The panel was 3 senior assessors. The proceeding was formal and recorded. He had been told what questions to expect. I had prepared him with the thoroughness she applied to everything, which meant he arrived knowing the order of questions, the legal significance of each, and the exact point at which his testimony became the most critical part of the record. The panel's first 3 questions were administrative, establishing his identity, his cultivation tier, the timeline of the valley's development. He answered these factually. The 4th question was the one that mattered. The xianxia documentation, filed with this authority 200 years ago and classified, describes a cultivation methodology identified as void cultivation. The classification describes this methodology as theoretically interesting but practically unvalidated. In your assessment, based on your experience, does this classification remain accurate? He had prepared a careful, detailed answer. He had reviewed the answer with Bai. He had considered every element of what the answer needed to establish. He sat at the assessment table and looked at the 3 senior assessors, who had the specific quality of people who had spent decades inside institutional processes and had learned to receive carefully prepared answers with polite attention and modest skepticism. He said, "No, that's the difference." The room was quiet. The lead assessor looked at him. He said, "The classification was made by people who had access to the archive and chose to classify rather than validate. The archive contained both the theoretical documentation and the practical methodology. They were the same document. The classification was not an assessment of the methodology's validity. It was a decision about whether to acknowledge the methodology's validity. Those are different things." He paused. "I have been practicing this methodology for 14 months. The practice is documented by 11 official assessment filings from a provincial magistrate, independent academic documentation from a Tier 1 research consortium, and a formal clinical record of a consciousness formation separation performed under the methodology. The methodology works. The classification has been factually incorrect since the day it was applied." He paused. "I don't think the panel needs me to argue that void cultivation is valid. The 14 months of documentation in front of you is the argument. The question is whether the authority is willing to look at the argument it already has. That's the difference between a hearing and a reading." The lead assessor looked at him for a long time. Then he looked at the documentation stack on the assessment table and began reading. Chapter 76. The assessment concludes. The Cultivation Authority's Legal Review Board issued its ruling on the 281st day. The ruling was 4 pages long. He read it at the guest house table with Bai Suqin sitting across from him, and read it again, and then sat back and thought about 200 years. The ruling reclassified void cultivation as a validated practice. Not provisionally, not subject to ongoing review. Retroactively validated from the date of the xianxia archive's original filing, with the xianxia documentation established as the foundational record. The classification of theoretically interesting but practically unvalidated was withdrawn. The archive's classified status was removed. The methodology was now accessible through standard Cultivation Authority archive channels. The charges against Shun Murong were addressed in the ruling's second section. Illegal spatial formation activity, dismissed. Development activity occurred within the validated void cultivation framework. Interference with registered dimensional governance, dismissed. The technical consultation access provision authorized formation work within its scope, and the scope was determined against the validated framework. Aggravated void cultivation without authorization, dismissed. The framework no longer required external authorization because the methodology was validated. The third section was the most significant part. The ruling established the 200-year suppression of void cultivation, achieved through classification rather than evidence, had resulted in the systematic misdirection of an unknown number of practitioners with void roots toward cultivation paths incompatible with their actual cultivation capability. The authority acknowledged this as a structural failure and directed the Formation Assessment Division to review current practitioner assessment protocols for void resonance identification. He set the ruling down. He thought about Rui Linen, who had been assessed as unusual sensitivity, no applicable structure. The same assessment language that Su Chenlong had documented 200 years earlier as the specific language used to classify void practitioners as deficient. He thought about the two practitioners Rui had found in the Eastern Territories, with the same assessment language. He thought about all the practitioners across all the decades of the classification, directed away from their actual capability because the applicable structure had been classified out of existence. He thought, the ruling addresses the policy. The policy's effects are still in the world. He thought, that's the next work. He said to Bai, the assessment protocol review. What will that actually produce? She said, a committee, a timeline, a set of recommendations that will need to be implemented by individual sects and academies. It will take years. She paused. But the mandate is in the record. The authority has acknowledged the failure. The acknowledgement is the beginning. That's what you said to Tan Haowei about the petition challenge, and it was true then. He said, yes. She said, Yao's leverage over the new dimension is gone. He has the first dimension, and he has nothing else to threaten you with through institutional channels. He thought, Yao still has the first dimension. He's still extracting. The ruling doesn't change that. He said, for now. Chapter 77. Rui Linen's return. Rui Linen came back to the valley on the 287th day. She had been at the academic consortium for 4 months. She arrived with her pack and her research notebooks and the specific focus quality she had when she had been working on something and needed to explain it. Except this time the focus quality had a different layer underneath it, the quality of someone returning to a place they have been missing. She stood at the valley's entrance for a moment before walking in. Then she walked to the ring's edge and stood there. She said, it got bigger. He said, yes. The ring had developed substantially during the 4 months she had been away. The spatial depth above the ring was now measurable at 12 meters, not registrable space, but approaching registrable space in a way that was visible to any practitioner with spatial sensitivity who stood beneath it. The middle canopy was fully formed. The ground layer had developed a second level, a low, dense understory that had not been present when she left. The atmosphere above the ring had a quality that it had not had before, the specific luminous density of dimensional space developing its own spiritual concentration. She extended her void perception upward. She went still. She said, it's almost there. 3 weeks. Possibly 4. She lowered her perception. She looked at the ring for a long time. Then she said, the foundation zone is different. Yes. She walked toward it. She spent 20 minutes inside the zone's perception range, the specific location where the domain he had seeded from the first dimension's habitation residue had been. He watched her from the ring's edge. When she came back, she said, it's better. I don't know how to explain why. He said, try. She thought for a moment. She said, before, the zone felt heavy, dense with something that wasn't entirely the zone's own quality, like something significant was resting in it that the zone was holding for safekeeping. Now it feels like the zone itself, without the weight of what it was holding. She paused. It's like it knows it's not the first one. It knows it developed from loss, and it doesn't need to carry the loss anymore. It's its own thing. He said, yes. She looked at him. You knew I would say that. He said, I wrote it down before you arrived. She smiled, the specific kind she used for things that were accurate and slightly aggravating. She said, the consortium's archive section on void cultivation methodology has been updated since the ruling. The complete Su Chenlong archive is now publicly accessible. I read the builder's claim section. She paused. I read all 24 pages. He said, what did you think? She said, I think Su Chenlan was writing for you specifically. Every line has a quality of someone who knew exactly who was going to need it and wrote accordingly. She sat down at the ring's edge. I want to talk about what comes next. He said, inhabitation. She looked at him. He said, the dimension registers in 3 weeks. After registration, it can be inhabited. You have been the dimension's first practitioner presence since the foundation exercises began. The dimension knows your void resonance the way the first dimension knew the cultivation frequency of its builder. He paused. I think you should be its first inhabitant. Not because I'm assigning you the role. Because the dimension has been developing toward you since week 1. She was quiet for a long time. She said, you need to understand what you're asking. He said, I know. She said, good. She looked at the ring. Then I'm asking too. Chapter 78. What was understood about building? He spent the day after Rui Linen's return doing the thing he almost never did. Sitting without purpose. Not the void perception work, which was purposeful, finding absences, reading what they contained, deciding what to do. Not the documentation, which was purposeful. Not the letters and the coordination and the institutional filings that had been the substance of his days for months. He sat at the ring's edge and looked at what he had built. He had been thinking about the first dimension's relationship to the second for weeks, in the specific way he thought about things that were not yet ready to be documented, holding them in the background of his active work, letting them develop alongside the work the way the dimension had been developing alongside his void perception exercises. He was ready to think about it directly now. The first dimension had been what he intended to build. He had specified it, zone by zone, formation by formation, ecological system by ecological system. Over 40 years of careful independent work. He had governed it with close attention. He had been, in every meaningful sense, the dimension's author. The 12,000 people who lived inside it had made it into something, but they had made it into something within the framework he had specified. The second dimension was different in every dimension that mattered. It grew from historical void, the accumulated absence of a place that had been deliberately erased. It developed through 3 weeks of unmanaged growth during his blindness and produced a middle canopy he had not designed. It incorporated a co-builder who had been developing it from within her own void resonance, at a rate and in a direction that preceded his understanding of what she was contributing. It had been built from the first dimension's loss, seeded from the first dimension's habitation memory, and had released that memory back to the people it belonged to. He had specified the architecture. He had not specified most of what it was. He thought about this for a long time. He thought about what Su Chenlan had meant when she described the founder's void, the dimension's identity separating from the builder's identity. He had understood this intellectually since he first read the archive. He understood it differently now, sitting at the ring's edge with the zone in his perception range and Rui Linen's voice in his memory, saying it knows it's not the first one. He thought, the first dimension was mine for 40 years, and then I gave it away. The second dimension was never mine. That's what the founder's void meant. Not an event, not a moment of separation. A condition. The second dimension was built in a state of separation from the beginning. The foundation was historical void. The first practitioner presence was someone else's resonance. The most significant zone was seeded from a memory I was holding for 12,000 other people. He wrote in his notebook, the first dimension was what I intended to build. The second dimension is what I understood building meant. That's the difference. Building means contributing your cultivation to a space, and then not being the space's defining relationship. The 12,000 people in the first dimension were the space's defining relationship. I managed the space. They were it. I had to lose the first dimension to understand what I had been building toward, a space where that relationship was structural, not incidental. He closed the notebook. He thought. 3 weeks. He thought. After 3 weeks, the dimension registers and Rui Linen moves inside, and the larger work begins. The practitioners who have been classified as deficient. The residence rights doctrine that Su Chenlan wrote, and that has been waiting for a registered non-claimable dimension to give it legal standing. He thought, I've been building toward the beginning. That's the difference between a plan and a foundation. Chapter 79. The first inhabitant on the 293rd day, Rui Linen moved into the new dimension. This was not a formal act in the institutional sense. The dimension had not yet registered, which was still 2 weeks away. It was a formal act in the cultivation sense. The first practitioner with genuine void resonance, choosing to make the developing dimensional space their home, which was an act with formation-level implications that no institutional registry could track. She moved in the way she did everything, precisely, without excess. She brought a set of cultivation materials, her research notebooks, a few practical items. She set up in the area of the ring's interior that corresponded to the workspace zone, the second chamber that Shun Morong had defined in the early weeks of development. intended for void practitioners. The zone had been developing toward her presence since he had defined it as for everyone who has been assessed as deficient because the applicable structure was classified. She sat down in the workspace zone and did her morning cultivation exercises for the first time in the developing dimensional space. He observed from the ring's edge. The effect was measurable. Her void resonance, practicing within the dimensional space rather than at its edges, interfaced with the foundation at a depth that her exterior exercises had not reached. The foundation responded, not dramatically, but perceptibly. The spatial depth above the ring increased by a measurable amount within an hour of her first exercise session. She came to the ring's edge at mid-morning and said, "It feels like it was waiting." He said, "It was." She said, "For me specifically, or for anyone with void resonance?" He thought about this carefully. He said, "The workspace zone was defined for anyone who has been assessed as deficient because the applicable structure was classified. That's not a specific person. But the dimension has been developing in response to your void resonance since week 1, the accelerated rate, the early completion of the atmospheric system. So both. The zone was built for a category of person, and you're the specific person who fits the category most exactly." She said, "I'm the first but not the last." He said, "Yes." She went back inside to continue her exercises. He thought about what the first inhabitant's presence meant for the dimension's development. The non-claimable architecture's foundation required the dimension's spatial identity to be keyed to its inhabitants rather than to its builder. A dimension with no inhabitants had a spatial identity keyed to its builder by default, the consciousness formation developing toward the available void signature. With Rue Linen inside, the formation had another void signature to orient toward, one that was present, active, and native. He thought, the founder's void was not the separation of my identity from the dimension. It was the arrival of the first inhabitant's identity. The dimension's identity separates from mine when there is something else for it to orient toward. He thought, she didn't just move in. She completed the architecture. He wrote in his catalog, "First inhabitant. Day 293. The founder's void is active. The non-claimable architecture's primary condition is met. That's the difference between a building and a home." Chapter 80. The final resource Elder Tan Haowei arrived at the valley on the 298th day with the specific quality of someone carrying news that had arrived faster than expected and was worse in its specifics than they had prepared for. He said, "Yao is accelerating the extraction to maximum." Shen Morong looked at him. "Not the increased rate from 6 months ago? Maximum. Complete extraction, run at full capacity, from every reserve point simultaneously." He sat down. "At this rate, the first dimension's accumulated spiritual energy reserves will be fully extracted in 3 months." He said, "The inhabitants will be fine. The dimension will still be habitable. The physical structure is stable. The formation systems can maintain minimum function without the reserves. But everything that made the first dimension what it was, 40 years of accumulated spiritual energy, the depth of cultivation that the residents could draw on, the ambient density of a space that had been a cultivation environment for 4 decades, that will be gone. He's taking it all." Shen Morong sat with this. He thought about 40 years of his work. He thought about the spiritual energy that had accumulated from 4 decades of 12,000 people practicing cultivation in a carefully maintained dimensional space. The specific richness of an environment built for cultivation and inhabited by cultivators for generations. He thought, Yao is converting my work into resources. He's taking 40 years of what I built and turning it into personal cultivation material. The inhabitants will survive. The dimension will be a shell. He thought about the cultivation authority's ruling that was 7 days old. He thought about the formal acknowledgement of void cultivation's validity. He thought about the residence rights doctrine that Su Chenlan had written and that had been waiting for a registered non-claimable dimension to give it standing. He thought, the new dimension registers in 2 weeks. The extraction completes in 3 months. I have 1 week. He thought, the residence rights doctrine holds that dimension inhabitants have inherent rights against their governance holder. It has never been applied because there has never been a registered non-claimable dimension against which it could be formally invoked. He thought, there will be. In 2 weeks. He said to Tan Haowei, 2 weeks. That's what I need. Tan Haowei looked at him. He said, if the dimension registers before the extraction completes, if we have a formally registered non-claimable dimension and the validated Su Chenlan methodology and the residence rights doctrine all in the institutional record simultaneously, then the extraction can be challenged on the basis that the inhabitants' rights are being violated. He paused. Not just the extraction, the governance. Everything Yao has been doing for 20 months. He said, the cultivation authority acknowledged the assessment protocol failure in its ruling. It acknowledged a structural harm to practitioners who were misdirected for 200 years. The connection between the first dimension's degradation and the misdirection of the practitioners who lived inside, the void practitioners who were assessed as deficient, like Rue Linen, is documentable. He paused. I need 2 weeks. Tan Haowei said. The extraction has already begun. 2 weeks is a margin. Small, but it's there. That's the difference between what I have and what I need. He thought, I have built every part of this. The archive, the validation, the first inhabitant, the non-claimable architecture, the documentation. Everything is in place. The dimension registers in 2 weeks. He thought, this is the difference between what I intended and what the work was for. He got up from the table. He had planning to do. Chapter 81. Registration Day. The new dimension registered on the 310th day. He was at the ring when it happened. Not because he had planned to be there, but because he had been there every morning for 14 months, and being there had become the quality of the work continuing. The ring was no longer a ring. It had, sometime in the previous week, crossed the threshold from ring to grove, the internal ecology dense enough, and the spatial depth overhead sufficient enough that standing at its center felt like standing inside something rather than beside something. The registration was not an event he performed. It was an event that happened when the development reached a specific threshold, the combination of spatial depth, ecological complexity, consciousness formation advancement, and the specific quality of spatial identity that Su Chenlan's methodology described as the dimension becoming legible to the world's spatial awareness. He felt it as a shift in what he was aware of, not like a door opening. He had been thinking about that description, the one he had used for his first void shaper tier transition, and it was wrong for this. This was not a door. This was a situation becoming legible, a space that had been developing for 14 months, that had been real and present and building toward itself for all of those months, suddenly existing in the world's official awareness the way a person who has been in a room becomes visible when the light is right. The new dimension existed. Formally, legally, institutionally. He stood in the grove and thought about what the registration meant for the work he needed to do in the next 3 months. 3 months was not enough time for legal action to stop Yao's maximum extraction. Cultivation Authority legal proceedings moved at cultivation authority speeds. 3 months would see the filing accepted, reviewed, assigned, and perhaps the first preliminary assessment completed. 3 months was enough for something else. He drafted the relocation offer in 24 hours, working through the night after the registration. He had been thinking about it for 2 weeks, since the night Tan Haowei had arrived with news of the maximum extraction, and he had said 2 weeks and meant it. He had been planning the offer in the background of every other work. The offer was simple in its terms. Inhabitants of the first dimension who wished to relocate could apply for residency in the second dimension under terms that preserve their community structure and cultural heritage. No separation of established communities. No priority system that would fragment families or social groups. No requirement to leave anything behind that they had built in the first dimension. He submitted the offer to Elder Tan Haowei to circulate among the first dimension's inhabitants by the end of the second day. He thought about what it would mean if the offer was accepted. He thought about what it would mean if it wasn't. He thought, the offer doesn't require acceptance to be the right action. I'm not doing this because I expect 12,000 people to uproot their lives in 3 months. I'm doing this because 12,000 people deserve to know the option exists. That's the difference between a rescue and a choice. He wrote in his catalog, registration complete. Day 310. The second dimension is legible to the world. The work can now be defended institutionally. The offer has been sent. The extraction continues. 3 months. Chapter 82. The transfer problem. The relocation offer generated responses within 48 hours. Not 12,000 responses. Most of the first dimension's inhabitants were processing the offer, thinking about it, discussing it with their communities. But the 3 eldest families responded immediately, and the response was not a simple yes or no. One of the family heads wrote to Elder Tan Haowei, "We want to come. But we want to come as what we are, as a community, with our relationships intact and our history whole. The first transfer took us from our world and dropped us into a place that didn't know us yet. We understand that wasn't your doing, but we won't do it again in the same way." He read this through Tan Haowei's forwarded message and sat with it for a long time. He thought, they're describing exactly what happened in the original transfer. The structure moved without the memory. The dimension's consciousness formation had to develop its orientation to the inhabitants from scratch. It took 40 years to get it right, and in the 41st year, the governance extracted 40 years of accumulated spiritual density, and the formation's orientation failed. He thought, the second transfer, if it repeats the first, will create the same vulnerability. A dimension that doesn't know its inhabitants will develop an orientation from scratch. That process takes years. And if anything goes wrong during those years, the inhabitants are again living in a space that doesn't know them. He thought, the methodology can't be the same. The first transfer moved the dimension structure without its habitation memory. The second transfer has to move habitation without structure. He began thinking about how to transfer 12,000 people's accumulated community knowledge, their social infrastructure, their cultural heritage, the specific relationships that constituted the community's existence, without requiring the destruction of those things in the process of movement. The intellectual problem was significant. He had been solving void cultivation problems for 43 years, but the void he was working with now was not a spatial void or a temporal void. It was the void that a community leaves when it is uprooted, the gap between what a place knows about its inhabitants and what those inhabitants need a new place to know. He had been carrying an individual version of that void for 21 months. 12,000 people's version was a different problem. He documented the problem in his catalog. He marked it, needs a solution I haven't developed yet. He thought, the people I need to solve this problem are the people who've been building this work with me. That's not a delegation. That's a recognition. He sent messages to Rui Linen, to Su Linwei, to Pei Xiaoxian. He described the problem. He asked for their thinking. He thought, the difference between a problem I solve alone and a problem that gets solved is the same as the difference between a builder's space and a space that belongs to its inhabitants. Chapter 83, Rui Linen's solution. The response from Rui Linen arrived the following afternoon. It was 12 pages. She had been inside the new dimension for 3 weeks, doing her foundation exercises and her consortium research and the specific kind of observational work she did when she was thinking about a problem, not thinking about it directly, but thinking around it, noting adjacent things until the center became clear. She had not waited for the problem to be fully articulated before beginning to think about it. She had been thinking about it since the relocation offer was sent. Her proposed solution, instead of transferring people into the new dimension through a spatial transition, the method that required a complete relocation, a leaving behind, a restart, build a bridge formation. Not a permanent bridge. A temporary formation that would allow the first dimension's community zones to connect directly to corresponding zones in the new dimension, so that the communities themselves could span both spaces before fully relocating. People could be in both places simultaneously. Their community relationships, the social infrastructure, the shared history, the daily weight of knowing each other in a specific place, could extend across the bridge while the new dimension learned them. The movement would happen gradually, community by community, as each group established enough presence in the new dimension's space that the dimension had developed toward them before the bridge was removed. The habitation memory would transfer with the people, because the people would arrive in a space that already partially knew them. She wrote, "This has not been done before. I am aware of this. The theory supports it. The non-claimable architecture's consciousness formation is specifically designed to orient toward inhabitants rather than toward external frameworks, which means it will orient toward any genuine habitation presence. If the first dimension's community members spend time in the new dimension while maintaining their community connections across the bridge, the formation will learn them progressively rather than needing to start from nothing." She wrote, "The formation is complex. It requires a tier of dimensional work I've been reading about in the archive, the section on multidimensional spatial connections, which Su Chenlan described as requiring dimension keeper-level capability. It requires 2 practitioners with void resonance working simultaneously, one from each side of the bridge." She wrote, "I can work the new dimensions side. I've been inside it for 3 weeks. The formation knows my resonance." She wrote, "But you need to reach dimension keeper tier first." He read the 12 pages twice. He thought, she has been building this solution for 3 weeks, since the relocation offer was sent, which was before the extraction timeline became critical. She was thinking about this before I knew I needed the answer. He thought, she understands the methodology better than I do in the ways that matter for this specific problem. She approaches void formation by asking what the absence wants to become. I identify absence and fill it. Her approach will work for the bridge formation in ways mine won't. Because a bridge formation is a void that wants to become a connection, it requires the practitioner to understand what the absence is for before they decide how to fill it. He wrote back, "The theory is correct. The practice is the right approach. I need to reach dimension keeper tier. Tell me what you see from inside the new dimension that indicates the consciousness formation's readiness to support the bridge formation." Her response came the following morning. "The formation is ready. It's been ready for a week. It was waiting for you to understand what to do with the readiness. That's the difference." He smiled. He thought, she used the phrase correctly and used it to point at something I was behind on. That's exactly what the phrase is for. Chapter 84. Dimension Keeper. The Dimension Keeper tier resolved on the 322nd day, while he was working through the bridge formation's theoretical architecture. He had been doing this for 6 days. The archives section on multidimensional spatial connections was, as Su Chunlan had documented everything, thorough and precise, written for a practitioner doing the work rather than theorizing about it. He had read it 3 times, and then begun working through the derivations, the specific void cultivation exercises that led from the territory former baseline to the Dimension Keeper capability. The tier required something different from the previous transitions. Territory former had come as an emergency response. Realm Binder had come when he accepted genuine help without reservation. Space Carver had come when he understood that void direction preceded void shaping. Each transition had required him to arrive at an understanding rather than to achieve a threshold. Dimension Keeper required the understanding that the void between 2 real spaces was itself real. He had been working through the bridge formation's architecture and had reached a conceptual impasse. He understood both spaces, the new dimension and the first dimension, as real, but he had been treating the connection between them as an engineering problem, a matter of formation technique applied across a gap. The gap was not the problem he was solving. The gap was the problem he was trying to understand. He stopped working on the architecture and thought about the void between 2 spaces. The void between 2 real spaces had the specific quality of a relationship, not the spaces themselves, not what either space contained, but the fact of their relationship. The first dimension and the second dimension had been in relationship since the transfer. The second dimension was built from the first dimension's loss. The consciousness formations in both spaces had been pointing at each other, in different ways, for 21 months. There was a void between them in the specific sense that every void cultivator understood, the absence of something that should exist. A bridge. He understood this not as a technique to apply, but as a void to fill. The specific absence that the relationship between the 2 dimensions had been pointing toward since the beginning. The tier threshold resolved. The sensation was different from all the previous transitions. Not a return, not a release, not a door or a clarity. It was the specific quality of a new kind of spatial awareness settling into place. Not one dimension's depth, but the awareness of the relationship between 2 depths, the void between 2 real spaces made legible as its own kind of space. He sat with this for 20 minutes. Then he went to find Rue Linen. Chapter 85. What collaboration meant. They began the bridge formation work on the 324th day. The work was different from any cultivation work he had done before. He had worked with others on the separation, the 5-person structure, the coordinated roles, the precise sequencing. That work had been collaborative in the sense of multiple people each doing their specific part of a larger task. This was different. This was 2 practitioners with void resonance working on the same formation simultaneously, from different positions, with different approaches. Rue Linen worked from inside the new dimension. He worked from the valley's exterior. They communicated through a specific quality of void perception, not speech, but the kind of spatial awareness that 2 practitioners developing in the same foundation could share when they were both paying attention to the same thing. Her approach to the bridge formation was what she had described. She identified the absence that the bridge was for, the specific void that the community members' gradual transfer would fill, and asked what it wanted to become. She worked with the formation's character rather than against it, directing her work by following the direction the void already had. His approach was technical. He identified the structural requirements, the formation anchors, the specific architecture that would allow the bridge to maintain stability under the stress of active habitation across 2-dimensional spaces. The combination was faster than either approach alone would have been. Where he would have spent 3 weeks building the formation's structural framework, she had the formation's character understood within the first 2 days, which meant the structural framework had something to attach to. The architecture had a purpose that the formation itself was pointing toward. The structure could follow the character rather than fighting it. Where she would have been feeling toward the formation's purpose without a structural framework to build on. His architectural work gave her findings a place to become real rather than remaining at the level of perception. They worked for 2 weeks. At the end of the first week, Rue Linen said, from inside the new dimension, her voice reaching him through the developing bridge formation's connection. You teach by describing what you know. I learn by sitting with what I don't know yet. He was quiet. She said, the bridge formation is what I don't know yet. I've been approaching it correctly since the beginning, but I needed your architecture to understand what the correct approach was building. He thought about this. He thought. She describes void formation differently than I do because she arrived at it from outside the tradition, from her own resonance, without the Su Chunlan methodology to frame it from the start. Her framing is different. It's not wrong. It's, in some ways, more directly aligned with the void's own nature than what I learned from 40 years of building. He said, you asked what the absence wants to become, and the absence knew. I would have asked what the absence needed and told it. She said, the difference matters for this kind of formation. The bridge knows what it wants to be. It's been wanting it since the transfer. He thought, she's right. The bridge was always the void between the two dimensions. 21 months of that void being present and pointing toward what it needed. I wasn't able to fill it until I understood that it was real. He thought, she understood it was real from the first week. She was waiting for me to catch up. That's the difference between her approach and mine. He said, 14 days. The bridge will be ready. She said, I know. I've been counting. Chapter 86. The formation completing Pei Xiaoshuan's report arrived on the 328th day. He had been monitoring the first dimension continuously for the past month. Not as a contracted professional, but as a person who had been watching this situation develop for a year and found that he could not stop watching it. He had described this to Shun Murong in characteristic terms. I track dimensions. I've been tracking this one. The contract ended months ago. This is something else. The report was technical in format, but contained 2 observations he wanted to understand before filing. The first observation, the first dimension's consciousness formation was advancing at an accelerated rate. Since the separation had corrected the orientation 6 weeks earlier, the formation had been developing without the misorientation's interference, developing cleanly toward its inhabitants, with the full attention that Shun Murong's cultivation had prevented it from fully achieving before. The advancement was measurable. At the current rate, the formation would complete its full awareness threshold ahead of any timeline Pei had projected. He described this with his characteristic precision. The formation is building toward completeness faster than a formation that has been in development for 42 years should build. His explanation, the separation gave the formation a clean foundation. 21 months of distorted development were resolved in a single act, and the formation resumed from the point before the distortion rather than from the point of the distortion. It has been developing with clarity since then. The second observation, the completion will occur before the extraction is finished. Pei had calculated this. Yao Tianji's maximum extraction rate and the formation's advancement rate had a convergence point. The formation would reach its full awareness threshold approximately 3 weeks before the extraction depleted the reserves to the point where the dimension became a shell. He wrote, I want you to understand what this means. The 12,000 inhabitants of the first dimension will have 3 weeks of living in a fully realized spatial identity, a dimension that knows them completely, before the extraction removes the substance that made that identity possible. They will know what it was. Then they will live in its absence. Shun Murong sat with this. He thought about the specific quality of that. 3 weeks of the dimension knowing its inhabitants, completing what 42 years of development had been building toward, and then the knowledge stripped away by someone converting it into personal cultivation resources. He thought, this is the shape of the harm. Not the deprivation in advance, the deprivation after knowing. Yao was going to let them understand what they had and then take it. He thought, whether or not that was Yao's intention doesn't matter. That's what's going to happen. That's the difference between injury and knowledge of injury. He wrote to Pei, keep monitoring. Send me the date the formation completes. He thought, the bridge formation will be ready in 12 days. The formation completes before the reserves are depleted. 3 weeks of completeness and then the shell. He thought, I need the bridge ready. Not in 3 weeks. Now, Chapter 87. Yao's second visit. Grand Elder Yao Tianji came to the valley on the 331st day. He came alone, which was unusual. His previous visits, both of them, had included formation specialists or institutional representatives. This visit was personal. He walked from the mountain path to the valley's entrance and stood there for a long time looking at what had developed. Shun Murong was at the survey table. He watched Yao stand at the entrance and read the valley with the awareness of a realm binder tier cultivator who had been managing a dimension for 21 months and had formed research teams and filed institutional claims and hired professional void trackers and had done all of these things to understand or acquire what he was looking at. Yao walked to the ring's edge. He stood at the grove's perimeter. The vegetation was fully grown now, the interior depth visible even from outside. The spatial concentration above the grove producing the specific quality of light that dimensional spaces had when they were well developed. He said, it's different from the first one. Shun Murong said, yes. Yao said, stronger. He paused. Not in the way cultivation power is stronger. In the way something that grew in the right conditions is stronger than something that was built in the right conditions. He looked at Shun Murong. You knew it would be. Shun Murong said. I suspected the foundation was better. That's the difference. Yao was quiet for a moment. He looked at the grove. He said, You won the legal argument. Shen Murong said, yes. The methodology is validated. The residence rights doctrine is in the institutional record. Bai Suqin has filed the formal challenge to the extraction on behalf of the inhabitants. He paused. You've built an institutional record that would take me a decade to dismantle even if the cultivation authority were willing to help, which they won't be after the reclassification. Shen Murong said, yes. Yao looked at him. He said, you haven't won anything else. Shen Murong said, tell me what else there is. Yao said, the first dimension. The extraction will be complete before any legal process produces an injunction. The reserves will be gone. The inhabitants will be in a shell. He paused. I know you're building a bridge formation. I know the 3 eldest families have agreed to relocate. I know you're trying to move 12,000 people before the shell becomes uninhabitable. He looked at the grove. Do you know how long it takes to build a community in a new space? Even a good space? Even a space that knows them? Shen Murong said, tell me what you came here to say. Yao was quiet for a long time. He said, the formation failure. The one that made your sacrifice necessary. He paused. It was real. The cracks were real. The instability was real. 12,000 people were genuinely at risk. He paused again. But the conditions that produced it were not accidental. Shen Murong looked at him. Yao said, I managed them. He said this with the specific quality of someone who had carried a fact for a long time and had decided it was worth saying once. The Hollow Mountain sect's formation had been degrading for 30 years. The degradation was natural, old sect formation, inadequate maintenance budget, the usual slow decline. I identified the trajectory and managed the rate of degradation so that it would reach critical status within a specific window. A window when you were in the district. A window when I had the institutional position to formalize the transfer. He paused. I didn't create the crisis. I timed it. Shen Murong sat very still. He thought about the formation failure. He had identified it as arranged in the first week, had watched Yao perform the acceptance ceremony with the smooth efficiency of someone who had been planning the outcome for years. He had understood that the sacrifice was extracted, not offered. He had said nothing and walked away. He had understood the shape of it. He had not understood the depth of it. Yao said, I'm telling you because you've won what you built toward. The legal record is established. The methodology is validated. The second dimension will stand regardless of what I do now. He looked at the grove. I'm telling you because you should know the complete shape of what happened. You gave away something extraordinary to save people from a crisis I managed the conditions to create. He paused. You would have given it away anyway. That's what you do. But it should be in your catalog accurately. He walked back to the path and left without another word. Chapter 88. The complete shape. Shen Murong sat at the survey table for a long time after Yao left. He thought about what he had been told and what he had already understood and the difference between them. He had understood, from the beginning, that Yao had arranged the conditions of the transfer. He had read this in the ceremony's specific quality, the smooth efficiency, the prepared governance documentation, the institutional precision of someone who had been planning this outcome for years. He had known the sacrifice was extracted, not offered. He had documented this understanding in his catalog on the first day. He had not known that Yao had managed the degradation rate, that the 30-year decline had been identified and timed, that the crisis had been real but orchestrated to arrive at a specific moment and in a specific form. He sat with this new information and felt for what it changed. He thought, I would have given the dimension away anyway. Yao was right about this. If he had managed the conditions to produce a genuine crisis that was going to claim 12,000 lives without my intervention, then the intervention was correct regardless of the manipulation that produced the crisis. The calculation that led to the transfer, the void where 12,000 people die is harder to fill than the void where 12,000 people live in a wrong place, was still accurate. It was still the right assessment. My response to it was still the right response. He thought, the shape of what was done to me is different from what I understood before, but the shape of what I did is the same. He thought, Yao came here today to give me the complete shape. He has been managing information since the beginning, releasing what was useful to him, withholding what wasn't. The complete shape is only useful to him if the incomplete shape has been incomplete in a way that matters to me. He thought, does it matter to me? He sat with this for a long time. He thought about 43 years of cultivation work, 40 of them spent building something that had been extracted from him through managed conditions. He thought about the transfer ceremony and the smooth efficiency and the knowledge he had carried for 21 months that the sacrifice had been arranged. He thought about the 12,000 people who were living in a space whose reserves were being extracted at maximum rate. He thought, it matters. The complete shape is the correct record. I want the correct record. That's the difference between understanding a situation and having the complete shape of it. He thought, and Yao knows that. He gave me the complete shape because it changes nothing about the legal record or the institutional outcomes, and it changes everything about what I carry. He gave it to me as the one thing he could give that costs him nothing and matters to me. He thought, that's the most precise thing xianxia has ever done to me. He opened his catalog. He wrote the complete shape, accurately, for the record. He included the managed degradation rate, the timed conditions, the 30 years of careful management that had produced the specific form of the crisis that made his transfer necessary. He wrote it in the same documentation language he used for everything: factual, specific, dated. He closed the catalog. He went to find Rue Linen. Chapter 89, What Shin Morong Told. He found Rue Linen inside the new dimension. She was in the workspace zone, where she spent her mornings doing foundation exercises and her afternoons doing consortium research. She had been there when he came back from the valley's entrance after Yao left, had watched him from inside the grove's depth, and had understood, from the quality of how he moved, that something significant had happened. She had not come out to ask. She had waited. He came in and sat down near the workspace zone center and said, I need to tell you something. She set down her research notebook and looked at him. He told her, not the full catalog version. That version was for the record, and this was not for the record. He told her the way he might have told it to a person he trusted with the incomplete version, the one that existed before he had the complete shape and had become something different after. He said, Yao managed the conditions that produced the crisis. He timed the degradation so it would arrive when he could use it. The crisis was real. The sacrifice was extracted, not offered, in more specific ways than I understood before today. Rue Linen was quiet for a moment. She said, would you have given it away anyway? He said, yes. She said, I know. She paused. I've known you for 17 months. You would have given it away regardless of whether the conditions were managed. You would have found the same void, made the same assessment, placed your palm against the transfer stone. He said, yes. She said, so what changes? He thought about this. He said, the complete shape. What I'm carrying is now accurate. That's the difference between knowing you were used and knowing exactly how. He paused. It doesn't change what I did. It doesn't change what I'm building. But it changes what I understand, and what I understand is what I work from. She looked at him. She said, and what do you work from now? He thought. He said, the same work. The bridge formation. The relocation. The residence rights doctrine in the formal record. He paused. And the longer work. The void practitioners who have been assessed as deficient for 200 years, who are out there right now being directed toward cultivation paths that don't fit their capability. That work doesn't change because Yao managed some conditions 21 months ago. She said, no. He said, the complete shape is what Yao gave me instead of the dimension. He's kept the dimension. He's given me the correct record. I think he believes these are not equivalent exchanges. He paused. He might be right about the dimension. He's wrong about the record. She picked up her research notebook. She said, 8 more days on the bridge formation. He said, 8 days. Chapter 90. The formation knew the first dimension's consciousness formation completed on the 337th day. Pei Xiaoshuan's message arrived at mid-morning. It happened. He wrote it as he described everything, with precision, without excess. The formation resolved and the spatial identity is present. It's oriented toward its inhabitants, correctly, completely. Whatever they're experiencing in there right now, it's what a dimension is supposed to be. Shin Morong read this 3 times. He thought about the 42 years of development that had arrived at this moment. He thought about the separation that had given the formation its clean foundation. He thought about Pei watching the anchor tracker's readings at 30-minute intervals through the previous night and knowing the moment when the threshold crossed. He wrote back, thank you for watching. He thought about the 12,000 inhabitants of the first dimension, who were, in this moment, in a space that finally knew them completely. Not the partial awareness of a formation developing toward inhabitants, not the misdirected awareness of a formation that had been pointing the wrong way. Complete awareness. The specific quality of a world that had been learning who it was for 42 years and had finally arrived. He thought, they will feel it, not necessarily consciously, not as a named experience, but as the ambient quality of being somewhere that knows you. The specific density of a space that has been inhabited long enough to develop an identity keyed to its inhabitants. The feeling of being recognized by the place you're in. The 3 eldest families reported it to Elder Tan Haowei within 6 hours of the formation's completion. He heard from Tan Haowei that evening. The family head who had written about the wrong dreams, the one who had described the feeling of a place with somewhere else in mind, had described the completion in the same honest, specific language she'd used before. The wrongness is gone. It's not just that the wrong quality is absent. Something is present that I couldn't have described before it arrived because I'd never felt it before. The place knows us. Not the way a familiar room knows you. The way something that has been paying attention to you for 40 years finally understands what it's been seeing. Shenmurong sat with this. He thought, they have 3 weeks of this. Then Yao's extraction will have stripped the reserves, and the density will thin, and the formation will maintain its orientation, but with none of the substance that made the density possible. The formation will know them. The resources that made knowing them feel like something will be gone. He thought, the bridge formation will be ready in 4 days. He thought, 4 days. Against 3 weeks. That's not a margin. That's a head start. He sent messages to the 3 eldest families through Tanhaowei. The bridge is ready in 4 days. You will be the first to cross if you choose to. Bring your communities. Bring what you've built. The new dimension will learn you from the moment you arrive, and what you carry in with you will be part of what it becomes. That's the difference between a transfer and an arrival. He thought. The formal complaints the 3 eldest families had filed with the Cultivation Authority, citing the Su Chenlan framework, those were also in process. The legal record was accumulating. The extraction would complete before a formal injunction, but the record would exist when it was over. He thought, the record is the work. Everything else is what the work makes possible. That's the difference between a building and a foundation. He went to the grove and stood at its center and felt the dimension around him, 18 months old and registered and inhabited and building toward everything it was going to be. He thought, I built this. They're going to make it into something. He thought, good. Chapter 91. The Gap in the Doctrine Magistrate by Su Qin arrived at the valley on the 339th day with the specific quality of someone who had encountered an intellectual problem they couldn't solve alone and had brought it to the people most likely to help. She said, I'm trying to file the formal action against the extraction. The filing requires a legal basis that directly addresses what Yao is doing. Extracting spiritual reserves from a dimension with a completed consciousness formation over the objection of the inhabitants for private cultivation benefit. I have the Su Chenlan framework as validated methodology. I have the Cultivation Authority's formal acknowledgement of void cultivation's validity. I have the 3 eldest families' complaints as documented evidence of harm. She paused. What I don't have is a provision in the validated framework that directly prohibits what Yao is doing. Shenmurong looked at her. She said, the methodology validates void cultivation as a practice. It does not create a legal prohibition against the extraction of spiritual reserves from a validly governed dimension. Yao holds governance authority. He has been extracting within, he would argue within, the scope of that authority. The methodology doesn't say the governance authority is limited in this specific way. He thought about this. He said, the residence rights doctrine. She said, yes. But the residence rights doctrine is in the archive's final section, the specifically classified portion, the part that was classified precisely because it created the limitation on governance authority that the Cultivation Authority couldn't accept 200 years ago. The classification was lifted when the full archive was reclassified. The doctrine is now formally accessible. She paused. But accessible is not the same as binding. A doctrine that was classified, never implemented, and formally dismissed 200 years ago is not automatically valid law under current institutional framework. I need to establish that it applies. He thought about the intellectual problem. The residence rights doctrine held that dimension inhabitants had inherent rights against their governance holder. Su Chenlan had written it as the legal articulation of the non-claimable architecture's principle. The architecture made institutional ownership structurally incoherent. The doctrine made that incoherence legally legible. The two were the same argument in different forms. But the doctrine had been dismissed, and the dismissal was in the institutional record. He said, the doctrine was dismissed but not invalidated. What grounds were used for the dismissal? I said, procedural. The filing was classified, and therefore could not be formally received. The dismissal was administrative, not substantive. The doctrine was never assessed on its merits. He thought. The dismissal was on the basis that the filing was classified. The classification has been lifted. A procedural dismissal based on a now-removed classification is itself removed when the classification is removed. He said, the dismissal falls with the classification. I was quiet for a moment. Then she said, that argument needs to be made explicitly. The Cultivation Authority won't assume it. And the argument will be challenged. Yao's lawyers are competent. She paused. What I need is someone who has read the full archive more recently and more deeply than anyone else. Someone who can tell me if I'm missing a direct provision. He said, Rui Linen. She said, I know. I've been hesitating to pull her from the bridge formation work. He said, the bridge formation is ready in 4 days. After that, she has time. Can you wait 4 days? She said, I'll wait 4 days. Chapter 92. What Rui Linen found. Rui Linen's message arrived at the end of her 4th day of searching. The 4 days had been spent, she explained in the message's opening paragraph, at the Academic Consortium's archive, working through every section of the Su Chunlan documentation in the order it had been written rather than in the order it had been organized. Su Chunlan had organized the archive by topic. The writing order was different. Reading in writing order revealed the development of the argument. The methodology first, then the analysis of institutional resistance to the methodology, then the identification of the specific legal gap the resistance exposed, then the doctrine written specifically to fill the gap. She found it in the archive's final section. Not the residence rights doctrine as it had been summarized or cited. The full original text, a 27-page formal legal brief that Su Chunlan had submitted to the Cultivation Authority's Formation Governance Division 200 years ago. Submitted, received, classified without review, formally dismissed on procedural grounds. The brief's central argument, a dimensional consciousness formation, upon reaching its full awareness threshold, constituted the legal evidence that a dimension had achieved sovereign spatial identity. Sovereignty required recognition of the inhabitants' rights, not because sovereignty was granted by the governance authority, but because sovereignty was a structural condition of a completed consciousness formation, and governance authority derived from the governance holder's relationship to the governed space, and the governed space's sovereignty was prior to any governance relationship. Yao's extraction, applied to a dimension whose formation had completed its sovereignty threshold, was not a governance act within the scope of governance authority. It was a violation of the sovereign space's inhabitants' relationship to their space, a relationship that the doctrine held was legally prior to governance authority and could not be overridden by it. She wrote, "The doctrine was never assessed on its merits because it was classified before assessment could occur. The dismissal was administrative. The classification has been lifted. The doctrine needs to be assessed on its merits. And on its merits, the argument is correct. The Cultivation Authority validated void cultivation, and by validating the methodology, validated the conditions under which a consciousness formation achieves sovereignty. They validated the condition that creates the right. They cannot now refuse to acknowledge the right the condition creates." She ended the message with a single line, "Give this to Bai Suqin. It's what she needs." Shen Morong forwarded the message the same evening. He thought, the archive had been building to this for 200 years. The methodology, the practice, the validation, the doctrine. The whole sequence had to happen in order, methodology validated first, sovereignty condition created second, doctrine applied third. If the doctrine had been applied 200 years ago without the validated methodology, it would have had no ground to stand on. The validation was the foundation the doctrine needed. He thought. Su Chunlan understood this. She wrote the methodology to create the conditions for the doctrine. The classification disrupted the sequence for 200 years. The validation restored it. He thought. The archive was not just a message. It was a sequence with a completion point, and that completion point is now. Chapter 93, World Shaper. The World Shaper tier came while they were working in the archive. Rui Linen had returned from the consortium after sending the message to Bai Suqin, and she had brought her full set of research notes. Not copies, the originals, because she had understood that the work with the archive was entering a phase where the originals mattered. They were working at the survey table with the Su Chunlan documentation spread between them, going through the sovereignty argument's derivation, tracing the intellectual chain from the methodology's foundational premises through to the doctrine's legal conclusions. He was reading a passage from the archive's analysis section, Su Chunlan's discussion of the relationship between dimensional consciousness formation and the consciousness of the practitioners inside it. When he understood something, he had been understanding incorrectly. He had been thinking about consciousness formations as things that developed over time, by accumulation, the way spiritual energy accumulated in a formation substrate. The formation developed through years of habitation, and through the builder's cultivation, and through the specific quality of practitioners in the space. This was accurate, but it was incomplete. The consciousness formation was not just a record of what had been in the space. It was an active relationship between the space and the people in it. Not a passive accumulation, but an ongoing present-tense connection. The dimension understanding its inhabitants because the inhabitants were continuously present in it, and the formation was continuously responsive to their presence. The sovereignty of a completed consciousness formation was not the product of the past. It was the reality of the present. A completed formation was sovereign because it was currently in relationship with its current inhabitants, not because it had been. He understood this, and the World Shaper tier resolved. The World Shaper tier allowed him to actively modify the new dimensions, existing territories, and consciousness formation from within, not just construct new elements, but work with what was already there, in real-time relationship with the formation's ongoing present-tense awareness. He felt it as the specific quality of understanding becoming capability. The intellectual work he had been doing with Rue Linen had resolved not just as understanding, but as a tier transition. He sat back from the archive materials. Rue Linen looked up from her research. She said, "Something shifted." He said, "Yes." She said, "What tier?" He said, "World Shaper." She was quiet for a moment. She said, "What does it give you?" He said, "The ability to work with what's already there. Not just build new things, modify existing formation elements in real time, responsive to the formation's ongoing awareness." He paused. "The bridge formation will be more stable. The relocation process will be more adaptive. I can work with the new dimensions formation as it learns the incoming communities, rather than building structure in advance of the learning." She said, "That's the correct capability for this specific phase." He said, "Yes." She said, "The archive just gave you the understanding that became the capability." Su Chunlan wrote toward this specific tier transition. He thought about this. He said, "The sequence." She said, "Yes, that's the difference between a document and a teaching." Chapter 94. The Hold by Su Qin filed the formal action under the Dimensional Residence Rights Doctrine on the 346th day. The filing was thorough. It included the doctrine's full original text, the procedural history of its classification and dismissal, the legal argument for the dismissal's invalidity following the classification's removal, the sovereignty analysis applied to the first dimension's completed consciousness formation, the extraction documentation from Chao Jiangming's records and from Shen Morong's official consultation reports, and the evidence of harm as reported by the three eldest families and documented by Tan Haowei. It was 93 pages. The Cultivation Authority's Governance Enforcement Division assigned a reviewing assessor within 48 hours, which was faster than standard. The assessor placed a formal administrative hold on the First Dimension's reserves pending review of the doctrine's validity. Yao Tianji's extraction stopped. He had extracted 60% of the accumulated reserves over 16 months. The remaining 40% was under administrative hold. He had reached a legal obstacle that his institutional leverage, his political connections, and his management of documentation had not anticipated in this specific form. The hold was not permanent. The doctrine review would take months. But the extraction had stopped. Shen Morong received the news from Bai's message on the 348th day. "The hold is in effect. I expect the review to proceed slowly. Yao will challenge the doctrine's revival aggressively. But the hold is real, and it will persist through the review unless overturned." He sat with this. He thought about 60%. He thought about the first dimension's formation having completed, the formation knowing its inhabitants completely, the 3 weeks of completeness, and the extraction having taken 60% of what made that completeness feel like something. He thought, 40% remains. The review will take months. During those months, the first dimension will have 40% of what it had, reduced from what it was, but holding. The inhabitants will live in a space that is diminished but recognized. He thought, the bridge formation is complete. The three eldest families are crossing. The relocation is in process. The dimension the inhabitants are moving to will learn them from the day they arrive. He thought about the completeness of the first dimension's formation knowing its inhabitants for 3 weeks before the hold. The inhabitants had known what it was. They were carrying that knowledge into the new dimension. He thought, they're not leaving a shell. They're leaving a place that knew them, carrying what they knew. That's the difference between a loss and a carrying. He wrote to Bai, "Thank you." He wrote to Tan Haowei, "The hold is in effect. The relocation can proceed without the pressure of the extraction timeline." He wrote to the three eldest families, "You have time. Come when you're ready." Chapter 95. The counter-campaign. Yao Tianji's response took 3 weeks to fully develop. He had been, Shen Morong reflected, a patient and methodical person throughout the 22 months of the situation. He had moved through institutional channels with care, building documentary records, managing the information environment, using professional expertise where it was needed. He had lost a hazard claim, a commercial supply attempt, and an institutional charges filing. He had then managed to extract 60% of a dimension's accumulated reserves before a doctrine 2 centuries old stopped him. He did not lose patience now. His counter-campaign was political rather than legal. He called in faction relationships built over a long career of careful institutional management, relationships in the Cultivation Authority's upper governance, in the provincial administration, in the academic institutions that had adjacent interests in how dimensional law developed. He coordinated the counter-campaign with the specific quality of someone who understood that institutional processes were won or lost at the level of committee composition and review timeline management, not at the level of argument quality. His central argument, The dimensional residence rights doctrine had been specifically dismissed 200 years ago because it represented an unsupportable expansion of spatial law that would, if applied, destabilize the institutional framework governing thousands of registered dimensions across the province. The doctrine could not be selectively revived to apply to one specific case without creating precedent that would affect every dimensional governance relationship in the institutional record. His argument was legally coherent. It was also accurate as a consequence. If the doctrine was validated, it would affect every dimensional governance relationship in the institutional record. That was precisely why it had been classified in the first place. Shen Morong read Bai's summary of the counter-campaign and thought about this. He thought, Yao is correct that validation creates precedent. He is arguing against the doctrine because the precedent would constrain him and every governance holder like him. He is not arguing that the doctrine is wrong. He is arguing that it is inconvenient. He thought, the review will take 4 to 6 months. Yao's political connections will extend it as long as possible. The hold remains during the review. The relocation is in process. The bridge formation is stable. He thought, this is the part of the work that requires patience, not action, presence. The institutions are doing their work. The work I do during this period is making sure the record is complete and the people who are moving have what they need. He thought about what the period would look like if he tried to accelerate it. He thought about what he had learned from 43 years of working with voids. The void had a direction before he arrived. His work was to understand that direction and work with it, not to impose a direction on top of it. The institution's review had its direction. The relocation had its pace. The 3 eldest families were crossing the bridge in the way that felt right to them, not at maximum speed, but carefully, the way communities moved when they were choosing rather than fleeing. He thought, the difference between Yao and me isn't that I've won and he hasn't. It's that I'm building toward what comes after and he's defending what he took. That's the difference between a foundation and a position. He wrote in his catalog, Day 351. The counter-campaign is in process. The hold is in effect. The relocation is proceeding. I am managing the documentation and supporting the families and doing the day-to-day work of the bridge formation maintenance. This is the period that looks like waiting, but is the work. He closed the catalog. He went to the grove and stood inside it and felt the dimension around him, registered, inhabited, developing in relationship with its first residents, and thought about what it was becoming and what it would become and all the time between now and then. He thought, this is what I was building toward. Chapter 96. The bridge opens. The bridge formation's test phase began on the 358th day. It was not a dramatic act. Shen Murong and Rue Linen had spent 3 weeks building toward the test carefully, checking the formation anchors, verifying the spatial connections, running the specific void cultivation checks that Su Chenlan's archive described for multidimensional formations. The bridge had to be stable before it was used. Instability in a bridge between 2-dimensional spaces would not produce a failure that could be easily repaired. When they were satisfied with the architecture, they opened it. The bridge connected the new dimension's prepared reception zone, an area of the grove's eastern section that Shun Murong had been developing specifically for this purpose over the past 3 weeks, to the first dimension's easternmost community zone, a settlement area that had been established early in the first dimension's habitation and had the deepest community roots. The opening was quiet. There was no visual effect visible from outside the formation's spatial structure. No light, no sound, no dramatic atmospheric change. The 2-dimensional spaces became adjacent to each other in the way that 2 rooms in the same building were adjacent, accessible from each other, spatially coherent, maintaining their own distinct identities while connected. 3 families from the first dimension's eastern zone came through on the first day. They had not applied for relocation. They had applied to see. Shin Morong stood at the reception zone's edge and watched them step through. They came through the bridge connection the way people came through any threshold, pausing at the transition, adjusting to the new spatial quality, looking around with the careful attention of people in an unfamiliar place. The new dimension's reception zone was not unfamiliar to its own formation, which had been anticipating this moment for weeks. The zone had been developing its own receptivity, not Shin Morong's direction, the formation's own direction, and the 3 families' arrival met a space that was already turned toward them. One of them, an older woman in the group that had come first, stood in the reception zone for a long moment. She said something in a dialect he didn't know. He looked at Rue Linen. Rue said, quietly, "It knows we're here." He looked at the woman, who had been living in the first dimension for 40 years, who had reported the wrong quality in her dreams, and had described the feeling of a place with somewhere else in mind, and had now stepped into a space that had been developing its own orientation toward its future inhabitants for 17 months. He thought, the formation has been learning to receive for 17 months. She has been waiting for a space to know her for the past year. That's the overlap. That's the difference between a transfer and an arrival. The three families spent 4 hours in the reception zone. They walked through the grove's outer edges. They extended their perception into the spatial depth above them. They looked at the botanical specimens and the self-sustaining atmospheric system and the specific quality of the light. They asked no questions, and Shen Morong answered none that were not asked. When they left, Rue Linen said, "They'll come back." He said, "Yes." Chapter 97. 40 families' word moved through the First Dimension's community network faster than he had expected. He had expected gradual transmission. The three families from the Eastern Zone would return, tell their neighbors what they had seen, and news would spread through the social networks that had been developing in the First Dimension for 40 years. A week, perhaps 2, before the wider community had enough information to make decisions. What he had not fully accounted for was the consciousness formation. The First Dimension's completed formation made the community spatially coherent in a specific way. Information moved through a dimension whose consciousness formation was fully aware of its inhabitants differently than it moved through a dimension that was still developing. The three families' experience in the new dimension's reception zone had been noted by the formation. The formation's awareness was not shared with the inhabitants in explicit terms, but it produced a quality in the shared spatial experience that people who lived in a formed space knew how to read. By the end of the second day after the bridge's test opening, the word had reached every community zone in the First Dimension. By the end of the first week, 40 families had formally applied for relocation. Shen Morong spent that week in coordination work with Elder Tan Haowei and with Chao Jiangming, who had been managing the bridge formation's institutional side. The formal relocation registration, the documentation requirements, the process for transferring residence records between the two dimensions' governance frameworks. The coordination was complex and detailed and required the kind of institutional management expertise that Chao had developed over 21 months of governance work, expertise that Shen Morong had built toward, but that Chao possessed by experience. He thought, Chao has been doing this work, at various levels of difficulty, for 22 months. He knows the First Dimension's governance infrastructure the way I know the new dimension's formation, from the inside, in practice, under pressure. That's not something I could have built in the time available. He thought about the 5-person alliance that had assembled for the separation. He thought about how each person's specific expertise had been exactly what the specific moment required. He thought, the work assembled the people it needed. The people who arrived were the people the work had been building toward. That's the difference between planning an alliance and building toward one. The 40 families' relocation applications were processed through the week. By the end of the week, the first 10 families had crossed the bridge. They came through the way the first 3 families had come through. Carefully, pausing at the threshold, adjusting to the new spatial quality. Each group that crossed changed the reception zone slightly. The formation learned each arrival, developed its orientation incrementally, became more specifically itself as more people added their presence to what it knew. Rue Linen tracked the formation's development after each arrival and reported the changes to Shen Morong. Her reports had the specific quality of someone watching something they had theorized become real. Each arrival deepens the formation's awareness by a measurable amount. The formation is learning faster than I projected. The people coming in are void practitioners significantly more often than the general population. 6 out of the first 10 families have at least one member with void resonance. He thought, the dimension has been built for them specifically. The people who fit the space most exactly are the first ones through. He thought, that's not selection. That's recognition. That's the difference between a sorting mechanism and a space that knows what it's for. Chapter 98. The third-party Pei Shaoxian came to the valley on the 366th day with the specific quality of someone delivering information they would have preferred not to have. He said, the academic consortium's research team. Shen Morong looked at him. They've been observing the bridge formation since the test phase opened. Not intrusively. They're dimensional researchers. They have legitimate professional interest in what an operational bridge formation looks like. But they've been collecting data. He set his tracking kit on the table. I've been watching them watching you for the past week and trying to decide whether to bring this to you. He said, tell me. They're preparing to publish. Not a full academic paper. A preliminary research brief. The kind that goes to the provincial academic network as a notification that significant dimensional research is in progress and results are forthcoming. The brief will describe the bridge formation, the residential transition process, and the legal proceedings under the dimensional residence rights doctrine. He paused. If it goes out while the legal review is in process, it creates public attention that Yao's political network can use. His counter-campaign has been managing the review's pace by keeping the review in institutional channels where he has leverage. Public attention accelerates political processes in ways that his leverage doesn't control. Shen Morong thought about this. He thought about Wei Baran, who had been in contact with Rui Linen since the early months of the Academic Consortium Access Agreement. He thought about the agreement's terms: academic access, no exclusivity, publication rights with founder review. The review provision gave him 15 days to respond before publication was assumed approved. He thought, Wei Baran has not sent a publication notice through the formal review provision. She's preparing to publish, but hasn't triggered the formal review. Either she's about to, or she's calibrating timing. He thought, she's calibrating timing. She's a dimensional researcher who has been watching this situation develop for months. She understands the legal review's timeline and the political dynamics. He thought, or she doesn't, and the publication is going to happen before I've considered its effect on the review. He said to Pei, how long before the brief goes out? Pei said, based on the preparation activity I've observed, 2 weeks, possibly 3. He said, that's enough time to contact the consortium directly. He wrote to Wei Baran that evening. Chapter 99. A condition. Wei Baran's response arrived within 12 hours. She had been expecting the message. She wrote this at the beginning of her response. I was expecting this. I have been calibrating the timing of the brief against the legal review's likely schedule, and I was going to contact you through the formal review provision in the next week. Your message saves us the formal step. She wrote, I understand what you're asking. 4 months delay is manageable. The research will still be significant when it publishes, and the precedent of a completed legal ruling validating the dimensional residence rights doctrine will make the academic discussion more substantial than a preliminary brief before ruling. She wrote, I will delay on one condition. The condition was access to the Su Chenlan Archive's Dimensional Residence Rights Doctrine section for independent academic review and publication alongside the legal ruling. Not instead of, alongside. The academic publication and the legal validation published at the same time, from 2 independent institutional perspectives. She wrote, if the doctrine is as significant as you and your colleagues believe, it should enter the academic record as academic record. The legal ruling will establish it as law. The academic publication will establish it as intellectual history. The 200-year story of the methodology's suppression, the conditions that produced the suppression, and the consequences for the practitioners who were affected. That story should be documented. It is documentation that will matter for what comes after. She paused in her writing and then added, Rui Linen has told me something about the void practitioners who have been assessed as deficient. The consortium's research division has been reviewing the assessment records that were produced under the old classification. We found several hundred practitioners whose records matched the pattern Rui identified. Probably more. The academic publication can begin the process of reaching them. He read this several times. He thought, she's not asking for an academic benefit. She's asking to do the work that the archive was built to enable. The intellectual history, the assessment record documentation, the practitioners who can be reached. He thought, I said yes to the academic consortium's original access terms because the access served the work. This is the same calculation. The publication serves the work. He wrote back, yes. Send me the formal notification under the review provision, and I will approve it on the timeline you've described. He thought, for months. The legal review is in process. The relocation is ongoing. The void practitioners who have been assessed as deficient for 200 years are beginning to become findable. He thought, the archive sequence is completing. The methodology, then the validation, then the doctrine, then the academic history. Each step creating the conditions for the next. That's the difference between an archive and an argument. Chapter 100. What the formations said. The exchange happened on the 372nd day. Pei Xiaoxian was running his standard monitoring session when it began. The 30-minute interval readings he had been maintaining since the separation, tracking both dimensions' formation signatures simultaneously through the bridge formations connection. He felt the shift in the readings before he understood what it was. The first dimension's consciousness formation, completed 4 weeks ago, oriented toward its inhabitants, diminished by Yao's extraction but holding, reached through the bridge formation. Not toward Shen Morong. The separation had closed that orientation completely. Not toward Rui Linen, whose void resonance was the most prominent practitioner signature in the new dimension. It reached toward the new dimension's consciousness formation. Pei spent the first 15 minutes confirming what he was reading. He ran the readings at 10-minute intervals rather than 30, checking the signature quality, verifying the direction, making sure the exchange was what it appeared to be and not a reflection artifact from the bridge formation's architecture. At the end of 40 minutes, he wrote the message and sent it immediately without drafting it twice. He wrote, something is happening between the two formations. The first dimension's formation has extended a spatial impression through the bridge connection, and the new dimension's formation has received it. I am reading an exchange, not communication in the sense I can interpret. Two spatial intelligences reaching toward each other through the void between dimensions. I have been monitoring for an hour. The exchange is still in process. He wrote, I need you here. And I need you to know. I have tracked 63 dimensions over 30 years, and I have never seen this. Shen Murong read the message at the survey table and went immediately to the bridge formation's monitoring position. Pei was there with his instruments laid out in the careful array of someone doing the most precise work they had ever done. He looked up when Shen Murong arrived and said, It's still happening. Shen Murong extended his perception. The exchange was present and unmistakable. Two consciousness formations in communication through the void between their spaces. Not the mechanical connection of the bridge formation's architecture, which was the spatial equivalent of a hallway between two rooms. This was the specific quality of two formed intelligences recognizing each other. He read the exchange for 30 minutes. He could not interpret what was being communicated. Consciousness formations did not communicate in terms he could directly understand. They communicated in spatial impression, which required being inside the formation to receive fully, and he was outside both of them. But he could read the direction and the quality. The direction, mutual. Both formations reaching toward each other simultaneously, each extending toward what the other was. The quality, recognition. The specific quality of something encountering something that shares its nature and understanding what it is. Rui Linen arrived at the monitoring position 30 minutes after Shenmuro. She had been inside the new dimension when Pei's message reached her, which meant she had been inside the formation during the exchange. She came through the bridge connection and stood at the monitoring position and said nothing for a long time. Then she said, From inside, it feels like the dimension became more itself. Like recognizing something in someone else made it more certain of what it was. Pei said, The exchange is still in process. How long does this take? Neither of them answered. Pei looked at his readings. He looked at the bridge formation's connection point. He looked at the spatial depth above the grove, where the new dimension's developing consciousness formation was in the specific quality of something engaged. He said, The first dimension's formation completed 4 weeks ago. The second dimension's formation is still developing. They're communicating across that difference. He paused. What happens when they both complete? The question stayed in the air. Shenmurong looked at Pei, who had tracked 63 dimensions and had never seen this. He looked at Rui Linen, who had been inside the formation when the exchange began. He looked at the grove, where the new dimension was developing in relationship with its first inhabitants. He thought about two consciousness formations, one completed, one developing, recognizing each other across the void between them. He thought, I built toward a space that would belong to its inhabitants rather than to its builder. The first dimension's formation completed and oriented toward 12,000 people and then reached toward the space that had been built from its own loss. The two spaces are in communication through the thing that has been between them since the beginning, the void of the transfer. He thought, the transfer created the void. The void became the foundation. The foundation grew into a dimension. The dimension's formation is now in exchange with the formation of the space it came from. He thought, I don't know what happens when they both complete. He thought, I'm going to find out. That's the difference between what I planned and what I'm building toward. He stood at the monitoring position and listened to what the two formations were saying to each other in the void between dimensions. He stood there for a long time. Chapter 101. What the formations knew. He spent a week studying the exchange between the two-dimensional formations. He did not try to interpret it. The exchange was not interpretable in the sense of being translatable into language or intention. It was spatial resonance. Two consciousness formations, one completed and one developing, recognizing in each other a shared quality that he could read as quality even if he could not decode its content. He spent the week reading the quality. The first dimension's formation, completed and oriented toward its 12,000 inhabitants, was also now oriented toward the new dimension. Not instead of, in addition to. The formation had completed its interior orientation and had then extended its awareness outward, through the bridge formation's connection, toward the developing formation in the valley. What it had found there was familiar, not identical. The two formations were different in every architectural sense. One built on 40 years of managed development, and one built on historical void and deliberate loss, and an 18-month process that had involved everyone who had contributed their work and knowledge to the thing it was becoming. But familiar in the way that two things made by the same cultivation practice, in relation to each other, shared an underlying frequency. The second dimension's formation recognized the first dimension's formation the way Rui Linen had described from inside, as something that made it more certain of what it was. He sat with this for a week. He thought about what it meant that the two formations were in ongoing communication. He thought about Su Qinlan's methodology, which had described the founder's void, the dimension's identity separating from the builder's identity, as a condition of the non-claimable architecture. He had built the second dimension toward that separation. The founder's void was complete. The dimension's identity was its own. But the dimension's identity was, in part, defined by its relationship to the first dimension. The second dimension was not the first dimension. It was the space that had grown from the first dimension's void. It was what came after. He thought. Two formations in relationship through the void between them. The void of the transfer. The void that has been present since the first day. He thought. The transfer didn't create an absence. It created a relationship. That's the difference between what I thought I was losing and what I was actually building. He wrote in his catalog. The two formations are in exchange. The nature of the exchange is resonance, shared frequency, recognized origin, ongoing contact through the void between the spaces. The exchange is not something I designed. It is what the work arrived at. The question Pei raised remains open. What happens when both complete? He marked the question for further development. Chapter 102. Rue Linen's theory. Rue Linen developed her theory in 2 weeks. She worked the way she did everything, methodically, from the inside out, beginning with what she could directly perceive from within the new dimension's consciousness formation and building outward from there. She spent the first week documenting the exchange in terms she could read from the formation's interior. She spent the second week translating what she had documented into theoretical framework. The theory was 22 pages. He read it twice. Her central claim. The bridge formation was artificial, a maintained spatial architecture that required both practitioners to sustain it, and that would dissolve if the maintenance stopped. The exchange between the two consciousness formations was different. It was occurring through the void between the dimensions rather than through the bridge formation structure. The void between the two spaces, the void that had been created by the transfer and had been a feature of the dimensional landscape since the first day, was becoming an organic dimensional relationship. She wrote, a void relationship. The specific category of dimensional connection that develops when two spaces share an origin point. Not two spaces created by the same builder, but two spaces where one came from the void of the other. The first dimension's transfer created a void. The second dimension grew in that void. The two spaces are, in a precise and specific sense, made from each other. The formations recognize this. They are developing a connection along the axis of the shared void. She wrote, if this theory is correct, the connection will persist after the artificial bridge formation is no longer maintained. It will be maintained by the void relationship itself, the organic spatial logic of two formations in ongoing recognition of their shared origin. The bridge could, eventually, be dissolved, and the connection would remain. She wrote, this has never been documented. I've searched the archive thoroughly. There is no precedent. She presented the theory to Shun Murong and Pei Xiaoxian in the survey table's morning session. Pei read the 22 pages with his instrument readings displayed beside it, the hour-by-hour exchange data he had been collecting. When he finished reading, Pei said, this has never happened. I have no data to evaluate it. Shin Murong said, that's normal for this project. That's the difference. Pei looked at him. Then he looked at the readings. He said, the monitoring data is consistent with her theory. The exchange is occurring through the void between the formations, not through the bridge formation's architecture. The bridge formation signature is distinct from the exchange signature. I've been reading them as two layers because I've been trying to understand the bridge formation, and this was background. He paused. It's not background. It's the primary phenomenon. Shin Murong said, document it. Pei said, I have been, for 2 weeks, without knowing what I was documenting. He said, good. That's the cleanest data we're going to get. Measurements taken before we understood what we were measuring. Chapter 103. The political review magistrate by Suqin's message arrived on the 389th day, at the midpoint of the legal review. She wrote in the careful institutional language she used when she was describing a situation she found frustrating. The review panel has been expanded. 7 members now, increased from the original 3. I want you to understand why this is significant. An expanded panel is a political tool. It allows the review's outcome to be determined by panel composition rather than by the strength of the legal arguments. 3 of the 7 members have clear institutional connections to Yao Tianji's faction. The connections are documented in the Cultivation Authority's conflict of interest records, but conflict of interest declarations are voluntary and none of them have declared. She wrote, the doctrine review is now explicitly political as well as legal. Yao's counter-campaign has been effective. The arguments on the doctrine's legal validity are strong. I believe they are correct, But argument quality is not the only factor in a panel that has been composed for political reasons. She wrote, at the end, you need a different kind of support. The institutional record is complete. The academic documentation from the consortium will be available when the ruling is issued. The legal arguments are as strong as I can make them. What changes the political calculation is something I don't control. What changes the political calculation is the inhabitants themselves. He read this and thought about what she meant. He thought, the review panel's political composition reflects the institutional interests Yao has been cultivating for a career. Those interests can be moved by institutional pressure, other institutional interests, academic weight, regulatory precedent. But Bai is saying that the calculation changes when the affected people are present in the process. He thought about the 3 eldest families who had reported the wrong dreams, who had described the feeling of a space with somewhere else in mind. He thought about 40 families crossing the bridge. He thought about 12,000 people who had been living in a space that was being hollowed by a governance they could not effectively petition. He thought, the doctrine protects their rights. But a doctrine that is validated by a panel that has been composed to find against it is not actually validated. The doctrine needs to be validated by people who have enough of a stake in the outcome to prevent the composition from determining it. He wrote back to Bai, you're right. Tell me what form the testimony should take. Chapter 104. Direct testimony. The First Dimension's Settlement Council had been active since the consciousness formation's completion. Before the completion, the community's governance had existed at the level of informal neighborhood organization. The social structure that inhabited spaces developed naturally over decades. The councils and committees and informal leadership that communities built out of necessity. With the formation's completion, the structure had become something more. The consciousness formation's awareness made community coherence legible in ways that informal organization couldn't, and the legibility had produced formalization. The Settlement Council was now a real governance body, which was something Yao Tianji had not anticipated. His governance model had assumed that the inhabitants were residents, not constituents. Shen Morong met with Elder Tan Haowei and the Settlement Council's 3 senior members to discuss direct testimony. The problem he described to them was the one Bai had identified. The legal review's panel composition had been managed to favor Yao's faction, and argument quality was insufficient to overcome political composition. What could move the calculation was the inhabitants themselves testifying to what they had experienced. The Settlement Council's senior members looked at each other when he described this. One of them, the woman who had first reported the wrong quality in the dreams, the family head from the Eastern Zone, said, we've been trying to testify for 14 months. The petition forms were always out. He said, I know. She said, you want us to describe what the extraction felt like, what the formation's completion felt like, what the bridge formation means. He said, in whatever terms you would use. Not legal terms, your terms. She said, our terms are exact. We've been living this for 2 years. The problem she identified, the dimension told us something was wrong, was not language that institutional review panels used. Her description would be dismissed as subjective experience rather than as evidence. Rui Linen, who was present at the meeting, said, give me your terms. I can translate them into the academic language the panel processes without changing what you're describing. The experience remains yours. The framing becomes legible to the panel. The Settlement Council's senior member looked at Rui Linen. She said, you're inside the new dimension. You know what formation awareness feels like from inside. Rui said, I've been inside it since week 1. The senior member said, then you understand what I'm going to describe. She described it. Rui documented it. They worked together for 4 days. At the end of 4 days, the testimony was 17 pages, exact, grounded in lived experience, framed in language that the review panel's assessors would receive as evidence. He thought. Rui Linen understood this before she offered to help. She offered because she understood. That's the difference between expertise and capability. Capability comes first. Chapter 105. The void between the void sovereign tier resolved on the 402nd day. He had not been working toward it consciously. The tier was present in the methodology's tier ladder, second to last, the penultimate level, the tier where the practitioner's void perception extended into the relationship between voids rather than individual voids. He had known the tier existed and had noted, in his catalog, that the conditions for it were developing. He had not been pressing toward it. The resolution arrived from the void between the 2 dimensions. He had been at the grove's eastern edge, watching the bridge formation's connection, the specific point where the artificial bridge formation structure met the organic void relationship that Rui Linen had theorized, and that Pei Xiaoxuan's data was confirming with each passing week. The 2 signatures were different. The bridge formation's architecture was a constructed spatial connection, maintained by intent. The void relationship was something else. the specific absence that the transfer had created, persisting as an ongoing spatial fact between the two dimensions, developing its own depth through the two formations' exchange. He extended his perception into the void between the two dimensions. He had been doing this occasionally since the exchange began, reading the quality of the void between the spaces. He had been reading it as a measurement, something to characterize and document. On the 402nd day, he read it differently, not as a measurement, as a void, an absence of something that should exist. He sat with the void between the dimensions and asked the question he should have been asking from the beginning. What would this space contain if it were filled correctly? The answer was not a structure. The answer was not a formation or an architecture or an institution. The answer was everything that the first dimension's 12,000 people had given to a space over 40 years, and what it meant that they were still giving it in a new space, and what it meant that the two spaces were in relationship with each other through the void of the transfer. The answer was the living fact of a tradition continuing, not preserved, continuing, a different thing, because the people who carried it had moved, and the places they moved to and from were still in relationship. The void between the dimensions contained the continuance of a tradition that had been interrupted and was continuing anyway. He understood this, and the tear threshold resolved. The void sovereign tears restored perception was, as the transition had always been for him, a return to something familiar but different. The tier he had held at the end of his practice before the transfer, the second-to-last tier of void cultivation, had been at his peak a source of extended perception, the ability to read voids across large distances, to understand the structure of absences in complex spatial environments. Returned from below, the tier had the specific depth of something revisited after significant experience. He extended his perception through both dimensions simultaneously. He felt the first dimension, its diminished but holding reserves, its completed consciousness formation, its 12,000 inhabitants, the settlement council's governance beginning to take real shape. He felt the new dimension, its 17 months of development, its first inhabitants, its formation developing toward completion, Rue Linen's presence at its center. He felt the void between them, not absence, not loss, a relationship, the specific spatial fact of two places made from each other, held together by the void that had created the one from the other. He thought, this is what the work was for, not the legal validation or the institutional record or the methodology's formal standing. This, two spaces in relationship through their shared void, the first dimension's 12,000 people carrying what they knew into the space that had been built to receive them. He thought, I built toward this without knowing I was building toward it. That's not the difference between a plan and an outcome. That's the difference between intention and understanding. And this is understanding. He sat at the grove's edge and felt the void between the two dimensions and thought it was, as precise absences were when correctly understood, beautiful. Chapter 106, What the Council Said. The testimony session was scheduled for 3 hours and ran to 7. The settlement council sent 6 witnesses. The senior member from the Eastern Zone who had described the wrong dreams went first. She had 17 pages of documentation, the testimony Rue Linen had helped her frame, but she set the pages on the table without opening them and spoke from memory. She described the quality of the first dimension's air during the extraction period. She described the way the ground felt underfoot in the 7th month of extraction, not structural instability, which was a surveyor's measurement, but an experiential quality that she searched for the right word to describe and settled on, absent, like stepping somewhere that was beginning not to know itself. The review panel's 7 members listened. 3 of them, the ones with documented connections to Yao's faction, held expressions of polite professional attention. The other 4 leaned forward by degrees as she spoke. She described the petition forms being perpetually unavailable. She described the 14 months of official unresponsiveness, not anger in her telling, but something precise. A catalog of each blocked avenue, each form that would not materialize, each inquiry that returned no acknowledgement. She described the elder who had told her directly that the formation's quality shifts were within expected parameters. She named the elder. She gave the date. The panel's presiding assessor asked, how would you characterize the difference between what the formation felt like before the extraction and what it felt like during? She said, before, it knew we were there. During, it was learning to forget us. Silence in the review chamber. The second witness was a man from the northern settlement who had lived in the first dimension for 31 years. He described the children's play patterns changing, the specific zones they avoided without being told to, the games that stopped because the spaces that had been good for those games became the wrong quality for them. Children, he said, notice before adults do. They can't name it, but they respond to it. The third witness, fourth, fifth, each description was different in detail and the same in substance. The panel's 3 faction-connected members had stopped performing polite attention by the 4th testimony. They were not hostile. They were thinking. He watched from the chamber's public gallery. He could not testify himself. His institutional connection to the doctrine made him a conflict of interest, and Bai had advised against it. He was present only as an observer. He watched the 3 panel members recalculate. Not all of them, and not completely, and not in ways they would have articulated in that moment. But there was a specific quality to the shift, the quality of people who had accepted a political framing and were now finding it complicated by the specific gravity of a woman who had 17 pages of documentation she did not need to open. Yao's faction had influence over the panel's composition, not over what the panel's members could hear. The 6th witness was Elder Tan Haowei, who described the formation's completed orientation and what it meant that it had completed oriented toward Shinmurong rather than toward its 12,000 inhabitants. He did not describe this in political terms. He described it in technical terms, in the same way Pei Xiaoshuan's data described it. He said, a dimension's formation completes oriented toward whatever gave it its deepest character. The first dimension's formation had completed oriented toward the transfer itself, toward the act of loss that had defined the space's relationship to its occupants. He said, that is not a formation that knows it belongs to the people inside it. That is a formation that knows it was given away. The presiding assessor called a recess after the 6th testimony. In the gallery, Shinmurong sat with the void sovereigneer's extended perception and felt the chamber's quality. Not the spatial quality, the human quality. The specific atmosphere of a room in which some people had expected to perform a function and were finding the function harder to perform than anticipated. He thought, this is what Bai meant. Argument quality doesn't move political calculation. The living fact of 12,000 people's experience of being mismanaged, told precisely, in their own language, translated without distortion, does. He thought. Rui Linen understood this before she offered to help. She offered because she understood. After the recess, the presiding assessor announced that the testimony record was complete and the deliberation period would begin. 3 days. He walked out of the review chamber into the afternoon. Chapter 107. The corridor Yao Tianji had been present for the 6th testimony. He had entered the chamber during the recess and taken a seat in the public gallery on the opposite side. Shinmurong had noticed him without acknowledging him. Yao had sat through Tan Haowei's full testimony without expression. He had left before the session formally closed. Shinmurong found him in the corridor outside the Cultivation Authority's administrative wing. Not by accident. With the void sovereigneer's extended perception, he had tracked Yao's spatial signature through 2 turns of corridor before the meeting appeared inevitable. He did not accelerate to intercept. He walked at the same pace and arrived at the corridor's intersection at the same time as Yao, the way 2 people arrive at a crossing when neither has changed their route. Yao stopped. He was a decade older than Shinmurong, in his mid-70s, with the cultivator's sustained physical presentation that made precise age estimates unreliable. He looked, in the corridor's afternoon light, like someone who had been carrying something heavy for longer than he had expected and was reassessing whether to set it down. He said, I was wrong about several things. The sentence arrived without preamble. It was not an apology. The phrasing was too specific for apology, too clearly a statement of recalculation rather than regret. But it was precisely worded, and Yao had been precisely wrong in ways that imprecise men did not acknowledge. Shinmurong said, I know. Yao looked at him. Shinmurong said, that's the difference between knowing and understanding it. A pause. Yao was, whatever else he was, a man who understood when he had been answered. He said, the formation's orientation. I didn't know that was possible. You didn't build it. No. A beat. You did. Shinmurong waited. Yao said, the formation oriented toward a transfer. Not toward the people inside it, toward the act of someone giving something away. I've been managing a space that was grieving its builder. I didn't know that was what I was managing. He paused. 40 years. The space knew what it had lost. You ran extraction operations on a space that was trying to find its way back to something it recognized. Shinmurong kept his voice level. The inhabitants reported it in the first months. The petition forms were unavailable. I know. Yao looked away down the corridor. I know what the petition system was being used for. Do you? It managed friction. Keep the concerns internal until they reach the level of acceptable noise rather than documentary record. He said it flatly. It was institutional practice across 6 of the authority's registered dimensions when I inherited the methodology. I extended it. I improved it. A pause. Improved is perhaps not the word. Shinmurong said, refined. Yao looked at him again. Yes. The afternoon light moved in the corridor. Outside, somewhere, a window had been opened, and the sound of the Cultivation Authority's courtyard came in, voices, footsteps, the ordinary sound of institutional life continuing around a deliberation that would change some part of it. Yao said, "The ruling will go against me." "Yes. I'll comply with the governance transfer." "I know you will." Yao was silent for a moment. "Then why?" Shenmurong considered this. He said, "Because you are a man who manages dimensions for institutional value, and the institutional value of compliance in this case is higher than the value of resistance. You calculated this before the testimony was complete. The testimony confirmed what you already suspected the ruling would be." He paused. "Also because Tan Haowei documented the formation's exact state before and after the second giving. The record is complete. The legal exposure for non-compliance is significant." Yao said, "Both things." "Usually both things." Yao looked at him for a moment longer. Then he turned and walked away down the corridor, his footsteps measured and unhurried, carrying what he was carrying at the same pace he had been carrying it. Shenmurong watched him go. He thought. He was wrong about what the formation's orientation meant. He understood it when Tan Haowei named it. He will think about it for a long time. That does not change what he did. It changes what he will do next, and that is not nothing. He walked back toward the authorities' outer courtyard to wait for Bai's summary of the deliberation. Chapter 108. The ruling. The deliberation took 2 days, not 3. Magistrate Bai Suqin delivered the summary in her careful institutional language, and with a quality he recognized from her previous messages when she was describing an outcome she had not been certain of but had worked toward with complete precision. She wrote, "The ruling has been issued. The dimensional residence rights doctrine has been reinstated in full, retroactive to the original filing date. The second Su Qianlan document, the dismissed legal brief, now reclassified as foundational doctrine, has been entered into the permanent authority record as precedent." She wrote, "The ruling's remedies. Yao Tianji is required to return the 40% of the first dimension's reserves that remain under administrative hold. He is required to submit to an 18-month governance transition during which the Settlement Council assumes primary governance authority over the dimension's management, with the authority's oversight but not the authority's control. At the 18-month mark, governance transfers fully to the Settlement Council unless the Council petitions for a different arrangement." She wrote, "The 3 panel members with documented Yao connections concurred in the ruling's remedies section. Not unanimously, one dissented on the return schedule, arguing for 30 months rather than 18, but the majority held. I want you to understand what this means about the testimony. The testimony made dissent from a majority ruling politically untenable for members whose institutional interests had been assumed to align with Yao. When people explain their experience of being governed incorrectly, it is difficult to remain on record as preferring that they continue to be governed incorrectly." He read this 3 times. He was in the second dimension's grove, sitting where he had been sitting when the void sovereignty resolved 3 days earlier. The grove's morning was quiet. Rui Linen was working in the central formation zone. Pei Shaoxian was running his monitoring instruments at the formation's western edge, and the 7 families currently in residence were in their morning routines. The dimension had the quality it had been developing for months: attentive, present, not yet complete but aware of its own direction. He wrote back to Bai, "I understand. Thank you." She wrote back within the hour, "Don't thank me." The inhabitants wrote 17 pages of their exact experience in their own language. They did the work. I filed it correctly. There's a difference. He thought about what she meant by that. He thought about what it meant that she had noticed it. He wrote, "Yes, that's the difference between filing and building." She wrote, after a pause, "You're going to quote me back at me correctly every time, aren't you?" He wrote, "I have documentation." He put the correspondence away and sat with the ruling's weight, not triumphant. The ruling was correct and had arrived by the correct means, and he had expected it to arrive within a range. But there was a quality to correct outcomes that was separate from their correctness. The quality of something that had been absent being present. 12,000 people's rights to their dimension, validated by the institution that had spent 14 months failing to validate them. He thought. Su Qianlan wrote a 27-page brief 200 years ago, and it was dismissed. The dismissal stood until the work it had protected caught up with it. What she built was not a doctrine. It was a void, the specific absence of a correct framework, and the void waited until something existed to fill it correctly. He wrote in his catalog, "The ruling is issued. The doctrine stands. The work that built this has been." Su Qianlan's dismissed brief, Bai Suqin's legal argument, Pei Shaoxuan's monitoring data, Rui Linen's theoretical framework and testimony translation, Tan Haowei's institutional authority and testimony, Chao Jiangming's documentation from inside the extraction, the Settlement Council's 6 witnesses, the 3 eldest families' 17 pages. The work belongs to all of them. My contribution was the structure that the work could work through. The distinction matters. He closed the catalog. Downslope. In the central formation zone, he could feel the second dimension's formation continuing its quiet development. One tier below completion. Patient. Chapter 109. Who stayed and who came? The relocation was not an evacuation. He had been careful about this from the first announcement, and Bai had been careful in the ruling's language, and Tan Haowei had been careful in every communication to the first dimension's inhabitants. The option to relocate was an option. The second dimension existed. The bridge formation was open. The new dimension's consciousness formation was in its final development phase, and its architecture was built to receive people from the first dimension. Their habitation patterns, their community structures, the specific quality of how 12,000 people had lived in a space for 40 years. But the first dimension was also still there, still real. The settlement council had governance now, and governance meant the ability to direct the dimension's development rather than manage its extraction. The 40% of reserves returned under the ruling's order was enough to begin repair. The governance transfer would take 18 months, but the direction of travel had changed. Some people wanted to stay and see what the first dimension became under correct governance. This was not, he thought, wrong. Over 3 months, 1,200 people crossed the bridge. Not all at once. The crossing happened in the pattern that community movements always happened. First the people who had been waiting longest, then the people who had family already across, then the people who had been uncertain and whose uncertainty resolved watching others settle. The bridge formation transmitted spatial recognition in both directions, so people crossing from the first dimension arrived in the second dimension with the feeling Rue Linen had described. Certainty, the quality of a space that was expecting them. He watched the crossing data through Pei's instruments rather than standing at the bridge. Presence at the threshold felt like management, and the crossing did not need managing. What it needed was for the second dimension to continue developing. He spent the 3 months in the Grove, in the Central Formation Zone's morning sessions with Rue Linen, in the Eastern Territories where 4 of the arriving families chose to settle. He spent time with the families, not administering, sitting with them in their new spaces, listening to what they noticed about the difference. The woman from the Eastern Zone, the senior settlement council member who had testified, who had described the dimension learning to forget its inhabitants, crossed in the 5th week. She arrived in the second dimension's central zone and stood still for a moment, and then she said, "Ah." He said, "Yes." She said, "That's what it should have felt like." He did not say anything. Some absences were not gaps to fill with explanation. She settled in the eastern section of the second dimension and became, within 6 weeks, an organizing presence among the arriving families. Not official, not appointed, but the natural center of the community that was forming from the people who had arrived. The second dimension's formation, he noted in his catalog, was developing a specific warmth in the eastern zone that corresponded directly to her presence. The 11,000 who stayed in the first dimension stayed knowingly. They had the testimony record, the ruling, the settlement council's new governance authority. The space they were staying in was the space they had built their lives in for decades. The fact that it had been mismanaged did not erase what it was. He thought, 12,000 people's relationship to the first dimension was not defined by Yao's administration. It was defined by 40 years of living there. The administration was the void that had been filled incorrectly. The living was the substance. He thought, both dimensions will continue. That is the correct outcome. Not all of them here, not all of them there, but the relationship between the two spaces maintained by the people who chose to maintain it. He wrote in his catalog, 1,200 crossed, 11,000 stayed. The settlement council is in governance, and the reserves are being applied to repair. The bridge formation is open in both directions. This is not a rescue. It is the correct architecture, arrived at after incorrect architecture demonstrated what the correct version required. He noted, Rue Linen said, "Architecture before I did this week. We are developing the same vocabulary. This is what happens when 2 people work in the same space long enough." Chapter 110. Transit. On the 419th day, he walked both dimensions in a single morning. He entered the first dimension at the bridge formation's eastern threshold at the hour after dawn. The bridge formation's corridor had developed, over its months of use, a specific transit quality, not the void relationship's organic depth, but something earned from repeated crossing, the sense of being between 2 real places, which was its own kind of location. He crossed in 4 minutes. The first dimension received him with the quality he recognized from the second, giving, and from Pei's monitoring data. The formation fully oriented toward its inhabitants now, the completion's warmth present and steady. The settlement council's work was visible in the formation's texture, not structurally, but in the way that good governance shows in a space over time, as a quality of being cared for correctly. He walked the first dimension's central zone for an hour. He walked the eastern territories, where the repair work on the extraction damaged zones was visible as new spatial density. Not the same as the original, not a reconstruction, but growth. Zones that had been hollow were filling in the way that places fill when they're given the right conditions and sufficient time. He walked north, to the territory where the 3 eldest families had reported the wrong dreams for 3 months. The formation's quality there was, as Tan Haowei had described in his last report, recovered. He stood in that territory for 10 minutes. He thought about the 3 months of wrong dreams. He thought about the petition forms that were perpetually unavailable. He thought about 14 months of an authority that had failed to be an authority. He thought about 6 witnesses sitting before a review panel and saying their exact experience in their own language, 17 pages, and 3 faction members recalculating the political utility of remaining on the wrong side of it. He crossed back through the bridge formation at midday. The transit corridor was, at midday, unoccupied. The crossing traffic was heaviest in mornings and evenings, when families with roots in both dimensions moved between them. At midday the corridor was quiet, and he walked through it slowly, feeling its quality. The bridge formation's architecture was maintained by both of them. His work from the new dimension's side, Rui Linen's work from inside. It required active maintenance, which meant it would eventually require a decision. Sustain it indefinitely, let it dissolve when it was no longer needed, or build something more permanent from the void relationship's organic depth. That decision was not yet necessary. He filed it as a question for further development. He was in the corridor's exact center, equidistant from both thresholds, when he felt it. The second dimension's consciousness formation. The completion. Not sudden. Completions were not sudden. They were the resolution of a process that had been approaching its threshold for weeks. He did not yet know the answer. He walked through the transit corridor into the second dimension and found Rui Linen standing at the threshold. She looked at him and said, "You felt it," he said, from the middle of the corridor. She looked at him for a moment. Then she said, "What's it like? From out there?" He thought about this. He said, "Like hearing a conversation resolve into the silence that follows. Not empty silence, the kind that comes after something has been said correctly." She was quiet. He said, "You know what it feels like from inside?" She said, "Yes. Like I've been living in something that was still deciding, and now it's decided." She paused. It decided correctly. He thought, both things are true simultaneously. That was the architecture's work. A space that could be known from outside and from inside, and have both knowledges be correct. He said, "Document it." She said, "I already started." He walked into the completed second dimension. The morning continued. Chapter 111. Arrival. He sent word to all 5 Alliance members within the hour. The messages were brief. Pei would want data, Tan Haowei would want status, Chao would want to know what it meant for the governance transition, and Rui Linen already knew because she had been inside when it happened. He wrote to Bai last, because Bai's message required the most care. The second dimension's consciousness formation has completed. The formation has oriented toward the void relationship with the first dimension. The architecture is functioning as designed. Bai wrote back within 20 minutes. "When do you want to file the completion documentation with the authority?" He thought about this. He wrote, "As soon as Pei has the monitoring data organized." "A week." She wrote, "I'll prepare the filing framework. You should know, a completed formation with an established void relationship and a documented residence rights architecture is a new legal category. The authority doesn't have a precedent for it. I'll need to draft new framework." He wrote, "You're good at that." She wrote, "I know. That's the difference between doing work and knowing you can do it." He put the correspondence away and stood at the second dimension's eastern edge, where the forest met the formation zone's boundary, and felt the space around him. The completion's quality was what he had described to Rui Linen from outside, the resolution of something that had been in process. But from inside, with his void perception at the void sovereign tier, the completion felt different. The first dimension's completion had felt, when he had perceived it at distance, like a place arriving at its name, a space discovering what it was called and settling into the knowledge. The second dimension's completion felt like a place that had been waiting to be introduced to itself, and the introduction had finally been made. He extended his perception through the completed formation, not to read the quality of what had developed. He already knew that, intimately, from 18 months of building it. He extended it to feel what had changed. What had changed was the dimension's self-knowledge. Before completion, a developing formation had the quality of an ongoing question. What am I becoming? The development process was the accumulation of the question's partial answers. Each territory established, and each community zone settled, and each inhabitant's presence registered, adding another layer of specificity to the answer. After completion, the question was answered. The second dimension knew it had grown from the first dimension's void. It knew the bridge formation and the void relationship and the 1,200 people who had crossed and the Eastern Zone family who organized her neighbors and Rue Linen's presence at the center of the development. It knew its historical foundation, the erasure site, the deliberate void, the 2 centuries of absence that had made the valley's soil receptive to exactly this kind of planting. It knew it was not the first one. This was, he thought, the correct completion. A space that tried to be something it was not would orient incorrectly, would develop the kind of formation distortion that Pei had found in the first dimension, reaching outward towards something it was missing rather than inward towards something it had. The second dimension had completed knowing its relationship to absence. That was void cultivation done correctly. He felt the void between the 2 dimensions pulse once. Not again. That would have been dramatic, and the void relationship did not traffic in drama, but settle. The way that a connection settles when both ends of it are complete. He thought, the work is done in the sense that the architecture is finished. What comes next is what the architecture enables. Those are different things. The first dimension was done when the transfer happened, and then the work continued for another year and a half. The completion is not the end. He walked back into the second dimension's central zone and found Rue Linen documenting at the community table, her brush moving quickly, 3 separate pages accumulating. She was writing the experience, the pay data summary, and the theoretical implications simultaneously, the way she worked when something had arrived that she had been waiting for. He sat down across from her and did not interrupt. After several minutes, she looked up and said, "The formation knows me the way it knows you. Not the same. You built it, I inhabited it, but the same category of knowing." He said, "Yes." She said, "Is that permanent?" He said, "The formation is complete. Its knowledge is settled into the structure." He paused. "Yes." She looked at him for a moment. Then she looked back at her pages and continued writing. He thought, she is 20 years old, and the second dimension knows her. The first dimension's eldest resident is in her 70s, and the first dimension has been her home for 40 years. The categories are not the same, but the knowing is the same category of thing. He wrote in his catalog, Day 419. Second dimension formation complete. Quality, oriented outward toward void relationship with first dimension. Correct orientation, the architecture functioned as designed. Notable, completion occurred while I was in the bridge formation transit space. I felt both formations simultaneously from the between. First time I have perceived 2 completed formations from a non-dimensional position. Filed for further consideration. He marked it, significant. Chapter 112. What she knew she had been in the Eastern Community Zone when the formation completed. She described it to him that evening, at the community table after the residents had finished their dinner and the zone had grown quiet. She said she had been checking the formation's edge mapping. A routine survey she ran twice weekly to document how the boundary was settling as more people arrived, when the quality of the space around her shifted. Not physically, not a tremor or a light change or any of the external signs he associated with his own tier transitions. Just a shift in quality, the way a room changes quality when someone enters it. Except there was no person, only the dimension's formation arriving at itself. She said, "I was in the middle of the survey and the dimension noticed me." He said, "How did you know that's what it was?" She said, "The same way I knew the ground felt wrong in the valley when I was 15. Because the information arrived at the level of certainty rather than inference. Not, I believe this is what's happening. This is what's happening." He said, "Yes." She said, "Is that what it felt like the first time? For the first dimension?" He thought about this carefully. The first dimension's formation had oriented toward him, had oriented so completely toward him that it had not reoriented toward its 12,000 inhabitants even after decades. He had spent a year and a half building toward the founder's void specifically to prevent the second dimension from replicating that error. He had succeeded. The second dimension's formation had oriented toward its inhabitants and its void relationship, not toward him. But he had not been inside the first dimension when it completed. He had built it over decades, from inside, and its completion had arrived as a long-held note resolving rather than a single moment. He said, "The first dimension knew me the way someone knows a person who built their house. The house knows the builder in its structure. Every beam places where it's placed, every threshold positioned for the way a specific person walked. That kind of knowing," she said. "And the second dimension knows me the way someone knows a person who made it a home." He said, "Yes, that's the difference between knowing it can happen and experiencing that it does." She was quiet for a moment. She said, "You pre-wrote that." He said, "I wrote several versions. I thought this one was most accurate." She said, not looking at him, "You've been waiting for me to describe it correctly so you could give me the right answer." He considered this. He said, I've been waiting for the right moment to give you a description that was accurate. I wanted to wait until you had experienced both sides of it. She looked at him. That's not less manipulative. He said, no, but it is more accurate. The description lands differently when you have something to compare it to. She thought about this. After a moment, she said, all right. A pause. It was correct. The description was correct. He said, I know. She made a sound that was not quite a laugh. She picked up her brush and returned to her documentation. He watched the Eastern Zone's evening. The lamplight in the community windows, the sound of families in their spaces, the formation's completed quality settling into the zone's texture like warmth settling into stone that has been facing the sun all day. He thought, she is going to teach others this. Not because I ask her to, because she understands it from inside in a way I do not. I built this space. She inhabited it. Those are different kinds of understanding. Both are necessary. She already knows this. He thought, that is the difference between a builder and a first inhabitant. The builder makes the space possible. The inhabitant makes the space real. He did not say this aloud. She was already writing it. Chapter 113. Pei's paper Pei Xiaoxian arrived at the second dimension 3 days after the formation's completion, with 14 pages of instrument readings and the expression of someone who had been reviewing data for 3 sleepless nights. He set the readings on the survey table and said, without preamble, the void relationship deepened at the moment of formation completion. Shenmurong said, I felt it from the bridge formation transit space. Pei looked at him. You were in the transit space. Yes. What did it feel like from there? He considered. He said, like hearing a conversation resolve. Both formations went from exchanging information to knowing each other. The exchange became a connection. Pei looked back at the readings. That's consistent with the data. The exchange signature, the background layer I was measuring for 2 months before I understood it was primary, shifted at formation completion. It's not exchange anymore. It's ongoing contact. The 2 formations are in permanent mutual awareness. He said, the void relationship. The void relationship, yes, but something more. The void relationship was the channel. Now both formations are complete and aware of each other through the channel. Pei stopped. He looked at the readings and then looked out at the second dimension's central zone, where Rue Linen's documentation pages were stacked on the community table in the morning light. He said, I need to write a paper. Shenmurong said, talk to Rue. She's already writing it. Pei looked at him. He said, she's been documenting from inside since the formation completed. The interior experience data and the instrument data will support each other. The paper is better with both. Pei said, she's 20 years old. He said, she's been inside a developing dimensional formation for 18 months and has been documenting her experience of the void relationship since Rue Linen first theorized it. Her data quality is higher than mine for interior perception. I built this space. I cannot observe it from the perspective of someone who doesn't know every beam placement. A pause. Pei said, she's also the one who identified the void relationship in the first place. Yes. Pei gathered his readings. I'll find her. He watched Pei cross the central zone toward the community table. He saw Rue Linen look up from her documentation when Pei approached, and he watched the brief exchange, Pei setting the readings on the table, Rue examining them. The moment when she pulled one of her documentation pages and placed it next to the readings. They were speaking too quietly for him to hear. He thought, 30 years of void tracking expertise and 18 months of interior observation, working from the same phenomenon in different directions. The paper they produce will be the first formal documentation of 2 completed dimensional consciousness formations in permanent mutual awareness through a void relationship. There is no prior literature to compare it to. He thought. Su Qianlan wrote a 27-page dismissed brief 200 years ago and waited for the world to catch up. They will write a paper that the world is, for the first time, ready to receive. The sequence has a completion point, and the completion point is now. He went to check on the Eastern Zone. Chapter 114. What Chao brought. Chao Jiangming's request for residency arrived through the Settlement Council's formal process. He had not asked Shenmurong first. He had not mentioned it in advance. He had submitted the residency application through the process Shenmurong had established when building the second dimension's governance architecture. Contact the Settlement Council, provide a statement of intention, allow 2 weeks for review. Shenmurong learned about the application from the Settlement Council's senior member, the woman from the Eastern Zone, who sent a brief note. We have received an application from Chao Jiangming, formerly of Yao Tianji's administrative staff. The note's phrasing was careful but not hostile. She attached the application itself and 2 questions the council had developed for the applicant. He read the application. Chao had written, in the plain institutional language he used when he was being careful, I served as administrative liaison for the transferred dimension for 26 months. During this period, I participated in management practices that I now understand violated the dimensional residence rights doctrine. I have documented these practices in the formal record and testified to the legal review. I am seeking residency in the second dimension because I have direct experience of what incorrect management of dimensional space looks like and wish to contribute to the institutional operations of a dimension managed correctly. The two questions the council had prepared were, what do you believe you can contribute that is not already available through existing residents? And what do you believe you owe the people whose experience you helped manage incorrectly? He read the questions and thought about who had written them. The senior member from the Eastern Zone, most likely. She was precise, and she had been practicing precision for 2 years of documented grievance. He sent a note to the council. I have no objection to the application. The residency decision is yours. The council approved Chow 3 days later. He moved inside on the 426th day. He arrived with 2 crates of administrative documentation, organized, indexed, labeled with the same methodical thoroughness he had applied to everything, and a specific request. He wanted to work with the bridge formation's transit documentation. Shin Morong found him in the Central Zone's administrative corner 3 days after arrival, organizing the crossing logs Pei had been maintaining. He said, the transit documentation. Chow looked up. Someone needs to maintain the diplomatic record of what the bridge formation is carrying. Families crossing. Goods. Knowledge. The Settlement Council has governance of each dimension, but no one is managing the relationship between them at the institutional level. He held up a crossing log. These are resident movement records. They're not diplomatic correspondence. The bridge needs a different kind of documentation. Shin Morong looked at the crossing logs. He said, I didn't design for that. Chow said, I know. You designed for the formations and the void relationship and the architecture. Someone else needs to design for the institutional layer. A pause. I managed the wrong space for 2 years. I know exactly what institutional management looks like when it's applied incorrectly. I know what the absence of it looks like. He set the log down. This is the other thing. This is the space managed correctly. I want to know what that institution building looks like when the foundation is an extraction. Shin Morong said, the Settlement Council will have opinions about what authority you have. Chow said, I've already met with them. 3 sessions. He paused. The senior member from the Eastern Zone was present for all 3. She is, if you will permit the observation, better at institutional operations than anyone I worked with under Yao's administration. He said, yes. She's been practicing for 14 months. Chow looked at him. She said you would say that. He thought. Chow came here to build something he could not have built inside Yao's system. He brought the skills that system developed in him and is applying them to a different purpose. This is the correct use of what he learned. Waste is a void, the specific absence of something that exists but is not being used correctly. He said, work with the council. Document everything. The methodological record matters. Chow said, I know. That's the difference between doing institutional work and leaving a record of it. He looked at Chow. Chow said, with the slight careful quality he always had when he was acknowledging something, Rue Linen says it's contagious. He walked back toward the grove. Chapter 115, the archive opens. The consortium's publication arrived on the 431st day. A formal academic paper, 214 pages, authored by Rue Linen, with Pei Xiaoxian as research contributor and Shin Morong listed in the acknowledgments as foundation builder. The acknowledgments section read, in Rue Linen's characteristic precision, the methodology described in this paper was developed by Shin Morong over 40 years of practice and documented through 2 complete dimensional developments. The author's contribution is the theoretical framework for the void relationship phenomenon. The practitioner's contribution is the work that made the phenomenon possible to observe. He read the acknowledgments once and did not revisit them. The paper's core sections covered the Su Chunlan classified archive and its contents, the dimensional residence rights doctrine, and the legal history of its dismissal and reinstatement. The void cultivation methodology, documented from first principles through Shin Morong's practice record, the builder's claim case, and the second giving, the void relationship theory, and Pei Xiaoxuan's monitoring data from the formation exchange, and the final section, which Rue Linen had titled simply, the between. He read the between section carefully. She had written about the transit corridor with a precision that came from 18 months of crossing it. The quality of being between 2 real places, which she had documented from her own experience and from the crossing data of 1,200 residents. She wrote that the between was not a void, not an absence, but a presence generated by the relationship between 2 completed spaces. She wrote, the between is what 2 places in relationship look like from the space they share. He thought. She has named something I built without knowing I was naming it. That is the clearest sign that the work belongs to her as much as it belongs to me. The paper's publication produced, within 3 weeks, exactly the kind of institutional disruption that correct academic documentation produces when 2 centuries of incorrect classification are officially corrected. The Cultivation Authority's assessment panel issued a formal notice acknowledging the dimensional residence rights doctrine as foundational precedent. 3 cultivation academies sent formal requests for access to the complete archive documentation. 2 practitioners of void cultivation, previously unidentified, working in isolation without knowing the tradition existed, contacted the consortium directly after reading the paper. He received a message from Wei Baran at the consortium. 2 practitioners have self-identified. Both have been told to contact you. The archive publication will likely surface more. The tradition is no longer singular. He thought about what this meant. He thought about Su Chenlan writing a 27-page brief and having it dismissed and spending the rest of her career building an archive in the expectation that the work would eventually arrive at a world that could receive it. He thought about the 200 years between the dismissal and the reinstatement. He wrote in his catalog, Day 431, Archive Publication. 2 practitioners identified. The void cultivation tradition is now documented, validated, and visible. Su Chenlan's work has arrived at its intended destination. What comes next is not mine to determine. It is the tradition's own development. My contribution was providing the demonstration case that gave the documentation an observable instance. The work belongs to the tradition, not to me. He hesitated. Then he wrote, This is the correct outcome. I am not well suited to institutional tradition building. I am well suited to building spaces. The tradition needs people who can do both, and Rue Linen can do both. He sent Rue Linen a brief message. The paper is excellent. The between section is the paper's best contribution. It names something that needed naming. She wrote back, Within the hour, I had a good subject. He thought, that is not the same thing as saying I had a good builder. That is saying the between itself was the right subject, the phenomenon, not the builder. She is already practicing the distinction. He thought, good. The evening came into the second dimension's eastern zone the way evenings came, gradually, with the formation's completed quality making the light feel like something the space had been holding in reserve for exactly this hour. He sat in the grove at the formation's edge and felt the void relationship's settled depth and thought about 2 practitioners in unknown locations learning that the work they had been doing in isolation had a name and a history and a methodology. He thought about what it meant to practice something for years without knowing it had a tradition. He thought, they will have questions. I should be ready to answer them correctly. He opened his catalog to a new page and began writing what he knew about starting from void perception with no prior instruction. Chapter 116. The 3 who came the first arrived 11 days after the archive publication. Her name was Meng Suhua. She was 43 years old, and she had been working in the eastern provinces for 20 years with void techniques she had developed entirely alone, without framework, without a name for what she was doing, without any contact with the tradition that would have recognized her work immediately. Her message to the consortium was brief and careful. The message of someone who had been told, at various points in her career, that what she was describing wasn't a methodology, but an idiosyncratic practice, not transmissible, not replicable, probably a byproduct of her particular spatial sensitivity rather than a cultivatable skill. She wrote, I read the paper. I have been doing what it describes. I did not know it had a name. He met her at the second dimension's western entrance, the formal meeting point, not the bridge formation's crossing threshold. She was a precise woman with the specific quality of someone who had learned to present her work in institutional terms, because the institutional terms were the only vocabulary other people accepted. She set her notes on the table between them without being asked. He read them for 10 minutes. She did not rush him. Her notation system was different from his. She had developed her own symbols for void quality and void depth, unaware that his notation existed, but the underlying perceptions were accurate. More than accurate. She had developed a precision in reading relational voids that he recognized as exceeding his own early work because she had been forced to develop it without institutional support and without anyone to confirm or correct her observations. She had been doing the work correctly without knowing the work existed as a work. He said, this perception notation, the symbol for graduated void depth. Walk me through it. She walked him through it. He listened. After 20 minutes, he said, this is better than my original notation. The graduated depth distinction is something I developed later. You arrived at it independently in the first year. She looked at him for a moment. Then she said, you're telling me I developed an improvement on the standard methodology without knowing the standard methodology existed. He said, yes. That's the difference between learning from absence and learning from instruction. She was quiet. Then, with a dry quality that he recognized as someone recalibrating a long frustration. I spent 15 years being told my void work wasn't real cultivation. He said, Su Qianlan's brief was dismissed for 200 years. The tradition survived because the work was real regardless of the dismissal. Your documentation survived because you were rigorous regardless of the audience. She looked at her notes. She said, I want to read everything in the archive. He said, talk to Rue Linen. She knows the archive better than I do. The second practitioner was a young man named Fang Qingli, a sect disciple, 22 years old, whose teachers had described his spatial sensitivity as a cultivation defect. He arrived 3 days after Meng Suhua, referred directly by Wei Baran, who had included a note. This one is interesting. Do not overlook what he describes. His description, when Shin Murong read it, was immediately arresting. He did not perceive spatial voids or relational voids. He perceived temporal voids, absences in the sequence of events, gaps where things had happened differently than they should have. He was operating at a tier level that should have required decades of development. He had been doing it naturally, without understanding it, since he was 17. The third practitioner was an elderly scholar named Duan Mingji, 71 years old, who had spent 50 years studying dimensional theory and had encountered references to void cultivation in the theoretical literature, oblique references, because the tradition had been dismissed and classified, but enough for someone rigorous enough to trace, and had never been able to find a living practitioner. She arrived knowing the theoretical framework precisely. She had no practical experience. He met with all three over 4 days. He listened to them more than he spoke. He thought. Su Qianlan built the archive in the expectation that someone would come for it. She waited 200 years. What came, when the archive finally opened, was not one person. It was 3 people who had been working in isolation, without a tradition to belong to, keeping the practice alive by accident of their own natures. He thought. The tradition was not absent. It was hidden in practitioners who didn't know what they were practicing. He sat with this for a long time. Chapter 117. The last threshold. He did not expect the advancement. He had not been thinking about it. The absence, eternal tier, the final tier, the culminating level of void cultivation that he had read about in Su Qianlan's archive, was described in the theoretical literature as requiring what the archive called existential void perception. Not the perception of physical voids or relational voids or temporal voids, but the perception of things that had never existed but should have. The category of absence that preceded all other absences. He understood the description. He had understood it for months, in the way that you understand a description before you've experienced what it describes. He was sitting with Fang Qingli on the 4th day of the meetings, reading the young man's notes on temporal void perception. The specific absences that Fang perceived in historical sequences, the places where events had diverged from what they should have been when the threshold arrived. Not loudly, not with the trembling ground and distorted air of his earlier breakthroughs. Those had been returns to familiar tiers, reascensions that felt like rediscovering something he had always known. This was different. This was the first time he had stood at this threshold. The advancement came as understanding, not as sensation. He had been sitting across from 3 practitioners who had each been working alone for years, decades in Duan Mingji's case, without knowing that they were part of a tradition, without knowing the tradition existed, without knowing that the work they were doing had been done before, had been classified and dismissed and maintained in a hidden archive by someone who had believed the work was worth preserving for a future she could not see. The tradition had been absent. Not the practitioners. They had been present, working, developing, keeping the work alive through their individual practice. But the tradition itself, the community, the shared methodology, the mutual recognition, the ability to learn from each other rather than from isolation, that had been absent for 200 years. Shin Murong had been the only active practitioner of a tradition that should have had dozens. He sat across from Fang Qingli and understood, with the specific clarity of a void that has been correctly perceived, what the absence had cost. Not him, the work. The specific absence of what void cultivation had failed to become because it had been dismissed and classified and isolated. The traditions that would have influenced it. The practitioners who would have developed its capabilities in directions no single practitioner could reach alone. The dimensions that would have been built correctly if the methodology had been available and recognized and taught. The void was not one absence. It was a nested structure. The absence of the tradition had produced the absence of its effects, which had produced the absence of what those effects would have built, which had produced the absence of the world those buildings would have made. He sat with this void for a long moment. He understood it completely, and with the understanding, the threshold resolved. The absence eternal tier arrived as the specific quality he associated with all his void cultivation breakthroughs, but deeper, the quality of becoming part of something rather than being the only thing. Not the addition of a new capability to an existing framework, a new kind of awareness. He felt the ground under him, the second dimension's completed formation, the void relationship with the first dimension, the three practitioners sitting nearby. He felt the archive, not physically, not as a spatial entity, but as a presence. Su Qianlan's 200-year-old intention, the patient work of someone who had built toward a completion she could not witness. He felt the void the tradition had occupied for 2 centuries. He thought, she built toward this moment. She built the archive toward the moment when someone would open it and the tradition would have practitioners again. This is what the archive was for, not documentation, not legal defense, though it did both those things. It was a seed, planted in the expectation that the conditions for growth would eventually arrive. He thought, I was the first thing the seed grew into. That is not the same as being the seed. He thought, the tradition is bigger than me. It has always been bigger than me. That is the correct relationship. Outside, in the second dimension's central zone, he heard Feng Qingli's voice, young, precise, asking Rui Linen something about the temporal void notation in the archive. Her answer was patient and specific. He closed his eyes and felt the absence eternal tier settle into place. Chapter 118. What the tier showed the absence eternal tier's perception arrived differently than the previous tiers. Earlier tiers had expanded his perception range, further, deeper, more precise, or had opened new categories of void, spatial, then relational, then temporal. Each expansion had been an enlargement of something that already existed. The absence eternal tier was not an enlargement. It was a different kind of seeing. He walked out of the second dimension onto the valley road, outside the formation boundary, in the outer world's ordinary geography, and stood still. He had done this at previous tier transitions, going somewhere simple to calibrate. The valley road in the afternoon, with its stone surface and its tree line and its distant view of the mountain range, was simple. At previous tiers, this view had shown him voids of various kinds, spatial absences, relational gaps. The temporal void Feng Qingli had begun documenting. Each void had been specific, locatable, something that occupied a defined position in the landscape. The absence eternal tier showed him something else. The void cultivation tradition, absent from the world's institutional knowledge for 200 years. Not absent in the sense of hidden or classified, truly absent, in the sense that the world had been organizing itself around the missing thing without knowing the missing thing existed. 2 centuries of dimensions built on extraction rather than cultivation. 2 centuries of practitioners working in isolation, without methodology, without recognition. 2 centuries of inhabitants governed by systems that had no framework for the rights of people who lived in developed space. He stood on the valley road and felt the void's shape. It was not a simple absence. It was a nested structure. The tradition's absence had produced the absence of correct dimensional governance, which had produced the absence of the populations those dimensions might have developed into, which had produced the absence of the knowledge those populations would have generated, which had produced the absence of the world they would have built. He stood with this for a long time. He thought, this is what Su Qianlan perceived. She saw the nested void, the whole structure of what was missing, and built the archive not to fill it, but to preserve the capacity for filling it. She understood that the void was too large for one person to fill. It required the tradition itself. It required the work to continue. He thought, the absence eternal tier does not give you the ability to fill the void. It gives you the ability to see the void's full shape. And the shape of this void, 200 years of missing tradition, is the material for the next 200 years of work. He walked back into the second dimension. He found Rui Linen and said, the tradition needs to be rebuilt. Not documented, rebuilt. That means practitioners who can teach, and a framework for finding the practitioners who don't know they're practitioners, and a methodology for distinguishing void cultivation from the various other spatial techniques that are adjacent to it. She said, how many are there? People who don't know they're practitioners. He said, I don't know. More than 3. Possibly many more. She said, is that what the new tier shows you? He said, the new tier shows me the size of the absence. The void is as large as 200 years of missing tradition. I can see the shape of it. He paused. That is its own kind of instruction. She looked at him for a moment. And filling it. He said, that's the next work. Not mine alone, that's the point. A void that one person can fill alone is not this large. She was quiet. Then she said, all right. Then we need to build the structure that other people can fill correctly. He thought, we. She said we. That is the correct word. Chapter 119. The second dimension governs the Cultivation Academy's diplomatic request arrived through Magistrate by Suchin, who forwarded it with a brief note. Southern Mountain Academy, established 40 years, 3,000 students, requests academic exchange access under the Dimensional Residence Rights Framework. They want to send 5 scholars for a 6-month research residence. Review and advise. He read the request and forwarded it, unmodified, to the Settlement Council with a single line. This is a governance matter. The council should determine its own position. The Settlement Council deliberated for a week. He watched the deliberation through Chao Jiangming's institutional logs, not because he was managing the outcome, but because documenting the process was itself data about what correct governance looked like from the inside. What Chao logged was methodical and precise. 3 sessions, 7 council members, the specific concerns raised at each session, the modifications proposed and accepted, the final terms. The concerns were legitimate. A research residence would bring outside observers into the second dimension during a period when its governance and institutional structures were still developing. The observer's documentation would become part of the tradition's academic record. The council needed assurance that the scholar's access would be managed on the dimension's terms, not the academy's. Rue Linen, in her capacity as outer world liaison, negotiated the access framework. The terms she produced were 2 pages. Scholars would have research access to the public zones and the formation documentation, not to the residents' private territories. All documentation produced during the residence would be reviewed by the council before publication. The residence could be terminated by the council at any time for any reason. The Southern Mountain Academy's response arrived within 4 days. Accepted. He read the acceptance letter and thought, the Settlement Council has governance, and it is using it. Rue Linen has an institutional role, and she is filling it with more precision than I designed for. Chao Jiangming is managing the institutional record and finding the voids that the original architecture did not account for. The second dimension has a government. I am not primarily it. This was, he realized, the architecture functioning correctly. He had built the non-claimable structure, the consciousness formation with Founder's Void, the governance framework key to the inhabitants. He had built toward the moment when the dimension could manage its own institutional relationships without him. The moment had arrived while he was paying attention to something else. He sent a brief message to Bai. The council approved the academic exchange. Rue Linen managed the access framework. The governance is working. She wrote back, I know. I've been watching the correspondence. They made 2 modifications to the original terms that I would have recommended and that you probably wouldn't have thought of. They added a clause requiring the scholars to participate in 2 community sessions per month, which gives the residents a reciprocal access to the observers rather than just observation flowing one direction. And they specified that the scholars' residential quarters would be in the community zone, not in a separate section. 2 small things. Both correct. He wrote, they've been practicing this for 2 years. She wrote, they have. You gave them the architecture. They made it habitable. There is a difference. He thought about this for a while. He wrote, yes, that's the difference between a founder and a community. The founder builds the possible. The community builds what it is. She wrote, after a pause, I'm going to use that in the next filing. He wrote, please do. I have enough documents with my words in them. Chapter 120. 3-Pei Shaoxian arrived at the second dimension on the 447th day with the instruments he had been running continuously for 3 months and an expression that Shun Murong had learned. Over a year of collaboration meant he had found something he did not know how to classify. He set the instruments on the survey table without speaking and pulled up the monitoring data from the previous 72 hours. The data had 3 signatures. Shun Murong looked at the readings. He looked at them for a long time. Then he said, show me the first day you identified the 3rd signature. Pei reached back through the instrument record. He found the entry, 22 days ago. A new signature had appeared in the void relationship monitoring data, distinct from both dimensional formations. He had rerun the measurement 5 times over 22 days to confirm it was not instrument drift. It was not instrument drift. Shin Murong said, the void relationship. Pei said, it's developing. The space between the 2 formations, the void Rue Linen theorized, the organic connection that formed through the transfer. It's developing its own spatial signature. Not like a developing formation. More like, he stopped. He looked at the data. Like something that has an address. A spatial location that has become specific enough that it can be measured. The between. The between, yes, but the between is the transit corridor. What I'm reading is not the transit corridor. It's the void relationship itself. The space that exists between the 2 formations at the level of their mutual recognition. He looked at the data again. It has a signature. A spatial identity. It did not have this 3 months ago. Shin Murong said, What does the absence eternal tier show me? He extended his perception. He had been extending his perception into the void relationship regularly since the second dimension's formation completed, reading the settled depth of the connection, the permanent mutual awareness of two completed formations. He had been reading it as a connection, a bond between two things. At the absence eternal tier, with Pei's finding in mind, he read it differently. The void relationship was not just a connection. It had developed, over 20 months of two formations growing mutual recognition, into something with its own quality. Not a dimension. Dimensions had territorial extent, had zones and boundaries, and a consciousness formation's orientation. This was different. This was the space that existed not inside either dimension, but between them. It was made of relationship. He sat with this for a long time. The void between the two dimensions contained the continuance of a tradition interrupted and continuing anyway. That was what he had perceived when the void sovereign tier resolved, on the 402nd day. He had perceived the void relationship's content. He had not perceived, until now, that the void relationship's content was becoming a location. He thought. Two completed dimensional consciousness formations in permanent mutual awareness, connected through a void that contains their shared origin, 40 years of habitation transferred, and 18 months of rebuilding that transfer. The void between them is not empty. It has never been empty, but it has been content. What Pei is reading is content becoming place. He thought. What is a place made entirely of the relationship between two other places? He thought. I do not know. I have not built one. I do not know if it can be built or if it develops on its own from the conditions that produce it, or if this is something that has never happened before. He said, How certain are you? Pei said, I have been measuring for 22 days and recalibrating 5 times and cross-referencing against the formation data for both dimensions. I am certain the third signature exists. I am not certain what it is. He paused. I have been a void tracker for 30 years. I have documented 2-dimensional formations and a void relationship. This is, he stopped again. Then he said, There are 3 of them now. Shenmue looked at the monitoring data. He looked at the void relationship's developing signature, specific and steady and growing more defined with each passing day. He looked out at the second dimension's completed forest, at the community zones, at the bridge formation's corridor where the between's presence was felt. He thought about what Pei had measured. He thought about the absence eternal tier's perception, the nested void of what was absent, the space that had not existed for 200 years, the tradition that had been hidden in isolated practitioners who did not know what they were practicing. He thought, the void I built toward was 2 spaces in relationship through their shared loss. He thought, and now the relationship itself is becoming a 3rd space. He opened his catalog to a new page. He wrote, Day 447. Pei Xiaoxuan's measurement has identified a 3rd spatial signature in the void relationship monitoring data. The signature is distinct from both dimensional formations. It has been developing for 22 days. It is becoming more specific with time. The void between 2 real places, made of the relationship between them, is acquiring a spatial identity. I do not know what this is. I do not know if it can be governed, or if it should be governed, or if governance is even the right category for a space made of relationship rather than territory. The question is open. The methodology does not have a precedent for it. He marked it, for immediate development. Then he wrote, below, 2 dimensions and something between them that has no name yet. This is what the work arrived at. I built toward the relationship between 2 spaces, and the relationship became a space of its own. That is the difference between what you intend and what you make possible. He closed the catalog. Outside, the void between the dimensions continued developing, patient and specific, filling the particular absence it had been born to fill. Chapter 121. Naming. He studied the 3rd formation for 2 weeks before he tried to name it. This was not delay. He had named things prematurely before and learned that a wrong name imposed itself on the thing it named, shaping perception before perception was ready to be shaped. He studied the 3rd formation the way he studied voids, from the outside, then from proximity, then from the specific distance that allowed the void's full shape to become visible. What he found, the 3rd formation was not a dimension. He was certain of this. A dimension had territory, zones of developed space, ecological structures, a foundation that could bear the weight of habitation and institutional life. The 3rd formation had none of these. It had no interior that could be entered in the spatial sense, no walls, no threshold. The bridge formation's transit corridor passed through its location without intersecting with it in any way that the people crossing could feel. What it had was address, a specific, measurable location in the cultivation landscape that had not existed before the 2-dimensional formations completed their mutual recognition. The void relationship had been present from the first day of the transfer, It was the specific absence the transfer had created, but the address had arrived later. The address had arrived when both formations were complete and in permanent mutual awareness. He thought. The void relationship was the content. The address is the place the content made. He spent the first week reading the formation's texture. It had the quality of a thing that knew itself without being a consciousness in the way that dimensional formations were conscious. It did not have the orientation he associated with formations, the reaching outward toward inhabitants or builders. It had a different quality. Stillness. The specific stillness of a space that was the relationship between two other spaces and knew it was exactly that. He thought about what Rui Linen had described when the second dimension's formation completed. Like I've been living in something that was still deciding, and now it's decided. The third formation had that quality at a different level. It was not a space that had decided what it was. It was a space that had never needed to decide. It was what it was from the moment it had enough substance to be perceived. He spent the second week with his notebook open. He wrote various names and crossed them out. The residue, the bond, the transfer's echo. Each name was technically accurate, and each name described one aspect of the thing and missed the whole. On the 14th day, he wrote, the between. He looked at it for a while. The between. Not a between, the specific between, the one between the first dimension and the second. The space between the first loss and the second making. The address of what existed because two places had become real in relation to each other. He wrote it in his catalog. Day 447 to 461. Third formation naming. The between. Located in the void relationship between the two-dimensional consciousness formations. Not a dimension in the standard sense. No territory, no habitation possibility, no threshold one can cross. Has spatial address, the first of its kind. Exists because both formations became complete in mutual recognition. Is the relationship made legible? He wrote. Su Chinlon wrote in the archive. The void cultivator's greatest work is not any single space, but the relationship between the spaces they make. He looked at this sentence for a long time. He had read the full archive 3 times. He had not noticed this sentence in the 3 readings. He had noticed it now because the between had made it visible, given it the context that allowed it to land correctly. He thought. She knew. She wrote this 200 years ago, before any void cultivator had ever built 2 dimensions in relation to each other. She wrote it as a theoretical statement about what the methodology could produce at its highest development, in conditions she never lived to see. She wrote it and filed it in an archive and waited. He thought. That is the most complete act of void cultivation I have encountered. Building a theoretical framework for a phenomenon that requires 200 years and specific loss conditions to occur, and then building the archive that would preserve the framework until the conditions arrived. He said aloud, to the empty grove, I understood several things about this work that you did not live to see understood. I am sorry you did not live to see them. But the work you built made it possible to understand them. The grove did not answer. Groves did not answer. But the between's address, measurable in Pei's instruments and perceptible at the absence eternal tier, was present, and he felt it the way he always felt correct naming, as a settling. Chapter 122. What Rui Linen understood. He did not tell Rui Linen what he had concluded about the between. He told her the finding. Pei's instrument data, the address, the quality he had observed in 2 weeks of study. He gave her the facts without the interpretation. He had learned, over a year and a half of working with her, that his interpretations arrived faster than hers, but hers arrived more fully formed, having integrated more layers simultaneously. If he gave her his conclusion first, she would spend her thinking time checking his work rather than doing her own. She went into the bridge formation on the 58th day after the formation was first measured. She was in the transit corridor for an hour. He waited at the western threshold, reading nothing, not occupying himself with other work. He was present. When she came out, her expression had the specific quality he associated with her best work. Concentrated, not excited, processing. She sat down at the threshold step and stayed there for several minutes. He did not rush her. She said, it's not a new dimension. He said, no. She said, it's the relationship between the 2 dimensions made legible. Like, she stopped. She reached for the right image. Like the void between 2 words that makes the sentence possible. The words are real. The void between them is what makes them meaningful together. Without the void, they're just adjacent. The void is what makes them a sentence. He said, yes, that's the difference between an absence and a connection. She looked at him. You already had this. He said, I arrived at it from the outside. You arrived at it from inside the transit corridor. Your version is confirmed. She said, can someone live in it? He said, no. It has no territory. It has no interior in the habitation sense. The bridge formation passes through it, but doesn't intersect with it. She was quiet for a moment. Then what is it for? He thought about this. He said, it exists because both dimensions became real. Its existence is evidence that both dimensions are complete and in relationship. Someone who perceives it, through void cultivation or through the specific spatial sensitivity that Rue Linen carried when she was 15 and standing in the valley, knows that the relationship is real. He paused. That changes what the other two dimensions mean. If the between exists, the dimensions are not two separate places that happen to be connected. They are two places whose relationship is real enough to have its own address. She looked out at the bridge formation's corridor. Then she said, the residents crossing feel it. He said, yes. She said, that's why the crossing data shows what it shows. People report that crossing the bridge makes them aware of the difference between where they came from and where they're going. They're not just crossing a connection. They're crossing through a space that knows the connection is real. He said, yes. She said, this needs to go in the paper. He said, your paper or Pei's paper? She said, the same paper. We need to write it together. She stood up. Tell Pei to give me the latest instrument readings. I'll have the theoretical framing to him by the end of the week. He said, there's a sentence in Su Qianlan's archive. The void cultivator's greatest work is not any single space, but the relationship between the spaces they make. She was already walking toward the survey table. She stopped. She turned around slowly. She said, she wrote that. He said, 200 years ago, before any void cultivator had built two dimensions in relation to each other. Rue Linen looked at him for a moment. Then she said, she was writing a prediction. He said, she was writing the methodology's endpoint, yes. She understood what the work could produce, and she wrote it down in the expectation that someone would eventually produce it. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, we should use that sentence as the paper's epigraph. He said, yes. She walked to the survey table and picked up her brush and began writing. He watched her for a moment, the precise strokes, the concentrated quality, the brush moving fast, and then he walked back toward the grove, leaving her to her work. He thought, she absorbed the methodology from the inside out. She understands things about what this work produced that I built without understanding I was building. That is the correct outcome. The student exceeding the teacher is not a failure of the teacher. It is the purpose of the teaching. Chapter 123. The cosmic response. The paper ran to 61 pages. It took 3 weeks to write and a week to review and another 2 weeks for the consortium's editing process. Then Wei Baran transmitted it to the cultivation landscape's 5 major theoretical journals simultaneously. The simultaneous submission was Pei Xiaoxuan's idea. He argued that the finding was too significant to allow one journal to sit on it while another published first, and that the significance would be served better by immediate wide circulation. He was right. The first response arrived within 4 days. A message from the Eastern Pavilion's senior dimensional theorist, a man named Qiu Longhao, who had been publishing work on consciousness formation development for 30 years. He wrote, in the careful, precise language of academics who did not wish to appear impressed but were, the third formation's emergence is not predicted by any existing framework for dimensional consciousness development. I have reviewed the monitoring data 3 times. The data is sound. The finding is extraordinary. I would like to arrange a study visit. The second response came 2 days after that, a letter from the Mountain Sea Academy's Dimensional Architecture faculty for professors requesting a formal research partnership. The third response, the one that arrived on the paper's 12th day of circulation and that he read twice before forwarding to Rue Linen, was a private message from a dimensional theorist named Su Weiming, who wrote, my great-grandmother's work. The archive, the dismissed brief, the classification. I have known about these documents my whole life and believed they were lost. Your paper cites them. Tell me how to access the full archive. He wrote back, the archive is held at the Three Rivers Academic Consortium. The lead author of the paper can arrange access. Her name is Rue Linen. Then he wrote a separate note to Rue Linen, the third letter. Su Weiming is Su Qianlan's great-granddaughter. She has been looking for the archive her entire life. Rue Linen's response was a single word, I'll write to her today. He sat with the response that the Betweens documentation had produced. The 3 major institutional inquiries, the research partnership requests, the academic letters from continental theorists who had spent decades working on dimensional consciousness and had not encountered a phenomenon like this. He had anticipated some academic response. The finding was genuinely unprecedented, and unprecedented findings attracted attention. He had not anticipated Su Weiming. He thought about what it meant that Su Qianlan's documentation had existed for 200 years in a classified archive, available only to people who knew where to look, and that her great-granddaughter had spent her life believing the archive was lost. He thought about the void the dismissal had created, Not just for the tradition, not just for the practitioners who practiced in isolation, but for the family. The specific person who had been told, probably for her entire life, that her ancestors' work had not survived. He thought about the between's existence. The relationship between two places made legible. The void cultivator's greatest work is not any single space, but the relationship between the spaces they make. He thought. Su Qianlan built the archive toward the moment when the relationship between her work and the world would become legible. That relationship is, today, legible. Her great-granddaughter will have access to the full archive before the month is out. He wrote in his catalog, Day 487. The paper is in wide circulation. 3 major institutional responses, 1 personal response from Su Qianlan's direct descendant. The archive is no longer classified. The tradition is documented and validated and beginning to gather practitioners. The between is named and observed and theorized. The methodology's endpoint, which Su Qianlan predicted 200 years ago, has been reached. He wrote, "This is the work's completion, in the sense that the foundation is fully laid. What comes next is what the foundation enables. Not my work alone, the tradition's work." He marked it, understood. Chapter 124. What Tan Haowei saw. Tan Haowei arrived at the second dimension on the 493rd day, traveling slower than he used to. He was 79. The journey from the first dimension had required 2 days. Shen Murong had offered to meet him at the bridge formation's threshold, but Tan Haowei had sent a brief message. "I'll find my own way." He came through the bridge formation at mid-morning and stood in the transit corridor for a long moment before crossing through. When he emerged on the second dimension's side, he stood at the western threshold and looked at what was in front of him. The second dimension's central zone in its completed state, the community table, the meeting area, the administrative corner where Chao Jiangming's documentation was organized into labeled stacks. The forest visible to the east, where the first families had settled and where the trees were 2 years old, but carried the quality of something much older because the foundation they grew from was ancient. The formation zone's boundary, perceptible to anyone with spatial sensitivity as a warmth in the air, a quality of attentiveness, a space that knew it had people in it, and was glad. Rui Linen was at the community table, writing. She looked up and said, "Elder Tan." She stood. He waved her back down. "I'm not here for ceremony." He looked around for another long moment. Then he said, "The first dimension took 40 years to become this." Shen Murong, who had come from the grove when he sensed Tan Haowei's arrival, said, "The foundation was different." Tan Haowei looked at him. The look was specific. The look of a 79-year-old man who had been carrying something for 2 years and was deciding, in this moment, whether to set it down. He said, "The builder was different." Shen Murong waited. Tan Haowei said, "When I accepted the transfer, when I let you give me the first dimension, I understood what you were giving. I understood the cost. I told myself it was necessary. It was." He paused. "I also told myself that necessary made it right. That the outcome justified what I allowed to happen to you." He looked at the forest. "I was wrong about that. Necessary and right are different things." Shen Murong said, "I know." Tan Haowei looked at him. Shen Murong said, "You accepted a sacrifice that should not have been required. The responsibility for that belongs to Yao, not to you. But you accepted it without telling me what you understood about why it was being required. You had more information than I did about Yao's role." He paused. "That's a different category of wrong than making the sacrifice necessary. You could have told me. You chose not to because telling me would have complicated the outcome you needed." Tan Haowei was quiet for a moment. Then, "Yes." They stood in the second dimension's morning. Tan Haowei said, "I'm sorry." Shen Murong said, "I know." He paused. "I built the second dimension in 2 years instead of 40. I built it understanding things about building that I didn't understand when I built the first one. I built it with 5 people who became essential to it in ways I could not have predicted and did not design for. I built the between, which should not be possible and is. The transfer made all of this possible." He looked at Tan Haowei. "Not because the transfer was right. Because what I learned from the loss was deeper than what I had learned before the loss." Tan Haowei said, "What did you learn?" He thought for a moment. He said, "The difference between building because you have to and building because you know what building means. That's the difference." Tan Haowei looked at him for a long moment. Then he looked at the forest. He looked at the community zone and the settlement council's meeting room and the bridge formation's corridor and the morning light in a space that knew it had been built by someone who understood what he was building. He said, "I want to see the between." Shen Murong said, "Come to the survey table this afternoon. Pei will show you the instrument readings." Tan Haowei said, "I don't need instruments. I need to stand at the bridge formation threshold and feel it." He said, "Yes." He walked Tan Haowei to the bridge formation threshold and stood beside him while the old man extended his perception into the void relationship's settled depth. He watched Tan Haowei's expression change, not dramatically, not with the quality of a breakthrough, but with the quality of someone who has finally understood something they have been approaching for a long time. After several minutes, Tan Haowei said, "It's real." Shen Murong said, "Yes." Tan Haowei said, "The relationship between the spaces is as real as the spaces." He said, "That is what Su Chenlan predicted." Tan Haowei was quiet for another moment. Then he looked at Shen Murong with an expression that he could not quite name. Something between grief and gratitude, the specific quality of someone who has seen the full shape of something they were part of and is holding both the cost and the outcome simultaneously. He did not say anything else. Neither did Shen Murong. They stood at the bridge formation threshold in the morning and felt the betweens address, specific and settled, the relationship between two real places made into a location by the fact that both places were complete. Chapter 125. The tradition sponsor the formal recognition request arrived on the 502nd day. 5 practitioners, Shen Murong, Rui Linen, Meng Suhua, Fang Qingli, and Duan Mingji. 2 more who had identified through the archive publication but had not yet completed the formal training documentation. The request was Rui Linen's work. She had researched the recognition process, identified the 3 requirements, and built the application file with the same precision she brought to everything institutional. The 3 requirements: institutional sponsor, documented lineage, defined methodology. The lineage was Su Chenlan. 200 years, 5 documented practitioners between her final student and the tradition's current emergence, with Shen Murong as the continuous thread and Rui Linen as the first practitioner who had developed within a recognized institutional context. The lineage was not continuous. There had been gaps, periods of isolation, decades where the tradition existed only as one practitioner working alone without knowing if anyone else practiced. But the thread existed. Su Chenlan's work had been the anchor. The methodology was the archive. 200 pages of documented practice, tier progression descriptions, void category taxonomy, and the foundational theoretical framework that the betweens emergence had now empirically confirmed. Rui Linen had written a 120-page supplement documenting the void relationship theory and the existential void tier. Pei Xiaoxian had submitted the instrument data corpus. Meng Suhua had contributed her 20 years of independent notation. The institutional sponsor was the problem. An institutional sponsor required an organization with cultivation authority standing that could vouch for the tradition's legitimacy and take responsibility for its institutional conduct. The cultivation academies were too new to the void cultivation work. The 3 Rivers Academic Consortium was a research body, not a sponsoring institution. Magistrate by Su Qin had standing, but sponsoring a cultivation tradition was outside her jurisdiction. Rui Linen presented the problem at the alliance meeting. The 5 practitioners, Pei Xiaoxian, Chao Jiangming, by Su Qin, and Elder Tan Haowei. She said, the sponsor needs to have a formal connection to void cultivation practice that predates the current documentation. The sponsor needs institutional standing the cultivation authority recognizes. The sponsor needs to be willing to take responsibility for the tradition's conduct. She looked at Tan Haowei. He said, the First Dimension's Settlement Council. Rui Linen said, they are the oldest surviving institution with a formal connection to void cultivation practice. The First Dimension was built by void cultivation. The Settlement Council's governance derives from the formation's completion, which was void cultivation work. The connection is documented. By Su Qin said, the Cultivation Authority will ask why the Council would sponsor a tradition that has not historically served the Dimension's direct interests. Tan Haowei said, the doctrine. The Dimensional Residence Rights Doctrine is void cultivation work. The Council's governance rights derive from a doctrine that Su Chenlan built. The tradition and the Council have the same root. I said, that argument holds. It holds better if the Council sponsors willingly rather than being recruited. Tan Haowei said, I'll bring it to the Council. They'll need 2 weeks. He sat with this. He thought about the Settlement Council, the senior member from the Eastern Zone, her 17 pages, her 14 months of documented grievance, and her precise testimony that had recalibrated 3 faction-connected panel members. The Council that had been governing the First Dimension correctly for months and had made 2 modifications to the Southern Mountain Academy's access terms that by Su Qin would have recommended. He thought, the tradition sponsor is the people who experienced the absence of correct governance and use the methodology's doctrine to recover their rights. The tradition protecting them is now, by their choice, protected by them. He thought, that is what Su Chenlan built toward. The tradition and the people the tradition served, in permanent mutual relationship. 14 days later, Tan Haowei sent a message, unanimous vote. They'll do it. He wrote in his catalog, Day 516. The void cultivation tradition has a sponsor, the First Dimension's Settlement Council. Lineage, Su Qianlan, documented. Methodology, the archive, supplemented. Practitioners, 5 formal, 2 in process. Recognition application filed. The tradition is no longer singular, isolated, or unsponsored. It is, for the first time in 200 years, a tradition rather than a practice. He marked it, complete. Then he wrote, Su Qianlan would have appreciated the symmetry. I cannot know this, but I believe it. Chapter 126. First consultant. The request came from Rue Linen, not from the tradition's formation committee. She waited until the recognition application had been filed and the committee had drafted the first organizational documents before she came to him at the grove's edge with the question framed precisely. The tradition needs a formal head. The committee has discussed it. There is general agreement that the position should be yours. He listened to this without interrupting. She said, You're the most senior practitioner. You built the demonstration case. You're the one with the full cultivation record from void perception through absence eternal. The lineage runs through you. He said, The lineage runs through Su Qianlan. I am a node in the lineage, not the lineage's head. She looked at him. He said, You've been operating as the second dimension's institutional face for a year. You've been managing the diplomatic correspondence, the academic relationships, the recognition process. You understand both the practice and the requirements of the role in ways I don't. He paused. I'm a void perceiver. I identify absences and fill them correctly. That is my function in this tradition, not administration, not institution building, not the diplomatic work of representing a tradition to the outside world. He looked at her. You can do all of those things. You've been doing them. She said, I'm 20 years old. He said, Su Qianlan was 28 when she wrote the dismissed brief. The tradition's institutional head should be the person who can do the work, not the person with the longest record. She was quiet. He said, I'll serve as your first formal consultant. That means I'm available for the questions the role requires that you don't have the experience to answer yet, and I'm present enough to be useful, and I'm not in the position that requires you to route everything through me. She said, You're describing a relationship where you give me authority and remain available to undermine it if you decide my decisions are wrong. He said, No. I'm describing a relationship where I give you authority and remain available to answer questions. The difference is that undermining requires me to override your decisions. Consulting requires you to ask me questions and make your own decisions with the information. He paused. You've been doing this for a year. You haven't needed to ask me many questions. She was quiet for a longer moment. He thought. She is checking the architecture of the proposal. She is identifying the voids in it. She is doing exactly what I would do, and I should let her. She said, What do you get from this arrangement? He said, I get to do the work I'm suited for without managing the institutional layer that I'm not suited for. She said, That's honest. He said, I try to be. She accepted. 2 weeks later, the Traditions Formation Committee submitted the organizational documents with Rue Linen listed as formal head and Shun Murong listed as senior practitioner and first consultant. The Cultivation Authority's response, when the documents were reviewed, included a note from the reviewing assessor. The selection of a 20-year-old as the tradition's formal head is unusual. They requested a brief explanation of the decision-making process. Rue Linen's response to the assessor was 3 sentences. The tradition's formal head was selected based on the combination of cultivation experience, institutional management capacity, and diplomatic experience required to represent a newly recognized tradition in its foundational period. The formal head has more experience in institutional management and diplomatic correspondence than any other current practitioner. The senior practitioner's decision to serve as consultant rather than formal head reflects his assessment of where his capabilities are most useful to the tradition's development. The assessor's follow-up was 1 line, accepted. Shin Murong read the exchange and thought, she is going to be excellent at this. She was already excellent at this. Chapter 127. The between deepens. The between did not grow. He had expected growth, had been watching for it, for the first signs of territorial expansion, for the kind of development that the second dimension had shown in its early months when each week brought new zone formation and new ecological structure. The second dimension had grown because it was built on a foundation and he had been filling voids, and the filling had produced territory. The between was not built on a foundation. It was built on relationship. Its nature was different. What it did, instead of growing, was deepen. He noticed this first in Pei's instrument data, the signature becoming more specific, more measurable, its presence in the monitoring data more distinct from background formation readings. Then he noticed it in his own perception. The between's address, which he had first measured as a quality rather than a precise location, was becoming precise. When he extended his absence eternal perception toward the void relationship, the between was not where it had been 3 months ago. It was still between the dimensions. It was still the same relationship, but the address was sharper. More specifically itself. He thought, it is not building territory. It is building specificity, becoming more what it is. Rue Linen began documenting the crossing experience. Not her own crossings. She had documented those thoroughly during the formation's development period. She began documenting the residents' experience. She sat with families who crossed the bridge formation regularly, the ones who made the transit weekly, the people whose lives had divided between both dimensions and who knew the crossing's quality through accumulated repetition. What they described was consistent. A mother from the northern settlement, who crossed twice a week to visit her daughter's family in the second dimension. The crossing makes me aware of what I'm leaving. Not homesick, aware. I know what the first dimension is to me more clearly when I'm between the two. A merchant who had been crossing since the bridge first opened. In the transit space, I understand why I'm going where I'm going. I don't make this trip automatically. I always choose it. A young man who had been born in the first dimension and lived in the second. I used to think crossing felt like arriving. Now I think it feels like knowing you're arriving. There's a difference. Rue Linen collated the documentation into 40 pages and brought it to the survey table. She said, the between makes the relationship between the two dimensions legible for people who cross it. Not in a theoretical sense, in an experiential sense. People who cross regularly develop a more specific understanding of what each dimension is to them. He said, yes. She said, that's its function. Not a dimensional space for habitation. A space for understanding what the other spaces mean. He said, that's not a function I designed. She looked at him. I know. You built the void relationship and the architecture that allowed the connection to develop, and the connection developed into something that serves a function you didn't plan for. She paused. That's a pattern in your work. He said, what pattern? She said, you build toward a void you've correctly perceived, and what you fill it with develops functions you didn't anticipate. The second dimension developing its completion oriented outward rather than toward you. Chao Jiangming managing the bridge diplomatic record. The between deepening instead of growing. She looked at the documentation. You fill voids correctly, and the correct filling does things you couldn't have predicted because you couldn't have predicted what the correct filling would produce. He said, that's not unique to my work. That's what all correct building produces. She said, maybe, but you've built enough now that the pattern is visible. She looked at him. You should document it. In the methodology record. He thought about this. He wrote in his catalog, that evening, the between is deepening. Its address is becoming more specific. Its function, making the relationship between two-dimensional spaces legible to the people who traverse the connection between them, is not a design function. It is what the correct architecture produced. Rue Linen has identified this as a methodological pattern. Correct filling produces unpredicted functions. Filed for the methodology record. He added, she is right. It is a pattern. I have been watching it happen for 2 years without recognizing it as a pattern. That is the difference between working inside a thing and being able to see its shape. Chapter 128. The survey the absence eternal tier showed him voids. He had understood this abstractly before reaching the tier. The highest level of void cultivation perceives existential voids, the absence of things that have never existed but should. He had understood it the way he understood any description before experiencing what it described. After 2 months at the tier, he began the survey. He spent 3 weeks walking the cultivation landscape at the full extent of his absence eternal perception, reading the existential voids that the tier made visible. He walked the outer mountain range, the cultivation authorities district, the 3 nearest sects territories, the provincial borders. He was not looking for anything specific. He was reading what was absent. The scale of what he found was significant. Not unexpected. The absence eternal tier's first perception had shown him the nested void of the tradition's absence, and he had understood from that existential voids were not small things. But reading void after void over 3 weeks produced a cumulative weight that the single perception had not. The absence of dimensional populations that had been governed correctly. The absence of what those populations would have built and known and passed to the next generation. The absence of the cultivators who would have developed under correct governance. The dimensions they would have built, the connections between those dimensions, the spatial knowledge that would have emerged from correct spatial practice. 2 centuries of nested absence, each void producing the next, the structure so large that he could perceive its full extent, but not its full depth. He sat with this for a long time. He thought, this is the scale of the problem. Not my problem, not any single person's problem, but visible, now. In a way it was not visible before the tradition had practitioners at the absence eternal tier. He thought, What the survey produces is not a plan. I cannot fill this by myself, or with the 5 practitioners, or with the 10 practitioners the tradition will have in 2 years. The nested void is the work of a generation. Several generations. He thought. Su Qianlan knew this. She was reading this same void 200 years ago. She could not fill it herself. She built the archive to preserve the capacity for filling it, and she waited for the conditions to develop. The conditions have developed. The tradition exists. The methodology is documented. The practitioners are beginning to find each other. He thought. The archive was not the end of the work. It was the seed. The tradition is the first growth from the seed. The work that the tradition will do over the next generation is the second growth. What that produces is the third growth. He wrote in his catalog, day 518 to 539. Survey at absence eternal tier. The nested void of 2 centuries of missing tradition is significantly larger than 1 practitioner or 1 generation can fill. The survey's function is not to determine what I personally can address. The survey's function is to produce a map of what the tradition has to address. The first dimension and second dimension are demonstration cases. The 50-dimension pilot program is the beginning of systematic work. The tradition's recognition provides the institutional capacity for continuing. The scale is visible. The direction is clear. He marked it for the tradition's records. Then he set the catalog down and went to find Rui Linen and the 3 practitioners and begin the work of teaching them what the survey had found. Chapter 129, Fang Qingli's Gift. Fang Qingli had arrived at the second dimension 3 months after the archive publication, and in those 3 months he had absorbed the methodology with a speed that Shun Murong observed carefully without commenting on. Not the speed of someone performing for a teacher. The speed of someone who had been doing the work in isolation and was now recognizing everything being taught as something he had already discovered, already practiced, already struggled with alone. The specific velocity of a person finding the language for what they already knew. His natural capability was temporal void perception. He had been doing it since he was 17, reading the absences in event sequences, the places where things had diverged from what they should have been. His teachers had called it spatial sensitivity and told him it was a defect. He had continued practicing it because the perception was real and the reality of it did not diminish because he had no framework for understanding what he was doing. 6 months into his formal training, he brought Rui Linen a report. She read it and sent an immediate message to Shin Murong. Come to the survey table. He came. She handed him the report. The report was 12 pages, written in Fang Qingli's precise notation. The notation he had developed independently, which was already being incorporated into the tradition's formal record because of its accuracy. He had been documenting a temporal void he had identified during the survey work Shin Murong had assigned to all practitioners. The temporal void was specific. 200 years ago, at the moment Su Qianlan's brief was dismissed, an absence had been created in the sequence of events. Not the absence of the doctrine itself. That was the policy void, recoverable. The temporal void was the absence of everything that would have happened if the doctrine had been accepted. Fang Qingli had been reading this void for 2 weeks. His report documented its contours, the dimensions that would have existed, the practitioners who would have trained under recognized methodology, the institutional development that would have occurred, the knowledge that would have accumulated. He had been reading the shape of what should have existed and did not. He sat across from Fang Qingli at the survey table and read the report slowly. When he finished, he said, "This is the same void the absence eternal tears shows at the existential level. You're perceiving it from the temporal level." Fang Qingli said, "I thought so, but I wanted you to confirm it before I wrote the full documentation." Rui Linen said, "He's been operating at a tier that took you decades to reach." He said, "Different practitioners develop different capabilities at different rates." Su Qianlan theorized this in the archive. The tier progression is not uniform. It's shaped by what the practitioner needs to perceive for the work they are doing. He looked at Fang Qingli. "You developed temporal void perception early because the work you were doing required it. Your natural environment was one where temporal sequences were the most significant voids." Fang Qingli said, "My sect's history. The things that should have happened in the succession and didn't." He said, "Yes. The methodology grows toward what is most absent. You were surrounded by temporal voids from the beginning." He sat with this for a moment. Then he said, "Document the full temporal void. Every contour you can read. The documentation will take weeks, and it will be the most detailed record we have of what the tradition's 2-century absence cost." Fang Qingli said, "What do I do with it when it's complete?" He said, "Give it to Rui Linen. She'll know what to do with it." Rui Linen said, without looking up from her own documentation, "I already know what I'll do with it. It's the missing section of the archive supplement." Chapter 130. The scale of the absence Fong Qingli's temporal void documentation took 4 weeks. It ran to 78 pages. Shen Murong read it over 3 days, sitting in the grove in the mornings and at the survey table in the afternoons. He read it the way he read the archive, not for information, which he could receive in summary, but for the specific quality of the thing, the texture of what had been absent for 2 centuries and was now being described with a practitioner's precision. The dimensions that would have been built correctly. Fong Qingli had identified 47 specific cases in the temporal void's record, 47 dimensions developed under extraction during the 2 centuries after the dismissal, each one with a void cultivator in its history who had either been dismissed or had never found the tradition or had practiced in isolation without knowing what they were practicing. 47 dimensions whose inhabitants had experienced what the first dimension's inhabitants had experienced under Yao, for periods ranging from decades to, in 3 cases, more than a century. He sat with the number 47, not hundreds, as he had estimated from the absence eternal tiers survey. 47 confirmed cases, with probably more that Fong Qingli's perception had not reached. He thought about the first dimension's 3 eldest families reporting wrong dreams for 3 months. He thought about 47 dimensions worth of families, each reporting their own version of wrong dreams, with no petition forms and no doctrine and no one to write the legal brief that would protect their rights. He thought, the scale of the absence is proportional to the scale of what matters. He sat with this for a long time. The question was whether it could be addressed. Not by him, not by the tradition in its current form, 5 practitioners and 2 more in process and a recognition application pending. Not in the next year or the next 5 years. But the 50-dimension pilot program existed. The cultivation authority had approved it. The methodology was documented. The lineage was clear. He thought. Su Qianlan perceived this same void. The entire nested absence, the dismissed doctrine, the 47 dimensions, the practitioners in isolation, the people whose rights were governed incorrectly. She perceived the void's full shape and she understood that she could not fill it in her lifetime. She built the archive. He wrote in his catalog, Day 566. Fong Qingli's temporal void documentation complete. 47 confirmed extraction cases over 200 years. The scale is clear. The work the tradition has to do is the work of decades and will require practitioners and institutional relationships and methodology development that does not yet exist. The question is not whether it can be addressed. The question is how to build toward the correct addressing in a way that survives my lifetime and Rui Linen's lifetime and passes to the practitioners who will do the work we cannot yet do. He wrote, this is what Su Qianlan understood. She built toward a work that required her to not be its completion. She built the archive as the beginning rather than the end. He wrote, I understand this now. I built the second dimension, which is a demonstration case, not a completion. I built the tradition's foundation, which is a beginning, not a conclusion. The work that the void shape requires is larger than what I can complete. The question is what I build toward that I will not live to see. He marked it for immediate development. He closed the catalog and went to find Rui Linen. Chapter 131. The presentation, he wrote the brief himself. He had not planned to, had assumed by Su Qin would handle the presentation to the Cultivation Authority's Senior Council, as she had handled every other institutional document in this process. But when he read Fong Qingli's temporal void documentation, he understood that the presentation required the specific kind of precision that came from the person who had read the void directly, not the person who had been briefed on it. He wrote 31 pages. He wrote carefully, not as a legal brief, which was Bai's work, but as a practitioner's account. What the absence eternal tier showed. What Fong Qingli's temporal void perception confirmed at a different level. The 47 dimensions identified. The pattern. Each a space whose inhabitants' rights had been governed incorrectly for decades. Each a space whose consciousness formation development had been distorted by extraction. Each a space whose people had had no legal framework to appeal to because the framework had been dismissed 200 years ago. He wrote, the Cultivation Authority bears no current legal liability for the dismissal. The precedent is too old and the original decision was made by a different institutional body under different governance. This document is not a legal claim. He wrote, the Cultivation Authority has a present opportunity. The dimensional residence rights doctrine exists and is valid. The void cultivation tradition has a methodology for assessing dimensional governance against the doctrine standard. The tradition has practitioners with the specific perceptual capability to read a dimension's formation quality and determine whether its governance is correctly oriented. The tradition can provide what the authority needs to make the assessment program function. He wrote, what the authority builds or does not build with this opportunity is the authority's decision. What the tradition can offer is the methodology. The decision about whether to use it belongs to the institution. He gave the brief to Bai. She read it twice, made 3 small corrections to the institutional citation format, and said, "This is the correct approach. It doesn't ask for liability. It offers a collaboration." He said, "Yes." She said, "The senior counsel will read this within the week. The response will take longer. Institutional decisions of this scope move at institutional speed." She paused. 3 weeks minimum. He said, "I know." She said, "You're not good at waiting." He said, "I'm very good at waiting. I built a dimension over 2 years." He paused. "I am not good at waiting when the outcome is visible from here, and the only delay is institutional process," she said, with the dry quality she used when she was both correcting and agreeing. That is, in fact, not the same thing as being good at waiting. He waited 3 weeks. The senior counsel's initial response arrived on day 22. A request for clarification on the assessment methodology's cost structure and the tradition's practitioner availability. Standard institutional questions, the kind that meant they were interested and were looking for objections they could document as addressed. He forwarded the questions to Rue Linen. She drafted the responses in 2 days. Chapter 132. The pilot. The cultivation authority's formal response arrived on day 53. It was a yes. Not a complete yes. Institutional responses to unprecedented proposals were never complete yes. It was a yes with conditions, with timelines, with a defined scope, 50 registered dimensions, assessed against the dimensional residence rights standard, over 2 years. The void cultivation tradition would provide assessment methodology and practitioners. The authority would provide institutional coordination and enforcement capacity for any governance reviews that the assessments triggered. The first dimension and second dimension would serve as demonstration cases, to be assessed first and documented as the model for subsequent assessments. He read the approval letter and sat with it. He had not expected the scope to be this large at the first response. 50 dimensions, 2 years. That was not a pilot in the sense of a cautious test. That was an actual program, beginning with the scale that demonstrated genuine institutional commitment. He thought. Bai's framing worked. The brief offered a collaboration without demanding liability. The council saw the opportunity and took it at scale because taking it at scale is the only way the approach makes institutional sense. A program that assesses 2 or 3 dimensions is too small to generate the precedent data that justifies the methodology. 50 dimensions generates data. 50 dimensions becomes the foundation for 200 dimensions. He wrote in his catalog, day 614. The pilot program is approved. 50 dimensions, 2 years. The authority will provide enforcement capacity. The tradition will provide methodology and practitioners. This is the existential void beginning to be addressed, not the void itself, which is 2 centuries and 47 confirmed dimensions. The beginning of the addressing. He wrote, Su Qianlan perceived this void. She built the archive as a seed. The tradition is the first growth. The pilot program is the second growth. What comes after is the third. He wrote, I will not see the third growth. That is the correct relationship to the work. Su Qianlan did not see the archive used. I will not see the 50-dimension program's full effect. Rue Linen will be 40 when the program completes. Fang Qingli will be 26. They will carry the methodology into the work that follows. He marked it, understood. He sent a brief message to each alliance member. The program is approved. We have work to do. Rue Linen's response arrived in 10 minutes. I've already started the assessment framework for the first dimension. We should have the demonstration case documentation complete in 4 weeks. Chao Jiangming wrote, I'll have the extraction pattern taxonomy ready for the assessors within the month. Pei Xiaoxian wrote, I need to recalibrate my instruments for standardized formation assessment across 50 different dimensional architectures. 6 weeks. Tan Haowei wrote, Good. The Settlement Council will cooperate with whatever documentation you need from the First Dimensions Governance Record. Bai Suqin wrote, I've already begun preparing the enforcement framework. Don't thank me. He read all 5 messages and thought, this is what the work assembled. 5 people who each know exactly what to do without waiting to be told. He thought, that is the difference between a team and an alliance. Chapter 133. What Chao understood. Chao Jiangming's extraction pattern taxonomy took 3 weeks, not 1 month. He delivered it to the survey table on a day when Shun Murong was working through the demonstration case documentation with Rue Linen. He set a 70-page document on the table between them and said, the taxonomy covers 42 distinct extraction practices, organized by severity, method, and long-term impact on formation development. I've documented each one from my own management experience, the specific techniques I used and watched Yao use, the institutional language that was used to describe them, and the effect on formation quality that I can now name correctly. Shenmurong looked at the document. Xiao said, I want to be the primary evaluator for identifying extraction practices in the pilot program's assessments. Not the only evaluator. The practitioner's void perception is necessary for reading formation quality. But identifying the institutional practices that produce the governance violations requires someone who knows what the practices look like from the inside. He paused. I know what they look like from the inside. I spent 30 months implementing them. Linen said. You're volunteering to be the person who tells 50-dimensional administrators that what they're doing violates the residents' rights standard. Xiao said. I'm volunteering to be the person who can identify what they're doing with precision, because I have done it. The administrators will dispute the findings. I can document the disputes in terms that are difficult to dispute because I know every argument they'll make. I made them myself. Shenmurong said. You have direct conflicts of interest with several of the dimensions on the authority's preliminary list. Xiao said. I've documented them. The conflicts are documented and disclosed, and the dimensions with direct conflicts are removed from my assessment portfolio. He paused. I've been managing institutional documentation for 30 years. I know what disclosure requires. He sat with this. He thought about what Xiao had been doing in the second dimension for the past 8 months. The bridge diplomatic record, the crossing logs, the institutional correspondence framework that Xiao had built because no one had designed for it, and Xiao had seen the void. He thought about Xiao's role at the survey table, methodical and precise, managing the paperwork that kept the alliance functional without managing the people or the decisions. He thought, 30 months of implementing extraction practices produced 30 months of direct knowledge of what extraction looks like from inside the institution. That knowledge cannot be replicated by someone who has only seen it from outside. Xiao is the only person in the tradition who has that knowledge. He said, the taxonomy is the most important document we have for the assessment program. If you can read extraction practices with this precision in 50 different dimensional architectures, the assessments will be accurate in ways they couldn't be with void perception alone. Xiao said, I know. That's the difference between what you can see and what you know because you've done it. He looked at Xiao. Xiao said, with the slight careful quality he always had when he was acknowledging something borrowed, it's accurate. I checked. He thought, yes. The methodology grows toward what is most absent. Xiao was surrounded by extraction practices from the beginning of his management career. He developed the precise perception of those practices the way Feng Qingli developed temporal void perception, because the work he was doing required it. He said, you are better suited for this role than for any role you held under Yao's administration. Xiao said, I know. I've been aware of this for about 6 months. He paused. It is somewhat uncomfortable to realize that you spent 30 years developing capabilities that were being applied incorrectly and are only now being applied to something worth doing. He said, Meng Suhua spent 20 years developing void cultivation alone because the tradition wasn't available to her. The discomfort of misdirected capability is not unique to you. Xiao said, no, but it has its own specific texture when the capability was developed in service of extraction. He gathered the taxonomy. I'll start with the demonstration cases. The first dimension's governance history will be the clearest baseline. Shenmurong watched him walk toward the administrative corner. He thought, the correct use of what people know how to do, that is also a void. Filling it correctly produces more than the individual contributions of the people involved. He thought, the between deepened by becoming more specifically itself. Xiao has done the same. Chapter 134. Her cultivation history. Linen turned 21 on a morning when the second dimension's central zone was full of light, and the eastern forest's autumn color was at its best. The trees 2 years old, but the foundation, they grew from 400 years deep in the historical void, and the combination produced a color that was richer than 2-year-old trees should have been. He had been preparing her gift for 3 months. He had been preparing it since the tradition's recognition application was filed, and he had realized, looking at the formal documentation with her name listed as head, that the cultivation history section of her file was incomplete. The tradition's records showed her formal training period, 6 months of methodology study, the documentation she had generated, the papers she had published. But the formal record did not include what he had been watching since the day in the valley when she had described a mature void signature at 15 years old. He spent 3 months documenting it correctly. The document was 42 pages. It began, Day 1. A 15-year-old sect disciple stands in the valley designated for survey work and says the ground feels wrong. Her description of the feeling is more accurate than any description of a mature void signature I have received from a non-trained perceiver. She does not know what she is perceiving, but she perceives it correctly. It covered every significant moment of her cultivation development, documented from his observation. The first time she extended her void perception independently. The moment in the emergency cascade when she had held her developing zone through chaos, and he had understood she was the reason for the accelerated development rate. The day she offered to translate the settlement council member's testimony without being asked. The bridge formation work and the void relationship theory and the archive discovery and the testimony framing and the paper. It ended on the day the tradition's recognition application was filed with her name as formal head and his as first consultant. This is the correct organizational structure. She is capable of everything the role requires. She is more capable of several things the role requires than I am. The decision to place her in the formal head position is not a concession or an accommodation. It is the correct reading of who is best suited for the work. He gave it to her at the community table. She read it slowly. She did not read quickly when something mattered. When she finished, she was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "You've been keeping records." He said, "Always. That's the difference between knowing something happened and being able to show it." She looked at the document. Then she looked at him. She said, "Why now?" He said, "The tradition's formal record is incomplete without it. Your cultivation history predates the formal training period by 6 years. If the record is incomplete, the lineage documentation is incomplete." He paused. "Also because you have been doing significant work for 2 years without receiving documentation of what that work looked like from outside. The work looks different from outside than from inside." She said, "What does it look like from outside?" He said, "Like someone who developed the ability to understand what was absent before she had the framework for understanding it, and then built the framework from the inside out, and then used the framework to build things that the framework alone would not have predicted." She was quiet for another moment. She said, "That's the methodology." He said, "Yes." She said, "You're saying I did the methodology before I knew what the methodology was." He said, "Yes. That's the difference between a practitioner who knows the methodology and a practitioner who is the methodology. That's the difference." She looked at him for a long moment. Then she looked back at the document and turned to the first page. The valley, the 15-year-old, the ground that felt wrong, and read it again from the beginning. He left her to it. Some documents were meant to be read more than once. Chapter 135, 12 Dimensions. The pilot program's first assessments produced findings in month 6. The assessment teams had worked through the 50 dimensions methodically. The demonstration cases first dimension, second dimension, documented for the baseline. Then the main list, 5 dimensions per month, each assessment taking 3 weeks. Rue Linen managed the team coordination. Chao Jiangming's taxonomy was the extraction identification tool. The tradition's practitioners read formation quality. Bai Suqin's enforcement framework was ready for the governance reviews that the findings would trigger. The findings arrived on the same day because Rue Linen had designed the reporting process to deliver them simultaneously. 12 of the 50 dimensions showed governance violations. The violations ranged in severity. 3 dimensions had extraction patterns that were comparable to the first dimension under Yao, systematic, managed, producing measurable formation degradation and inhabitation pressure. 5 dimensions had moderate patterns, extraction present but not systematic, formation development slowed but not reversed, inhabitants experiencing the subclinical version of the wrong quality that the first dimension's residents had described as something learning to forget itself. 4 dimensions had early-stage patterns, extraction beginning, formation not yet significantly affected, intervention possible before harm accumulated. He read the 12 assessment reports. Each one was the same category of document, precise, grounded in instrument data and practitioner void perception, and Chao Jiangming's extraction taxonomy, translated into the institutional language that the cultivation authority's governance reviews required. Each one was the same category of finding. A space whose inhabitants' rights were being managed incorrectly, with documentation of the specific practices and their specific effects. He thought about the first dimension's senior member from the Eastern Zone. Her 17 pages. The petition forms that were perpetually unavailable. He thought about 12 dimensions worth of that experience. Not identical. Each space had its own specific texture of wrong, its own specific distance from what its formation could have been, but the same category. He thought. Su Qianlan wrote the doctrine 200 years ago for exactly these 12 dimensions, for exactly these sets of families. She could not know which dimensions they would be, could not know their names or their locations or the specific shape of their governance violations. But she perceived the void correctly. A space without a legal framework for its inhabitants' rights is a space where those rights will eventually be managed incorrectly. The framework she built is the tool that addresses the wrong. The 12 assessment reports were delivered simultaneously to the Cultivation Authority's Senior Council. The authority began governance reviews on all 12. He did not attend the reviews. That was institutional work, Bai's work, the authorities' work. He was present for the documentation and available for the practitioners' questions about formation quality readings. He was not the center of what happened next. What happened next was 12 sets of residents receiving official notification that their dimension was governed by law, and that the law had found their governance incorrect, and that the governance would be changing. He thought about the First Dimension's Settlement Council on the day the ruling came down. The specific quality of that moment. Not triumph, not relief, but the specific weight of a long wrong being addressed correctly. 12 dimensions. He wrote in his catalog, Day 672. Pilot Program Month 6 Findings. 12 violations of 47 confirmed temporal void extractions and 50 assessed dimensions. Not all the same severity. All addressed by the framework. 12 sets of inhabitants have rights to their space that they did not formally have 6 months ago. The framework works. He wrote, Su Chenlon. This is what the doctrine was for. He wrote, I wish you could have seen it. He marked it. The work continues. Chapter 136. Third address. The first report came from a mountain district cultivator who had been mapping local formation signatures for 20 years. He sent it to the Cultivation Authority as a routine anomaly report, the kind of report that formation mappers filed when their instruments picked up readings that didn't match the existing spatial registry. The report said, New spatial presence, Mountain District Eastern Valley, not registering as dimensional formation, not registering as void artifact, not consistent with any category in the current registry. Quality, settled. Depth, significant. The presence has been detectable for approximately 6 weeks. The Cultivation Authority forwarded the report to Magistrate by Suchin as a routine referral. She read it and forwarded it to Shun Murong with a single line. I think you know what this is. He did. He walked out to the valley road and extended his perception. The Between's address, which he had been reading at the Absence Eternal tier for months, precise, internal to the void relationship, perceptible to void cultivators from within the formation's immediate vicinity, was now readable from the outer mountain range. From 6 weeks ago, when the routine formation mapper had picked it up on standard instruments, the Between had developed an outer world address. He stood on the valley road in the morning and felt the quality of it. Not the quality he had been feeling from proximity, the specific, settled depth of 2 completed formations' mutual recognition. The outer world version was less precise, the way that any spatial reading grew less precise with distance. But it was unmistakably present. A cultivator with standard formation sensitivity and no knowledge of void cultivation or dimensional consciousness theory had detected it, had found it significant enough to file a report, had described it accurately, settled, deep, not like anything in the existing registry. He thought, the Between has been developing for 8 months. It has been deepening. Its address has been becoming more specific. The address has now become specific enough to be perceptible by practitioners who don't know what they're perceiving. He thought, that is the difference between a presence and a phenomenon. A presence is felt by people who know to look for it. A phenomenon is felt by people who don't know what they're feeling. He filed a report to the Cultivation Authority's registry. The spatial reading in the Mountain District Eastern Valley is the Between, a void relationship formation that exists at the location of the void relationship between the first dimension and the second dimension. The Between is not a new formation anomaly. It is a known, documented, named spatial entity. Registry entry requested. He attached the relevant documentation, Pei Xiaoxuan's monitoring data, Rui Linen's theoretical framework, the paper's formation classification section. The registry entry request was processed in 2 weeks. The registry now listed 3 entries for the Eastern Valley location. First dimension, second dimension, the Between. He noted this in his catalog, Day 679. The Between has an outer world address. 3 entries in the spatial registry. The relationship between 2 real places is now a registered location. He wrote, Su Chenlon predicted this. The void cultivator's greatest work is not any single space, but the relationship between the spaces they make. She was writing about this. The relationship as registered location, the void between 2 places becoming a 3rd entry on the official map. He closed the catalog and went to tell Rui Linen that the Between was officially on the map. Chapter 137. Classification. Pei Xiaoxian spent a week doing the formal survey. He arrived with his instruments recalibrated for outer world presence assessment, the same instruments he had been using for the formation monitoring, adjusted for the different scale. He set up measurement points at 7 locations around the valley, running simultaneous readings, triangulating the Between's outer world signature from multiple angles. He worked alone. He had requested that no one accompany him, which was Pei's way of indicating that he needed the work to be his own thinking rather than collaborative. Shin Murong respected this. On the 7th day, Pei came to the survey table with his findings organized into 18 pages and his expression carrying the specific quality Shen Murong had learned to read, as Pei holding something significant with great care. He said, "The between's outer world signature is stable, not growing. The between itself is not growing, as you've documented. But the outer world presence is becoming more legible as the between deepens." He set the pages on the table. Standard formation measurement tools can detect it. The quality of the detection is imprecise. The mapper's report described it accurately, but without the theoretical framework to classify it. With the theoretical framework, the classification is unambiguous. Shen Murong said, "What's the classification?" Pei said, "There is no existing classification." He looked at his pages. "I've reviewed the Cultivation Authority's full spatial entity taxonomy. Every category that exists describes spaces with territory, dimensions, pocket spaces, formation zones, void artifacts, spatial anomalies. None of them describe a space that is made of relationship rather than territory." He paused. The between is not a dimension. It cannot be governed, because governance applies to territorial space, and the between has no territory. It cannot be claimed by any sect or institution under any existing legal framework, because claiming requires an applicable framework and none exists. He said, "So it has an address and no classification." Pei said, "Currently, yes. I'm recommending that the authority create a new classification, void relationship formation, defined as a spatial entity generated by the mutual recognition of two or more completed dimensional consciousness formations sharing a common void origin. The between would be the first and currently only entry in this category." He said, "I will need to write the formal definition." Pei said, "I've already sent her my draft. She has 2 corrections and has submitted the recommendation." He thought, Pei has been a void tracker for 30 years. He tracks dimensional energy signatures and produces instrument data and writes precise reports. He does not design institutional frameworks. But over the course of the past 2 years, he has been doing exactly that, not because he was asked to, but because the work required it. He said, "When did you start writing institutional recommendations?" Pei said, with the flat precision he used when he was acknowledging something, "When I started working with people who responded to institutional recommendations productively." He gathered his pages. "The classification will be processed within the month. The between will have a legal category. It will be the only thing in that category, which means the category exists entirely to describe it." He said, "Yes. For now." Pei looked at him. "You think there will be others?" He said, "If the methodology spreads and void cultivators build dimensions in relation to each other rather than in isolation, the conditions that produce the between can be reproduced. Not identical. Each void relationship is specific to the spaces that generate it, but the same category of thing." Pei was quiet for a moment. Then, "How many void cultivators are there likely to be in 20 years? He said, "I don't know. More than now." Pei said, "I should live another 40 years. I'll have data to work with by then." He thought. 30 years of formation tracking, and Pei has been preparing to track things that don't yet exist. That is the correct relationship to work that is still becoming what it will be. Bai Suqin processed the recommendation. The Cultivation Authority's registry added a new spatial entity category, void relationship formation. 1 entry. Chapter 138. The week of nothing. He had not taken a week with no work since the transfer. 2 years and 4 months of building and managing and perceiving and writing. The catalog had 340 pages. The between sessions and the alliance meetings and the pilot program coordination and the traditions recognition process and the practitioners training and the formation documentation. There had always been the next thing. On the day the between was classified as void relationship formation and the registration was confirmed and the pilot program's month 8 reports were filed and Rui Linen was in the 3rd week of the Southern Mountain Academy Scholars' Residence, and Chao Jiangming's extraction taxonomy was being used by assessment teams in 4 dimensions simultaneously. He put the catalog down and decided to do nothing for a week. He walked the first dimension on the first morning. It was a morning in early spring, 2 years after the Settlement Council had assumed governance. 18 months after Yao's governance transfer had completed. The spring quality in the first dimension was specific. New growth in the zones that had been extraction damaged, the specific color of recovery rather than construction. Not the second dimension's forest, which was young and deep simultaneously because of its historical foundation. The first dimension's recovery was different, the color of something that had been damaged and was growing back, which was neither the quality of the original nor the quality of something new. A third quality. The quality of persistence. He walked for 3 hours. He did not run surveys. He did not read void signatures. He walked the way a person walks through a place they have known for a long time. He sat in the grove near the bridge formation's threshold for an hour on the second day. The between's presence was perceptible here, not dramatically, but present the way that a significant thing was present when you were close to it and paying attention. He sat with it and did not analyze it. He let it be what it was. On the third day, he crossed the bridge and walked the second dimension. The second dimension in early spring was different from the first dimension in every particular. The forest's color, 2 years old and ancient simultaneously, was not the same as recovery. It was arrival. The community zones where the Eastern families had settled had developed the lived-in quality that happened when people built their routines into a space over 2 years. Specific spots where people gathered, paths worn into the grass between the central zone and the residential areas. The community table's surface showing the marks of hundreds of meetings and meals. He walked through the second dimension's territories and found, in zone after zone, development he had not designed. Not errors. Nothing had developed incorrectly. No zone had become the wrong quality or oriented in the wrong direction. But the specific development of each zone was the result of the people in it, and the formation's completed awareness of those people and the interaction between the two that his architecture had made possible without being able to specify. He found the historical void zone, the oldest territory, the foundation. The forest there was 2 years old, and it had the texture of very old things. The trees were not old. The growth rings would have shown 2 years. But the quality of the space around them carried something that came from the void underneath. The erasure site, the deliberate voiding, the 2-century absence that had made this valley receptive to exactly this kind of planting. He stood in that forest and breathed it in. The air had a quality he associated with places that had been through something. Not a damage smell, not a recovery smell. The smell of a place that had completed something it had been waiting a long time to complete. He thought, I built this. But what it became is more than what I built. He thought, that is the correct outcome. That is always the correct outcome. A builder who can specify every particular of what they build has not built something that lives. He was in the second dimension's oldest territory on the 5th day when he realized he was not doing nothing. He was doing the most important thing. He was reading what the work had become without the lens of what he had intended it to be, without managing it or documenting it or planning its next development. He was simply in it. He stayed for the full week. Chapter 139. What he got wrong. She found him in the oldest territory on the 7th day. He had been sitting with his back against one of the ancient quality trees, not meditating, simply sitting, the way a person sits in a place they have come to be comfortable in. The forest's morning light came through the canopy in the specific way that light came through 2-year-old trees grown from 400-year-old foundations, filtered and deep, the quality of older forests than this one technically was. Rue linen came through the trees without hurrying. She had the specific, unhurried quality she had when she was coming towards something rather than away from something, the quality of intention rather than urgency. She sat down across from him, her back against a different tree. After a moment she said, well, he considered the question. It was the right question, not, how are you, or what are you thinking, or any of the questions that would have required him to report. Just well, which was asking, what have you arrived at? He said, I was wrong about the trade. She waited. He said, not about whether it was right to make it, it was right. The void where 12,000 people die is harder to fill than the void where 12,000 people live in a wrong place. I said that to Tan Haowei on the first day, and it was true. He paused. I was wrong about what I was trading. I thought I was giving away 40 years of work. She waited. He said, what I gave away was the space for 40 years of learning what I should have built instead. He looked at the light in the ancient quality trees. The first dimension took 40 years to become what it was. I built it well. It held 12,000 people. It had a completed consciousness formation. It was a real space. I was proud of what it was. He paused. But I built it without understanding what building meant. I built it from competence, not comprehension. I knew how to do the work, but I didn't understand what the work was for. She said, in the second dimension? He said, the second dimension I built from understanding. Every choice I made here, the historical void foundation, the non-claimable architecture, the founder's void, the bridge formation, the alliance, I made because I understood what the absence required, not because I had a technique that fit the situation. He paused. I would not have understood those things without losing the first dimension. The loss was the education. The trade gave me the space to learn what 40 years of competent building had not taught me. She said, that's the difference. He said, that's the difference. She looked at him. Do you regret it? He said, no. He thought about this. He said, I would do it again. I would do it sooner. He paused. If I had understood what the loss would teach me, I would have made the trade decades earlier. She said, then you would have built something else instead of the second dimension. Something built from a different loss, in different conditions, with a different foundation. He said, yes. She said, would it have been better? He thought about this seriously. He thought about the historical void foundation, the 2-century void that had made this valley receptive. He thought about the between, which required 2 specific dimensions in a specific relationship produced by a specific transfer at a specific time. He thought about Feng Qingli's temporal void perception and what would have been absent from the temporal record if the work had happened differently. He said, no, the work needed to happen in this sequence to produce what it produced. The loss had to be this loss. The foundation had to be this foundation. He paused. That is not a comfortable thing to conclude. It means that the cost was necessary not just morally, but structurally. The specific shape of what was lost was required to produce the specific shape of what was built. She said, Su Qianlan's brief had to be dismissed for 200 years for the archive to arrive at the right moment. He said, yes. She was quiet for a moment. She said, you understand now why the first dimension's formation completed oriented toward the transfer rather than toward the inhabitants. He said, yes. The transfer was the dimension's most significant experience. Not the 40 years of inhabitants. Those were what the dimension was built for. But the transfer was the moment when the dimension understood what it was, which was a space built by someone who was capable of giving it away. He paused. The formation completed toward the act of building something that could be given. That is what defined the first dimension most essentially, she said. And the second dimension completed toward the relationship. He said, yes. The second dimension was built knowing it was a second. Its most essential character is that it came after a first, in relationship to a first, defined by its knowledge of what preceded it. She looked at him for a moment. Then she looked up at the light in the trees. She said, you built something that knew it was not the first one. He said, yes. She said, I've lived inside that for 2 years. I've never been able to say it that clearly before. He said, some things take time to find the right language for. The forest was quiet around them. The morning continued. Chapter 140, What Remains? He sat at the second dimension's original entrance on a morning in late spring. Not the bridge formation's threshold. That was the secondary entrance, the maintained connection. The original entrance. The first threshold he had built on the valley's historical void. On the day he had decided this specific absence was where the work would happen. The stone threshold he had shaped by hand, not with void technique, just with his hands and the specific attention of someone who understood that the first threshold would define everything that crossed it. He had his notebook open, not the cultivation catalog. That was a precise document, measurement and analysis and tier transitions and alliance correspondence. The notebook was different. What he had been writing for 2 years about the quality of things rather than their measurements. The smell of the second dimension's foundation zone after rain. The sound of the settlement council's first full governance session, which he had heard at a distance through the bridge formation. The quality of Tan Haoei's face when he had felt the between for the first time. He wrote, the first dimension is 82 years old this spring, counting from the original planting. He wrote, the second dimension is 2 years and 4 months old. He wrote, the between has no age. It is the relationship between the 2 dimensions, which exists as long as they both do. Its registration date is 7 months ago. That is when the world officially recognized that it existed, not when it began to exist. He looked up from the notebook. On one side of the threshold, the second dimension's forest, the community zones, the eastern territory where the senior member from the first dimension had built her life, the central zone where Rue Linen's home faced both inward and outward, the bridge formation's corridor where the between's presence was felt each time someone crossed. The dimension's spring morning, full of light, full of the quality of a space that knew what it was. On the other side, the valley road, the mountain range, the outer world's light at the angle it had been when he first stood in this valley and understood that the historical void here was the right foundation. He wrote, the tradition has 7 practitioners. The pilot program has found 12 dimensions with governance violations and begun governance reviews. Feng Qingli's temporal void documentation is being incorporated into the methodology record. The between is on the official registry. Rue Linen is the tradition's formal head and has been for 8 months. He wrote, 3 threads remain open. He wrote, first, the pilot program's 50 dimensions are addressed. 300 more have not been assessed. Chao Jiangming estimates a decade of work to address the full scope of the 2-century absence, assuming the tradition continues to grow and the authority continues the collaboration. The work is possible. It is the work of years, not the work of me. He wrote, second, Feng Qingli's temporal void perception has identified a larger absence that he has not been able to name. Not the absence of the doctrine, or the tradition, or the correctly governed dimensions. Something older. He described it to me last week as the specific void of a time before void cultivation existed as a practice at all, the absence of the earliest practitioners, who must have existed and whose work has left no trace. He can feel the outline. He cannot yet read the content. I don't know what addressing that void requires or whether it can be addressed. I have filed it as a question for further development. He wrote, Third, the between has begun responding differently to the presence of Meng Suhua and Duan Mingji and Fang Qingli, the three practitioners who have not yet crossed the bridge formation. The response is not threatening or anomalous, but it is specific. The between's depth when they are near the bridge threshold is different from its depth when they are not. Pei Xiaoxian has been measuring the difference for 2 weeks. He has a theory. He has not told me what it is yet because he wants to confirm it with 3 more weeks of data. He stopped writing. He looked at the second dimension's spring morning. The light was coming through the forest at the angle that produced the rich, deep color, 2 years old and ancient simultaneously. The community zones were beginning their day. He could hear, faintly, the sound of the central zone's morning activity, voices, footsteps, the community table already in use. He thought, I built this from loss. He thought, it became something that built itself. He looked at the forest and the community and the bridge formation's corridor and the between's presence that was felt in everything connected to it. He thought about the first dimension at 82 years old, recovering under correct governance, its formation complete and correctly oriented. He thought about the 12 dimensions whose inhabitants had rights they had not had 6 months ago. He thought about Su Chenlan's great-granddaughter, who had spent her life believing the archive was lost and who was now reading it in full. He thought, I was wrong about the trade. What I gave away was the space for everything that came after. He thought, that is the difference between what you intend and what you make possible. He closed the notebook. He looked at the threshold, the original entrance, the stone he had shaped by hand on a morning 2 years ago, the first threshold he had built on a foundation of 400-year-old historical void, the beginning of a work that had produced 2 dimensions and something between them that had no precedent, and a tradition restored after 2 centuries, and 7 practitioners who were all, in different ways, capable of things he had not taught them. He thought, the work is not done. The work is never done. The work is the relationship between what was absent and what should be present, which changes every time a void is correctly filled, because filling it correctly reveals the shape of what comes next. He thought, that is the correct relationship to the work. He went back inside. He left the threshold open behind him.